Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to what I am referring to as the ultimate Abzan Collected Company video primer. Now, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about and a lot of things that I want to get through with this deck. I have a little outline right here as well. I am going to have, in the video description, as soon as I get around to it, links to timestamps of all of the different things and how detailed I'm able to make that. Well, we'll see how motivated I'm feeling, but I want to talk about the history of Abzan Collected Company. I want to talk about what the infinite, air quotes and real quotes here on the screen, sorry, that is a little preview for later. But I want to talk about the infinite combo. Then I'm going to talk about individual cards, and I am going to discuss every single card that could possibly, or should possibly maybe, be played in Collected Company. There's some oddballs in there. There's more or less a stock list or with like a few flex spots, but depending on the metagames, there's different things that you can do. And then I am going to look at deck lists. So first off, history of the deck. This might seem basic, but there are some people that might be watching this that don't know what the word Abzan means. So I just want to discuss that real quick. Abzan is, if you look at these colors on the back of a Magic card, Abzan is one of the wedges, which means it's an allied color, two colors touching, and then one of the colors across from it. So Abzan refers to the allied colors of green and white, and their shared enemy of black. Pretty simple stuff. The name Abzan comes from the Khans of Tarkir block and set specifically. So you can just see this is Abzan banner. This card is not a card that will ever get played in Melira, but this is in Abzan Collected Company, but this is the Abzan symbol. You'll see this watermark underneath some of the Abzan cards, and most importantly, it just refers to these three colors. Now, sometimes do you put blue in the deck? Sure. Sometimes do you put red in the deck? Sure. But for the most part, Abzan is going to refer to these three colors. Now, I also want to talk about naming, which isn't something that I had on my outline, but I've already gone ahead and called this deck Melira Collected Company. So this is Melira. I'll just throw it up on screen for a second, but we'll get to this. We'll get to this in a second, but just know that if I'm saying Melira, I'm referring to this same deck. I'll circle around back to naming a little bit later, but first things first, I want to focus on what the history of this deck and where it comes from. So way back in, oh gosh, I didn't write down the year, but I think it's about 2007, maybe 2006, the set Planar Chaos released as part of the Time Spiral block. And this card, Court of Calling, is from the original Ravnica City of Guilds, and not from the Time Spiral block, but this card was very important to a deck called Project X. And I will show off, I don't know if yes, I do have a Project X deck list that I will show off once we get to the deck list section, which is all the way at the very end. So you can feel free to skip ahead, look for the annotations in the video description, and find the Project X deck to figure out what I'm talking about there. But Project X was a creature-based infinite life combo. And again, what does infinite mean? We'll get to that in a second. But it was an infinite life combo that required the use of three different creatures, and Court of Calling, this card right here, made a lot of that happen. It's got an ability called Convoke, which means you can tap your creatures, and the wording on the card is actually kind of cute. Your creatures can help cast this spell, and that's a great way to think about it. Each creature you tap while casting this pays 1 for each mana of that creature's color. So pretty much you are, if you tap a white creature, it's just going to count towards X, but if you tap a green creature, you can start getting rid of these green mana symbols as well. So you can cast it for free sometimes just by tapping your creatures. You search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost X or less, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. This is just a creature tutor. It is one of the better ones ever made. It's definitely not the best, but it's one of the best creature tutors ever made, mostly because of the convoke ability, allowing it to be cast on the cheap. So this was printed in Ravnica City of Guilds, in Planar Chaos, and Time Spiral. Some other cards were printed that facilitated a 3-card combo in Standard, and it was pretty clunky, but the fact that you had this card, Court of Calling, and there was actually another tutor in the deck too, but that's not as integral to what we're going to be talking about today, whereas Court of Calling is actually played in Abzan Collected Company. But Court of Calling just helps with the deck's consistency, so that's the first thing that I want to talk about. Another thing that I want to talk about, I just want to go through, well, I guess, in order for Court of Calling to see play, or Abzan Company to see play, I guess I should say, we have to create a brand new format, and that format is the format of Modern. So back in 2001, Modern came about, and Green Sun Zenith came out somewhere in all of that. I think Green Sun Zenith was late 2010, right before the advent of Modern, but this is one of, if not the best creature tutor ever printed. It's only matched by things that don't tutor for creatures. Now, this card's banned in Modern, so we're not going to be able to play with this one, but this card was pretty good at tutoring up creatures and also facilitated creature combos. This card can only get green creatures, which adds a neat little deck building restriction to it, whereas Court of Calling can get anything that it wants. But Green Sun Zenith was integral to some of the very first Modern, we'll call them Melira decks, but it was also important to a lot of other things, and it had to get banned. One of the reasons that Green Sun Zenith is so powerful is you can use it to search up a card called, don't actually have this card selected here, Dryad Arbor. And Dryad Arbor is a forest, but it's also a green creature. There were some weird things happening in Time Spiral block, which this card is from. This is a pretty confusing one, but basically it allowed you to Green Sun Zenith for X equals 0, go get a Dryad Arbor, and you're essentially casting a Llanowar Elf, which probably makes the card too powerful, but then it can also go get things like Primeval Titan, it can get the aforementioned Melira, it can do a bunch of stuff. The card's pretty busted. Also, with the advent of Modern, we saw a card called Birthing Pod get printed. Birthing Pod is a pretty crazy card. This card is also not legal in Modern. It was too powerful and had to get banned, unfortunately, because it was a pretty sweet one, but it was also way too powerful. But before Birthing Pod gets banned, and I'll circle around on Birthing Pod in a second, there was one more card in Modern that got banned, and that was Punishing Fire. And Punishing Fire seems pretty innocuous. It's a 2-mana shock, which is 2 damage to target creature or player, but whenever an opponent gains life, you can pay a red mana, and nope, not that Grove. You can pay a red mana. If you do, sorry about that. If you pay a red mana, then you can return it to your hand whenever a player gains life. And this card was also printed in Future Sight. Pretty weird set. But you can tap it for a colorless or tap it for a red or green. Each opponent gains 1 life. So it's essentially tap, they gain a life, and then you use the red mana that Grove of the Burn Willows creates to return Punishing Fire to your hand. So this led to a really grindy removal engine, and it meant that creature-based combos, especially ones like, you look at Melira right here, and she's only got 2 toughness. She's a 2/2. So cards like this aren't really going to stick around. It was tough, and I will say at one of the very first Modern tournaments, there were 3 main Modern tournaments, like from a historical perspective, that you can look at. The first was the Community Cup, where everything was legal. Glimpse of Nature was legal. I think the only thing that wasn't legal was Skull Clamp, but there was tons of broken, dumb cards that were legal. Then there was a Pro Tour. Then they banned more cards. But I think before they banned the cards, there was an event in Philly that wasn't the Pro Tour called the Philly Grudge Match. And in that top 8, there actually was a Birthing Pod deck that used Melira to combo off that, even despite there being, I think, 3 to 5 Punishing Fire deck lists in the top 8 as well. So all of that being said, Punishing Fire did do a lot to stop creature-based combos, and it was eventually banned, I believe not too long after Modern kind of became a mainstay, either late 2011 or potentially early 2012. But this kept a lot of the things in check, and then once this was gone, there wasn't really much that fair decks could do to compete with something like Birthing Pod. And Birthing Pod just lets you get value after value. So the mana symbol in the top corner, and you can see right here, that means that it is a green Phyrexian mana. It can be paid with either green mana or 2 life. So essentially you're looking at 3 mana plus 2 life to cast, 1 mana plus 2 life to activate. Phyrexian mana is pretty broken. I think most cards with Phyrexian mana should probably just be banned in Modern because they're way too good, but that's a subject for another video, I suppose. But 3 mana for Birthing Pod. That means you can play it on turn 2 with any type of mana accelerant, which were very common in the deck. Then you can even take that mana accelerant and sacrifice it away. So I'll read this here. Sacrifice a creature plus pay the mana and tap it. Search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost equal to 1 plus the sacrificed creature's converted mana cost. Put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle your deck. Activate this ability only anytime you could cast a sorcery. A little info on me. I saw this card printed, or not even printed, spoiled. The spoiler season came up. I immediately made a deck for Standard. Modern wasn't yet a thing. And I was just in love with this card. This is fantastic. It's value, it's grind, there's some weird math and weird restrictions for it. Getting a card that costs 1 more than the card that you just grabbed is obviously a little bit trickier than Green Sun Zenith and Court of Calling, but it's arguably also less tricky than Green Sun Zenith because there's a lot of weird things that you can do with it. I mentioned that there was the Birds of Paradise or Mana Accelerant that you could use to play this card out on turn 2. Well, then you can immediately just sacrifice that Mana Accelerant, go and get a 2 casting cost creature, and then turn that 2 casting cost creature into one that costs 3, and so on and so forth. So you kind of go up the Birthing Pod chain, as it was referred to. What kind of things were we chaining together? You know what? I don't want to get to that right this second. I want to first talk about Collected Company, then we'll circle back and talk about the combo. But there's lots of crazy things that this card can do. Just leaving it on screen for a second so you can let it all soak in. But this is quite the crazy card. After this was printed, we haven't gotten to a point where this is banned yet. But then we entered a point in Modern where Deathrite Shaman was printed. Now, Deathrite Shaman is quite the creature. It is arguably one of the best creatures. Well, it's not arguably one of the best. It's definitely one of the best. But it's arguably just the best creature of all time. There's some other cards that are vying for that spot, but it really is super powerful. It's seen play in every format that it's been legal in. It wasn't actually a super crazy house in Standard, but even in Standard it saw play as a sideboard card and sometimes main deck, depending on the meta. This card is also currently banned in Modern, and if you look at it, it is a mana creature if you're not familiar with Deathrite Shaman. So you exile target land from a graveyard, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. You can play it off turn 1, and then turn 2 you can exile a land. There are fetch lands if you're not familiar with that mechanic. We'll discuss fetch lands a little bit later. I think most people are familiar with them if you're familiar with Modern at all, but I'll talk about a little bit why Windswept Heath is played and why it's good. But it's a land that turn 1 you put into the graveyard, turn 2 you can exile it with Deathrite Shaman, and you're ready to play a Birthing Pod. Now, Deathrite Shaman saw play in all sorts of decks. It made all sorts of crazy things popular. Most formats that Deathrite Shaman is legal in, there is at least one top-tier deck that is 4 or more colors. And Modern was no different. There were 4-color and 5-color decks at the time Deathrite Shaman was legal, and there were no real ways to punish that because you're trying to, like, destroy their lands or something, and they still have this insane mana creature. But one of the other reasons that this was good in Birthing Pod was this deck already wants to play between 6 to 11 creatures that can tap for mana. So when you factor in just everybody gets a great mana creature, well, that winds up being good for Birthing Pod too. It also kind of hurt Birthing Pod because this card is also, like, you can exile creatures from the graveyard. You can also exile instants and sorceries from the graveyard, which makes it insane. But exiling creatures can sometimes, like, the fact that your opponents would be playing Deathrite Shaman meant that sometimes they could mess with some of the stuff that you were doing. But this probably made Birthing Pod better. It was about even. But Deathrite Shaman was just a great card that I can't talk about the history of Modern without mentioning Deathrite Shaman. So then Birthing Pod gets banned, a little bit after Deathrite Shaman. It gets banned, it's way too good. And just for some context, Treasure Cruise, which is essentially Ancestral Recall. This card is restricted in every format. Dig Through Time. Sometimes better than Ancestral Recall. With the Delve mechanic, you can exile cards from your graveyard. This is another reason that fetch lands are good in other formats. You delve away your fetch lands to make these cards cheaper. You don't have to worry about why these cards are good. Just trust me, they're great, they're fantastic, they're restricted in every format that they're legal in, and these cards were Modern legal as 4 of for a time being. And while they were legal, the best deck in the format was Birthing Pod. If you look at the results, if you go back and look, Birthing Pod is winning all of these events. There is typically, now, maybe it's not the best deck in the format. Birthing Pod was coming in first or second in all of these events, and then the rest of the top 8 was filled with Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time. But I just throw this out there to put in perspective how good Birthing Pod is. So Birthing Pod gets banned in about 2015, and a few months later, Pod was banned in January of 2015, and in March, we get Collected Company. Now, Collected Company is the card that we're going to be talking about today. And this pretty much ends the history segment of the deck, because now we're going to get into Collected Company. So, most of the cards in the deck, I'm not going to mention the fact that they synergize with Collected Company, but it's going to be there. If the card, so you look at the top 6 cards of your deck, it's an instant for 4 mana. You look at the top 6, then you get to choose 2 creature cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from among them and put them onto the battlefield. Then you can put the rest on the bottom in any order. The order doesn't matter. You're going to wind up shuffling your deck. Probably. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes the order matters. I take that back. It can actually come up, which is silly. But don't worry about that just yet. We'll talk about that in a second. So why is Collected Company so good? Now, Collected Company is starting to see play in a few more decks and color combinations that aren't just Abzan. But Abzan's going to be the one that we're talking about today. And the reason that Abzan is so strong And the reason that Birthing Pod was so strong is for this card right here. And this card has been a staple of Modern since Modern's inception. And this has been one of my favorite cards since this card was printed. I played this card in Standard. It's fantastic. There is some hybrid mana on it, so I'll explain that real quick. But it costs it costs a colorless, and then it costs a green or a white, and then another green or a white. So you can cast this card by paying a colorless, a green, and a green, a colorless, a white, and a white, or a colorless, a green, and a white. It is a 3/2 that when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. It's got a mechanic called Persist, which means when it dies, if it didn't already persist, if it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a -1/-1 counter on it. So then it returns to the battlefield as a 2/1, because both of these stats are getting -1/-1, and you gain 2 life again. So this is 3 mana, gain 4 life, but also block something. This is one of the best cards against aggressive decks in the format. And when I say aggressive, I mostly am referring to red deck wins or burn style aggressive decks that are going to attack with creatures. Also things like Zoo, which is just green, white, red. Creatures beat down a little bit of burn. But the fact that this card can block, it gains you some life. It's really fantastic, and it is one of the best anti-aggro tools that have really ever been printed. Now, there's some more specific anti-aggro tools that you could play. However, Kitchen Finks is also good against Grixis decks and things like that. It's a fantastic card. I'm going to be talking about it a lot more, but it's a fantastic card pretty much across the board and quite good. There's a lot of crazy synergies that you can do with it, but even regardless of the synergies, it's a good card. And at 3 mana, you're actually getting a pretty good rate on the card. So then let's go back and look at Collected Company. Collected Company says 2 creature cards that cost 3 mana or less. Well, Collected Company was already a house in Standard. There were a lot of pretty strong creatures while Collected Company was Standard legal. And you can look into Standard Collected Company deck lists. I didn't actually include any of those. I probably should have for the deck list section of the video, but we're going to be looking at enough Collected Company deck lists that we really don't need to. And I kind of have one that's like somewhat reminiscent of a Standard deck. But a lot of times in Standard, you're getting somewhat mediocre cards. And the crazy thing about Collected Company is if I told you that this card cost 4 mana, if this card cost 4 mana, it would still be good. And essentially what you're paying for with Collected Company, some of the times, you're just going to miss. Some of the times the card's going to be bad. You're going to get absolutely nothing, or you're going to get just a Birds of Paradise. And you know what? It's not the best thing in the world, but it's really not the worst. Because even if you just hit a Kitchen Finks off your Collected Company, just Kitchen Finks and nothing else, honestly, that's still pretty good. And that's one of the reasons that Collected Company is so fantastic. Kitchen Finks for 1 more mana, just to give it flash, still a pretty fantastic card. Now, Collected Company gets a little bit better than that when you factor in some combos and things that you can do with the card. And I'll talk about the combo now. So this is a combo that was played in the very first Birthing Pod deck that I was talking about for the Philly grudge match back in like 2011 or whatever, when Modern was first came out as a format. It wasn't at the Pro Tour, it wasn't at the Community Cup, but at the Philly grudge match, it was there, and it did put one into the top 8. So Birthing Pod with Kitchen Finks, pretty sweet synergy because you can pod away a Kitchen Finks, get a 4-drop, and then the Kitchen Finks will persist, and you'll still have that 2/1 there. So that's pretty good. But then when we factor in Melira, which is the card that I've mentioned a few times here now, this is the reason that you might hear me call the deck Melira Pod or Project Melira, or Melira Company. Again, Project comes from the original standard deck with Court of Calling. But what you might hear me refer to this card is this card, it's got a lot of weird words on it. It's a 2-mana 2/2. You can't get poison counters. Okay, I don't know what that means. Sure, it's good against Infect. Creatures you control can't have -1/-1 counters put on them, and creatures your opponents control lose Infect. Well, wait a minute. This second ability, that's really what we're looking at here. Kitchen Finks, I kind of threw you off the trail a little bit when I was first talking, but it says when this creature dies, if it has no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a -1/-1 counter on it. Now, in Magic, when a card tells you to do something, in most instances, there's a very specific instance where people think about where cards can fizzle. That's not what we're talking about here. Fizzle refers to when... Well, I'll get to fizzle later when we talk about Viscera Seer. But pretty much, if a card tells you to do something, you do as much of it as you can. And that's the baseline. Whenever a card tells you to... So in Kitchen Finks example, when this creature dies, you try to do as much of this as you can. If it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a -1/-1 counter. Well, if your creatures can't have -1/-1 counters put on them, you still do this first part. You still return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. And that's the important part. The Kitchen Finks, when it persists, and it can only persist if it didn't have a -1/-1 on it, so when it persists, then you can return it to play again, and it will return to play without a -1/-1 counter because it can't have a counter put on it. So that's pretty much the combo. Every time Kitchen Finks dies, it just immediately comes back into play. Now that's already pretty good. And there's times where just this interaction can win you the game, which is pretty cool. Your opponent attacks you, you block one of their creatures, your Kitchen Finks comes right back, you gain 2 life, because Kitchen Finks enters the battlefield yet again. If you want to get a little bit trickier, and this is typically what players wind up doing with cards like Birthing Pod and Collected Company, also specifically because Court of Calling is such a great way to tutor up and complete your 3-card creature combos, we've got Viscera Seer. Now, Viscera Seer can be anything. It can be anything that lets you sacrifice a creature for no cost. But in this case, we're going to play a 1-mana 1/1 that allows us to sacrifice a creature to scry 1. So yeah, let me just show off the combo right here. I have it up on another screen. This might be a little bit confusing because you'll notice that the creature that I have in play is not a Viscera Seer. Or I'm sorry, it's not Melira. I'm using Anafenza Kintree Spirit right here, but that part doesn't matter. And I'll touch on Anafenza Kintree Spirit in a moment. But basically, you sacrifice a creature. We're going to choose to sacrifice our Kitchen Finks. It's going to persist, and we're going to get this scry 1. So, okay, we're going to say, yes, persist happens. Then Kitchen Finks is going to come into play, and we're going to get 2 abilities. This is Anafenza's ability. We'll worry about what that does in a second. Kitchen Finks is going to come into play. I'm going to gain 2 life. Then Anafenza's Bolster ability is going to happen. Again, I'll talk about that in a second. Just pretend this is Melira, and we won't have to worry about it. And then you get to scry 1. So I'm going to just iterate this a few times here. I'm going to say always yield to that so that it doesn't matter. And I'm going to always yield to Kitchen Finks. And now you'll see I can sacrifice Kitchen Finks, and I'm adding up all of these scry 1s, and my life total is slowly going up and up. So you can, in Paper Magic, this is a little bit easier, because you can just say, I'm going to do this 6 billion times, and that works. You can't actually just use the word infinite in Paper Magic, but the combo can be iterated any number of times, and as a shorthand, sometimes you'll hear me say, or you'll hear other people say, infinite in Magic. You can't have infinite life in Magic the Gathering, but a lot of times you'll hear people refer to combos as infinite combos, and honestly, that's alright. Everybody knows what you're talking about. The basic thing is you can just loop this combo as many times as you want, and while we're doing this, every time we are gaining 2 life. And that's pretty much it. That's the combo. It's the fact, though, that Kitchen Finks is such a great card on its own, because I could show you the cards from the other deck, from the Court of Calling deck, and you'll see 2 of them are pretty bad on their own. Whereas, as I delve into some of the synergies that this deck has, you'll realize there are a lot of powerful interactions that you can do with all of these cards, but mainly it's the fact that so many powerful interactions exist with not Abzan Banner, but Kitchen Finks. So, you get to scry a whole bunch of times, and we are scrying, let me just scroll over here, scrying with your Viscera Seer. There's always the question of what to put back on top of your deck with Viscera Seer. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this part yet, but the reason you typically play Viscera Seer is because with Court of Calling, you can just go get it for X equals 1. And if you remember the Convoke ability, we can tap a Kitchen Finks to pay for the green part of this. We can tap a Melira to pay for this. Even though Kitchen Finks is both green and white, you can use it to pay for the green mana. You tap a Melira to pay for this, and then you only have to pay 2 more mana, and you can go get a Viscera Seer from your deck. So a lot of times that's very easy to set up and do because all of the combo pieces are so cheap here, and just lets you go for it. Now, the scry ability on Viscera Seer is relevant. A lot of times people will ask me when you're comboing, what's the best thing to put on top? There are a few different routes that you can go, because you look at, so it's scry 1, and scry 1 doesn't let you see that deep into your deck, but with all of these scry 1s, now we effectively, it's not quite a scry 6, but we can look at the top card of our deck, we can say, okay, I'm going to put that on bottom, I don't need another Kitchen Finks. We can look at the top card of our deck. All right, I don't need another Viscera Seer. We can look at the top card of our deck. All right, I don't need another land. So on and so forth. So what do you actually want to scry to? There's a few different answers. The main kill in the deck, once you've gained infinite life, you're not going to die. So one answer, and it's a relatively safe answer. Oh, I'm looking at the ability of that. Okay, it's a relatively safe answer, and that is Murderous Redcap. Murderous Redcap also has the Persist ability, so you can reset it with your Merlira and your Anafenza Kintree Spirit, things like that. But basically, this is the counterpart to Kitchen Finks. It deals damage instead of gaining life. Redcap is one of the things that you want to go for. The other thing is Recursion. And I guess when I say Redcap, I don't always mean Redcap. A lot of the times in the Melira version of the deck, the best card to put on top was just another Birthing Pod. And similarly, I believe now a lot of the time the best answer is to just get a Court of Calling, because a Court of Calling could be anything that you need, and it could just be a Redcap. If you don't want Redcap, then you potentially want some kind of Recursion, Eternal Witness. We'll talk about that later. There's some better Recursion, depending on how much mana you have access to, because you can only lose like if they wrath the board or something, so just get something big like a Revelark. Again, I'll touch on individual cards later. Removal is also good. Just get something like a Path to Exile or an Abrupt Decay, and interact with what your opponent's doing. If you're unable to win because they have some type of hate card against you in play, then, or they could have some type of hate card against you in play, then just get some removal and deal with their hate card. And then the last thing would be redundancy. And that would just be another Melira, another Viscera Seer, another Kitchen Finks. You're typically not going to go this route, but sometimes it happens. And there's a very specific instance in certain versions of the deck where you actually do want to just tutor up another Melira, and that'll unlock another combo for you. But that's what you want to scry. That's what you want to put on top. You've got a lot of options. I want to talk about the naming of the deck just for a second more. Mainly, the deck is referred to as Abzan CoCo, or Collected Company. The deck can also be referred to as Melira Company or Anafenza Company. Really, I think what people are missing is the fact that Kitchen Finks is the main card in the deck. Maybe just calling the deck Kitchen Company, or a cute little name that I came up with, Kitchen Counters, is not specific enough that people will know what you're talking about. But if you want to research more in this deck, there are a few different names that you can look for. Sometimes I even find myself still calling the deck Birthing Pod, because even though Birthing Pod isn't legal, it is still the spiritual predecessor to the deck. So, Kitchen Counter, probably not going to stick. Collected Company, Abzan, Melira Company, Anafenza Company, Birthing Pod, Melira Pod, Junk Pod might also be something else that you hear, or Junk Company. Before Abzan or Khans of Tarkir was printed, the three-color combination of white, black, and green was referred to as Junk, Junk, and that was just the unofficial name. There's some other unofficial names that you can probably look into and find, like Kitchen Counters. I've never heard anybody else use that name, but I think it's cute. I think it's clever. We'll see if it sticks. I doubt it. But those are all names that you can look for if you're looking. Different websites categorize decks in different ways. I think, like, Star City Games, probably. I don't even know what they categorize it at. The point is, everybody categorizes it as something different. That's enough about naming. We already talked about the combos. What I want to go now and do is talk about every individual card that can exist in Collected Company decks, and I'll just say I've got a lot of them. You got to buckle up, because I've got about 100 different cards that could exist in Collected Company now. 16 of these are lands. We don't really have to talk about these lands too much, but I'll briefly talk about them for a second here. Let me get back off of this page, though. Yeah, so we don't really have to talk about lands too much, but there's about 100 cards, more or less, that I want to talk about in Collected Company, and we're going to cover them all. So without further ado, let me get a drink of water here, and I am going to jump into it. So this is going to be a complete compendium of everything that at least I can think of in Collected Company Abzan. And I want to make sure that you, if you've never played this deck before, hell, if you've never played Modern before, that you understand every single one of these cards and what they're doing. So first off, I'm just going to start off with Kitchen Finks. This is a mainstay of the deck. It's been a staple in Modern since Modern's a format. All that good stuff that I mentioned previously. But rules-wise, how does this card work? Well, I already mentioned the hybrid mana. That can throw some new players off. It's pretty straightforward. You pay a green or a white. But what's really tricky about this card is the persist. When this creature dies, and you may have seen when I was comboing off originally, but when this creature dies, which means whenever it is destroyed or takes lethal combat damage or has 0 toughness, whenever it's put into a graveyard from play, if it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under this creature's control, under this owner's control with a negative counter on it. What this also is saying is when this creature dies, put a triggered ability on the stack. And what that means is that your opponent, or you potentially, has the chance to respond while Kitchen Finks is in the graveyard. One of the most basic ways that your opponents can stop your combo is you've got a Kitchen Finks, you've got a Melira, and you've got a Viscera Seer. Sorry, my computer froze for a second. All right, you've got a Viscera Seer. You sacrifice the Kitchen Finks to the Viscera Seer, and in response, your opponent kills your Melira Sylvok Outcast. Now they can do this with Punishing Fire if that card was still legal, which is one of the reasons that this deck was tricky, but it can just be something like Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, Path to Exile, Abrupt Decay, Culligan's Command. They can also bounce it, like return it to your hand with Cryptic Command, something like that. There are a lot of different ways that they can remove your Melira. If this happens, then your Kitchen Finks is going to return to play with a -1/-1 counter on it, and your combo's over. The reason I say that you can also respond to your persist is, let's say you sacrifice Kitchen Finks to Viscera Seer, your opponent responds by killing your Melira. In response to that, you either cast a Collected Company or you cast a Court of Calling, and you look for another Melira effect. And I'm going to explain what Melira effect means once I get to Melira, but it's just important to realize that if your opponent kills your combo piece, you're not just dead in the water. You can continue to combo if you search out more combo pieces. Now, where this gets a little bit tricky is if your opponent has Graveyard Hate. There's a lot of different Graveyard Hate that can interact with this deck, mainly with Kitchen Finks, because Kitchen Finks does have to go to the graveyard. That gets placed on the stack. Your opponent has a chance to respond before it returns to play. So some common graveyard hate could be something like Surgical Extraction, Scavenging Ooze. Both of those things could respond to Kitchen Finks. There's also just static graveyard hate that I guess I should mention as well, because that is also going to prevent Kitchen Finks from persisting. So something like Grafdigger's Cage, Rest in Peace, not necessarily, Nihil Spellbomb, I guess, is more of the first category, but different things like that. There's essentially two categories, and that's like static graveyard hate and then one-shot graveyard hate. But the static graveyard hate you're going to know about because it's already going to be in play. The one-shot graveyard hate, like Scavenging Ooze, and I'll just pull that one up here because that's the most important one. So Scavenging Ooze, your opponent can pay a green and exile your Kitchen Finks from you. You got to be careful of stuff like that. If your opponent has mana open, even though, just because of removal spells, that means you don't always just want to go for the combo. All your opponent needs is one removal spell on Melira, and if you don't have any sort of backup, that's your whole combo disrupted. Now I want to talk about Melira. So I think I've covered most of what I've covered with Kitchen Finks. There's going to be a lot more that I talk about with it when I talk about some of the other combos that you can do, but everything else just kind of relates to Kitchen Finks, and that's kind of the centerpiece card of the deck. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. So in terms of number of Kitchen Finks, for every card I want to talk about just all of the weird interactions that come up with, how many that you play, and when it's good based off of my own opinion, but also based off of what metagames it's good in and what matchups it's good in. So Kitchen Finks, if I can throw that back up on the screen here. Kitchen Finks, in terms of how many you're going to play, the answer's 4. You're just going to play 4 Kitchen Finks in pretty much every Abzan Collected Company deck that you play. In every Melira-based Abzan Collected Company deck that you play. There's going to be some decks that aren't really Melira-based, that you're not going to run as many Kitchen Finks in, but even then, and one of the reasons that this combo is so strong is because Kitchen Finks is so strong. If you are playing Collected Company in Modern and you're not playing Kitchen Finks, what are you doing? It's just the best card that you can get. There's some other good ones, but it's one of the best cards that you can get off of a Collected Company. So you're pretty much always going to run 4. Now, in terms of sideboarding and metagames, when are you going to play less Kitchen Finks? I don't think there should typically be any metagames that dictate playing less than 4 Kitchen Finks in your Kitchen Finks-based combo decks, but especially because it is, like I said, such a grindy card. And the deck is also good because, sure, this is a combo card, but if your opponent can't just kill this card, unless they have Path to Exile, this card's going to come back if they Lightning Bolt it, if they Abrupt Decay it, if they Fatal Push it, and it's going to be able to get some value. So because of that, this card is even good against decks where, like, I would never try to combo, and we'll talk about this, I guess, when we get to Melira, getting a little bit ahead of myself. I'm not ever really trying to combo against decks like Jund and Grixis. Those decks are just full of removal. Abrupt Decay, Path to Exile, well, not Path in those 2 decks, Fatal Push, Culligan's Command, Snapcaster Mage, things like that. It's way too hard to combo against those decks. But even with all of the removal, that just means Kitchen Finks is even better. So against decks like Jund and Grixis, Kitchen Finks is good, but generally you are trimming on a little bit of the combo. I think I tend to cut a Kitchen Finks or 2 against controlling Grixis decks, depending on how many sideboard cards you have. Where else do you not want Kitchen Finks? Well, there's actually some decks in Modern that don't care if you gain infinite life. Mainly Tron doesn't care if you gain infinite life because they can still kill you by decking you with Ulamog and Emrakul. What else doesn't care about infinite life? Well, other decks that have Emrakul in them, like Through the Breach decks, I suppose don't have to care about infinite life. So stuff like that, you want to board out Kitchen Finks. Where else? Off the top of my head, that's really the main matchup that you're boarding Kitchen Finks out in, is Tron. But there's some potential to keep it in some modern versions of the deck. And by modern, I mean current versions. Kitchen Finks is really just a fantastic card. If they play Kitchen Finks like it attacks into Karn Liberated, I believe, right? Yeah, I think so. I believe he ticks down to 3 loyalty. But the card is just quite fantastic across the board. And having infinite life can never hurt you, right? So having infinite life is typically pretty sweet. There's some decks where it's not as good, like Infect or Affinity. But you'd be surprised. Infinite life is still clearly good against Affinity, but it's not as great against something like Infect. What is good against Infect, and I should mention, Infect hasn't been seeing much play since the banning of Gitaxian Probe. That makes that deck a lot harder to play. But Melira is obviously very good against Infect. So now I want to talk about Melira here, and I also want to define the term Melira, because I'm going to use the word Melira sometimes, and I'm not going to be talking about Melira Sylvok Outcast. I'm also not going to be talking about the other Melira. I think that there is a Melira that's like Phyrexian. Oh no, I guess there isn't. Okay, so there's only this one Melira. I must be thinking of another card. But there is... I'll try to watch how often I do it, but Melira, I sometimes just refer... Like, you saw me combo off with this card earlier, Anafenza Kintree Spirit. This card I sometimes just refer to as a Melira, because it can reset your Kitchen Finks in the same way that a Melira can. Now, there's 2 types of Meliras. There's a Melira that just resets your Kitchen Finks every single time, and then there's also some Meliras that are temporary resets. Now, anything can be a Melira. I'll show off, there's some pretty bad Meliras that have never seen any play, like Ivy League Denizen. Whenever another creature comes onto the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 on target creature, and Juniper Order Ranger does the same thing. These are kind of Meliras. Those are the better tier of Meliras. There's also just, like, sometimes I refer to cards as Meliras because they can reset your Kitchen Finks one time. What's a good example of that? Okay, like Abzan Ascendancy. When Abzan Ascendancy enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I'll talk about why this works in a second once we get off of Melira, but this can reset your Melira, or reset your Kitchen Finks one time. So there's two terms that I want to, and actually one other term that you may not have heard before, but those terms, as I want to define them here, are Meliras, which is anything that can infinitely reset your Kitchen Finks. There are resets, just in general, and I'm using that. A reset is anything that can allow a Kitchen Finks to persist an additional time. That's the definition that I'm using. Anything that allows your Kitchen Finks to persist an additional time. So, and then the last thing that I want to define is Hate Bear. Hate Bear is kind of a weird term, but if you're not familiar with it, but basically, let's take a look at this card right here. Grizzly Bears. This card has been in the game, I'm pretty sure, since the game's inception. It is a green and a generic mana for a 2/2 creature -bear. And you cannot forget that among all of Dominaria's wonders, a system of life exists, yada yada yada. So what's a Hate Bear? A Hate Bear generally refers to, if you look at Melira, watch that mana cost and that power toughness. They didn't change. That's because Melira is a Grizzly Bear, meaning a creature that costs 2 for a 2/2, but it also has all of these abilities. And I want to delve into all of these abilities now, but you might hear me use the word Hate Bear throughout it. I might say this is a Hate Bear for X, meaning X particular matchup, but Hate Bear is just a term that people might throw around there. It generally means a 2-cost creature that is a 2/2, though sometimes there'll be 3-cost creatures, and I'll slip up and say Hate Bear. A lot of times there'll be 2/1s as well, especially if they're white. A lot of times those are 2/1s. But all of those, I'm just referring to cheap creatures that also have effects that generally hose particular strategies. So what does Melira hose? Well, I already talked about the fact that it's a Melira. It resets your Kitchen Finks, or I'm sorry, it doesn't reset your Kitchen Finks. Because if your Kitchen Finks has already persisted, then it's going to stay there with a -1/-1 counter on it. And that's one of the important things to realize about Melira, is that it is not a resetter for an already persisted Kitchen Finks. And that's where some of those weird resetters that I brought up, and I'll bring up more after I talk about the Meliras, but sometimes where a resetter comes up is you'll have a Melira, a Viscera Seer, and a Kitchen Finks in play. But the Kitchen Finks has already persisted. And that's all fine and dandy, but you can't combo off if your Kitchen Finks has already persisted. So you need to find a way to remove -1/-1 counters from creatures you control. And there's a few ways to do that, but let's talk about the other things that Melira can do first. You can't get poison counters. That means she's an excellent hoser to the infect strategy. I just read a comment on Twitch chat here as I am live streaming this. He brought up that, and I do want to echo this statement because it's not only funny, but it is very true, that Kitchen Finks, if I can find that, Kitchen Finks is it's good against combo, it's good against aggro, it's good against control. The only reason that you play 4 of them is because you are not allowed to play 6. And yeah, credit to KEMTG for that comment. Because yeah, Kitchen Finks really is that good. But yeah, back to Melira. You can't get poison counters, so anything that tries to give you, if you aren't familiar with poison counters, I feel like most people are, but let's say you are brand new to it. Let's just find a Glistener Elf here. So Glistener Elf deals damage in the form of Infect, which gives creatures -1/-1 counters and players poison counters. That doesn't really explain what a poison counter does, but it's a separate life total that you have. Whenever you get 10 poison counters, you lose the game. So every player starts with 20 life and 0 poison counters. Your life total goes down, your poison counters go up as you take poison damage or infect damage. And Melira says, nah, we ain't doing any of that. So Melira says anytime you would get a poison counter, instead you just don't. And in Magic, whenever, and this is pretty important, especially for Melira, whenever you see the word can't in Magic the Gathering, can't always trumps can. And why that's important is Kitchen Finks says put a -1/-1 counter on it. And Melira says, well, it can't. So you've got two cards telling you to do different things. Which one wins? It's the one that says can't. And that's just how Magic works. Can't always trumps can, or trumps you telling to do an action. You can't get poison counters is pretty straightforward. Creatures your opponents control lose infect is pretty interesting. It means that Glistener Elf will just be a 1/1 with no abilities. And that means that your infect opponents can still try to kill you through normal damage. It makes sense, and it helps out with the rules. Now, there's one really weird card that I want to talk about with Melira in particular, and some of you may already know what that is, but that is the card Inkmoth Nexus. Now, you're not going to see Inkmoth Nexus as often as you used to, because like I said, Gitaxian Probe got banned, and Infect is not as big of a deck as it was before. But the way that Inkmoth Nexus works, if you look at Melira, it says can't, and then it says lose. It doesn't say creatures your opponents control can't have infect, because that's just not templating and terminology that Magic typically uses. It says that they lose infect. So anything like Glistener Elf is going to lose infect, but still be a normal creature and be able to deal normal combat damage. The reason that Inkmoth Nexus is so weird, and there's one other card, but it doesn't see any modern play, so I'm not going to discuss it. Maybe it sees some play in some Kiln Fiend decks. Sorry, Kiln Fiend lovers, I'm not going to get too deep into it. Also, I just don't know the name of the card. Alright, I'll try to find it here while I'm talking. But just, I feel like I need to do my due diligence here and talk about anything random. Oh, sorry, I got off of it. But let me try to put Inkmoth Nexus, or at least Melira, back on the screen here. So there is one other card. Alright, here's Inkmoth Nexus, because that's the one that we're talking about. Alright. So Inkmoth Nexus says when you activate it, basically what Inkmoth is doing is it's gaining infect. And then we've got an issue of timestamp. And you'll be able to see it here on Tainted Strike a little bit better, as I did find the name of the card. But Tainted Strike allows the creature to gain infect. Oh, yeah, there's actually some other cards, but I guess it's just important to really know about Inkmoth Nexus. But when we see it in this kind of context, this is like the only other one that potentially sees play. But yeah, somebody in chat mentioned there's like Vector Asp. It's not really as important. You're really just going to need to know Inkmoth Nexus and potentially Tainted Strike. But when you have a card that says gains and a card that says loses, what you're looking at there is timestamp. So there's two ways that this can go with Inkmoth Nexus. But what's really weird is if a creature loses infect from Melira, or just doesn't have infect to begin with, and you have a Melira in play, and then somebody plays something that makes that card gain Infect, like Inkmoth Nexus. Inkmoth Nexus gains Flying and Infect. It doesn't have the word gains written on it, but that's essentially how it works. It's going to gain Infect, so it actually will have it, unlike the Glistener Elf, I'll just put on Contagious Nim on the board. Unlike Contagious Nim, which is a vanilla, meaning no ability, 2/2 creature, Inkmoth Nexus still will have Infect. So what does that mean? That means that Inkmoth Nexus will go to attack you, it will still have Infect, and does it deal... I can't actually remember if it deals damage to you, if it triggers things like Sword of Feast and Famine. I'll be honest, I don't remember, and that's a really tricky rules question. I'll have to look that up, but you can look that up, I guess. Melira, Feast and Famine, Inkmoth Nexus. Google those 3 words if you want to find out how that rules interaction works. But basically, it will either deal damage to you or not deal damage to you, I forget. But the damage is completely negated, because you can't get poison counters, and creatures with Infect deal their damage in the form of -1/-1 counters. So they deal their damage in the form of -1/-1 counters, and you can't get those poison counters. I'm not sure. And they deal them in the form of poison counters. I believe the damage still happens with an Inkmoth Nexus, but no, you don't change your life total. There's no change of life total, and you don't change your poison total. Pretty much, there's a card with Infect. Their opponent is giving their creature Infect with either Inkmoth Nexus or the Tainted Strike, and then you're saying, okay, well, I can't take Infect, so nothing happens. I think I illustrated that in a clear way. It might have been a little bit confusing, but it is a confusing rules interaction, and if it sounds confusing, it's only because it is. It doesn't come up too much. My advice, if you're playing in a Modern tournament, or any Magic tournament really, and you don't understand how a certain interaction works, never be afraid to call a judge. And that's just like my advice for anybody. If you what's my advice to a new player going to FNM? Call a judge. Never be afraid to call a judge. That's what they're there for. And Magic is a complicated game. I'm a judge, and even I'm getting some rules interactions mixed up here and there. So the only other thing that I want to touch on with Melira is that she was once a pariah and now she's Mirrodin's greatest hope. No, okay. Those words don't matter. Those are flavor text. Human, Scout, that doesn't really come up. There are a lot of humans in the deck, so playing something like Cavern of Souls could be potential in some metagames, but I don't even think human or scout is relevant. It's actually just legendary creature. The fact that it's legendary means that you can only ever have one Melira in play at a time, so that is where a lot of times you'll never really see 4 Meliras in a deck list. A lot of times, I mean, I've seen it, don't get me wrong, I've seen it. A lot of times those are slightly more budgeted deck lists, potentially. But in terms of the number of Meliras in your deck list, you are either going to be playing between 2 and 0. And the reason for that is there's a lot more Meliras that you can play now. You don't actually have to play Melira Sylvok Outcast, but we do want to give props to the very first Melira, even though technically Juniper Order Ranger was the first Melira, at least the first one that I can think of, but Melira was the OG Melira. You can see Juniper Order Ranger costs 5 mana, and the real thing is if Melira was never printed, maybe this card would see more play, but as it stands, Melira came out in the same set as Birthing Pod did, I believe, right? Yeah. And that was pretty much the start of the Modern format. If Modern had started before that, maybe we would see more Juniper Order Ranger decks, but that's besides the point. While I'm on this card, I am going to talk about it. This card has never seen any play, so I'm going to get that out of the way beforehand. And you're typically going to see between 0 and 0 cards named Juniper Order Ranger in any Collected Company deck. Now, part of the reason for that is there's just better cards that exist that do the same thing, but also you can't Collected Company for it. So a lot of the cards that I'm going to be showing off that cost 4 or more mana need to be really, really good, and Juniper Order Ranger just doesn't quite make the cut. Now, what does Juniper Order Ranger do? Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and a +1 counter on Juniper Order Ranger. So, time to learn some more rules. Basically, not basically, exactly. Whenever you, I should say basically, because there is a slight corner case where it doesn't work. We'll get to that later. Whenever a creature has a -1/-1 counter and a +1/+1 counter on it at the same time, the game says, well, wait a minute. This card, or this counter, is going to cancel out this counter. Let's just make this a lot more simple. Let's get rid of both of them, so that's what the game does. And it removes both the -1/-1 counter and the +1/+1 counter from your creature. And it makes sense if you think about it. If this card had a -1/-1 and a +1/+1 counter on it, it would still be a 3/2. So there's no real reason to represent that with two separate counters that are really just canceling each other out. And game rules-wise, they actually do. You take, if you're playing physically, you'll have the counters on them, and then you'll physically take them both off and put them back in your dice box or counter container, and you'll remove them from your kitchen Finks. The reason that that's so important is because persist, same thing. It's not asking if it's already persisted. It's asking if kitchen Finks had a -1/-1 counter on it when it died. And if the answer is no, because you're able to negate that counter with a +1/+1 counter from Juniper Order Ranger, well, then you are going to you're going to have a kitchen Finks that can persist again. So Juniper Order Ranger is a type of Melira. And now I think that definition might make a little bit more sense. When I say type of Melira, I mean that it is just a creature that can infinitely reset your kitchen Finks. So that's Juniper Order Ranger. I'm going to get him out of... So just so you can see kind of what I'm in for here, this is all of the cards that have ever really seen play in Melira decks, as well as some sideboard cards and some sideboard cards to keep in mind. I'm going to try to discuss all of them. So that's what I'm up to right now. And we've got a lot of them. Not Blightsteel Colossus. I don't know where the hell that came from. But Blightsteel Colossus will not be... Oh, because it has Infect. And I've got that on the top bar here. All right, let me get rid of those. So, Juniper Order Ranger, that's all that there really is to say about that card. And that's pretty much all that there is about that. I want to run through one more card here that is like kind of a Melira. This one's definitely never seen play. Juniper Order Ranger saw play in some Birthing Pod decks. The main reason to have a Juniper Order Ranger and an Ivy League Denizen, same thing whenever another green creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. The main reason to do that is when converted mana cost matters. If you need a 5-drop Melira, or you need a 4-drop Melira, or you need a 3-drop Melira, they're all available. And I don't actually remember what the 3-drop one is, but that's interesting. I wonder if it's still good. Oops. Don't need to show that guy off yet. Okay. But yeah, Ivy League Denizen, same thing, just doesn't really make the cut because we're a Collected Company deck. We're not a Birthing Pod deck, sadly. So let's get Ivy League Denizen out of here. What else is a Melira? Anafenza Qasali Spirit. Now this card costs double white, so it's a little bit more restrictive on the mana cost. It is also a legendary creature, so you don't want to play too many of this in your deck. However, this card is a lot better than Melira, but where it shines, and Anafenza Qasali Spirit was the card that I was comboing off earlier. So if we read it here, whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, bolster 1. What the hell does bolster mean? Bolster means you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature with the least toughness among creatures you control. If you have multiple creatures, you get to choose which one, but Kitchen Finks is always going to, when it persists, have the least toughness or be tied for the least toughness with creatures that you control, because it's going to come back into play as a 2/1. So I can show this off here because I already have it set up. It persists, comes back into play with a -1/-1 counter. Then we gain 2 life, go up to 38, and the bolster happens, and it just automatically is placed on Kitchen Finks, and that is reset. Now, why is Anafenza better than Melira? Well, it's because the bolster can actually do a lot more for your deck. If you notice right now, this Viscera Seer has 2 +1/+1 counters on it already and is a 3/3, and Anafenza has a +1/+1 counter on it already and is also a 3/3. And that's a pretty good mode out of this card. You can start bolstering and putting counters on your Birds of Paradise, and you can actually start really clocking your opponent, even if you don't have the full combo. So it's just a solid card by itself. It's not a great card by itself by any stretch of the imagination, but you can get some decent value off of it. An important thing to note is that if you get an Anafenza off of a collected company, then you get to put a +1/+1 counter on something else. If you bring, so say you Anafenza, or you collected company for an Anafenza and a Viscera Seer. Well, if you do that, you immediately get a bolster trigger, and you get to place that bolster on wherever you'd like, as long as it's your lowest toughness creature. So creatures that enter the battlefield at the same time do see other creatures that enter the battlefield with them. It's a little bit confusing. Basically, all it translates to is that if you collected company, hit an Anafenza and something else, you get to put a +1/+1 counter wherever you want. In this way, Anafenza is also a resetter. And that's one of the other things that makes Anafenza better than Melira. She's also just better unless you're playing against Infect or potentially Affinity, which also plays Inkmoth Nexus. But the fact that it is also a resetter for your Kitchen Finks, and you don't have to reset off of a collected company. You can just play Anafenza, have a Kitchen Finks that's already persisted, play a Spellskite, bolster your Kitchen Finks. You can play literally any creature and bolster your Kitchen Finks. So, pretty cool. There is... no, I'll get to that later. So another thing that could come up, because Anafenza is legendary, and this is mostly all Anafenza can do, that's like somewhat tricky. She doesn't have that many tricky things going on with her, but if you collected company and you hit 2 Anafenzas, you might want to consider putting other cards into play, but there might be times where it's correct to take both of those Anafenza Qasali Spirits. The reason for that is because both Anafenzas will see each other, and both of them will trigger their bolster ability. Then you'll place those bolster abilities on the stack, and you'll sacrifice one of your Anafenzas, because you can't have 2 legendary creatures with the exact same name. You can have the other Anafenza, which I'll talk about in a little bit because that's also a resetter, but you can have the other Anafenza in play at the same time, but if you have 2 Anafenzas, you've got to sacrifice one of them. Then you'll get 2 bolster triggers, and you'll be able to distribute those among creatures you control. It's also important to note that bolster triggers trigger independently of each other. So say your battlefield is just Anafenza. You flip over a collected company, and that collected company reveals Noble Hierarch, and that collected company reveals Birds of Paradise, both of which are 0/1 creatures. You cannot stack the bolster triggers in any way that you'll be able to put both of those counters on your Birds of Paradise. You will have to put both of those counters on each of your creatures unless you also have a Viscera Seer in play. And what's weird about this, I can show you a little bit of it, but then I'm not going to be able to combo any more here. But I can show you a little bit of what that would look like. So let me turn off auto yields. I'm going to sacrifice Kitchen Finks to Viscera Seer. It's going to persist. I'm going to get a bolster trigger, and I'm going to put that bolster trigger on the stack. Then I'm going to sacrifice Kitchen Finks. Then I'm going to sacrifice Anafenza. Now, this is all very weird, and you're not typically going to want to do this, but there are actually times where it comes up. So sure, we'll put this on top of your deck. Always yield to Kitchen Finks, and now I've got a bolster trigger, and I can actually choose to put it on Viscera Seer. Now, that might seem like a very weird play, and in this instance, it is. But that could be something that comes up with Anafenza. You can respond to your bolster triggers and either sacrifice more creatures so that one of your creatures is the biggest. Typically, you're only going to want to do that if, you can find some lethal where Birds of Paradise is going to attack. But here's a pretty good example. You've got a Birds of Paradise in your hand. You cast it. You get a bolster trigger. Then before that bolster trigger resolves, you sacrifice the Birds of Paradise, because otherwise you're going to have to bolster that bird if that's your lowest creature. But if you sack the bird, then maybe you can bolster Anafenza itself, or you can bolster your Viscera Seer to be out of lightning bolt range, something like that. And those kind of plays, while they don't come up that often, they are not that crazy, and they do sometimes come up. Now, the only other thing that I want to touch on with Anafenza, and I kind of actually wish I didn't sacrifice my whole board here. It's going to take way too long to set up another combo. Let me see. If I can hit a combo piece here. Sure. Okay. So let's go for this. Next turn. I'm just playing in solitaire mode here, so I'm passing all my turns. But let's go. Right. Let's do this. Let's return Anafenza. It's just potentially going to be easier to explain this combo to you if you see it all happen. But basically, all right, then we'll move to our next turn. We've got the combo set up again here. And now what we're looking for is a Melira. So I'm going to sacrifice Kitchen Finks. Oh, you know what? This is going to take way too long, because now I'm in a scenario where I have to bolster, and I've got to choose where I bolster. And because I've got two creatures that have the lowest toughness, I have to keep choosing Kitchen Finks. So I'm not going to combo. Basically, what I wanted to show off is that if you had a Melira in play at this same time. That's not a Melira. This is a Melira. So if you have a Melira in play, but you also have an Anafenza, and you also have a Kitchen Finks, and you also have a Viscera Seer. So you have the Anafenza combo plus Melira. What's going to happen is Kitchen Finks is going to return to play, and you're going to have a Bolster trigger. And what I want you to do is I want you to keep that scry on the stack, and I want you to keep that Bolster trigger on the stack. The only triggers that I want you to resolve are the Kitchen Finks Persist triggers and the Kitchen Finks Gain Life triggers. And then what you're going to do is Kitchen Finks is going to come back into play without a -1/-1 counter, so you're going to be able to sacrifice it immediately again. What you can do is you can stack up infinite Bolster triggers. Let's say you stack up 50 Bolster triggers, and you have those 4 creatures in play. Once you're done comboing, after you've gained a whole bunch of life, all of those Bolster triggers are going to resolve at the same time, and you're going to be able to put a bunch of +1/+1 counters on all of the creatures that you control. This deck actually has that hidden combo in it that not a lot of people realize, and it's a combo between having both Anafenza and Melira out on the battlefield at the same time. If you have both of those, a Kitchen Finks and a Viscera Seer, you get to grow your entire team by as much as you'd like. And you know what? I kind of feel like while I'm talking here, I should just try to demonstrate that, because it is a little bit complicated, and I think that it might help some people out to see it. So, no, I just have to click here. Okay, yeah, let's just go bottom, and I'm just going to search for a Melira. You know what actually might help? I'm actually just going to cheat this a little bit. I could be scrying cards to the bottom, and typically, if this is the deck that I was playing, because this deck, because it has both Melira and Anafenza in it, you actually don't have to play Murderous Redcap, which I talked about before. It's on my other screen. But you don't have to play Murderous Redcap because you actually have a completely different way of dealing infinite damage. So let's just draw cards until we draw Melira. Oh, you know what? Chord of Calling will do it. All right, discard until we have 7 cards in hand. Sure. So Chord of Calling, I'm going to cast Chord. You can see how you cast it on Magic Online here. Currently X = 2, sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and get Melira Sylvok Outcast, and I'm going to remove all auto yields. That bolstered our Eternal Witness, so now our Bolster triggers will go on Kitchen Finks automatically. I'm going to sacrifice Kitchen Finks. Actually, they won't go on Kitchen Finks automatically because we're going to hold priority. So I am going to always yield to Persist, and I'm also going to always yield to gaining 2 life. But these Bolster triggers I'm going to hang on to. And if we watch what happens here, short, just always yielding to Persist. And we're also responding to all of these scry abilities. So basically, you see the point here. I may have... No, okay. I thought I sacrificed Viscera Seer to itself for a second. So we're gaining all of these Bolster abilities. So if any point I just want to say, all right, let's stop. Oh, Bolster 1. All right, so now I go, all right, I'll put a counter on Melira. I'll put a counter on Eternal Witness. I'll put a counter on Anafenza. And now at this point, I'd have to put a counter on Kitchen Finks. And Bolster 1, I get to put that anywhere. But you can see, I can iterate that as many times as I want, and I can give all of my creatures plus 1,000, plus 1,000. So all you need by that point is to have one more creature than your opponent has blockers and removal spells, and you'll be able to get in for 1,000 points of damage. You can also have a Birds of Paradise. You're not really going to play any other types of unblockable or fear creatures. There's one other fear creature that sometimes sees play in the deck, but for the most part, you're going to get through with flying and have that be the answer. But just figured I'd point this out. A lot of people don't notice that Anafenza and Melira in conjunction actually create an infinite damage combo. Now, there are still reasons to play Murderous Redcap. Somebody mentioned Ensnaring Bridge, which I'll talk about in a second. With this board state, we can actually beat an Ensnaring Bridge, but I'll talk about that when I get to sideboard cards, because there's weird things that you might want to do in response to those. But that's basically the combo. That is almost everything that I can say about Anafenza. I want to go back to this page here. I am going to talk about one more Melira now, and that is a Melira that just got printed, Vizier of Remedies. If one or more -1/-1 counters would be put on a creature you control, put that many -1/-1 counters, or -1, are put on it instead. Sorry, tripped up reading it. You guys can probably read better than I can, but this card's pretty straightforward. It says when Kitchen Finks persists, it comes back without a -1/-1 counter. Why would you want to play this card over some of the other cards? Well, first off, the card's brand new. At the time of making this recording, this is the most recent set, Amonkhet, and just for that reason alone, you might decide you want to play Vizier of Remedies. But there are also times where it is better than both of the other cards we've seen before. First off, it's the first Melira that costs 2 mana and isn't legendary, which means we can have a bunch of them in play. If you have a battlefield that is something like double Vizier of Remedies, double Viscera Seer, your opponent isn't going to be able to stop your combo with a simple spot removal spell. It is, however, only a 2/1 creature, so that's a little bit awkward, but the mana cost is a little bit easier to activate than Anafenza. There's a lot less versatility out of Vizier of Remedies. However, the reason that you play Vizier of Remedies over the other Meliras is because Vizier of Remedies has an additional combo with it, with a card called Devoted Druid. Devoted Druid costs 2 mana for a 0/2. You can tap it for a green mana. You can also untap it for a -1/-1 counter. What's interesting about Devoted Druid, well, I won't get into all the Devoted Druid stuff, because Devoted Druid's actually It's such an elegant card. It seems so simple, but there are so many crazy things that you can do with it. And while we're on the topic of Vizier of Remedies, I will say that I'll just explain how this combo works. You can activate Devoted Druid's ability, but it acts as a cost reduction effect, the Vizier of Remedies. So in order to untap Devoted Druid, you don't have to pay anything. You have to put 1 -1/-1 counter on it, but anything that would put 1 -1/-1 counter on something can put that many -1/-1 counters, which is a very weird way to word that, but I'll say you get to put 1 less. You get to put 1 less counter on Devoted Druid every time you activate it, which means it's free to activate, which means this is a 2-card infinite mana combo. Pretty good, and it's pretty good also because you do want to play mana creatures in this deck, and you do want to play Meliras. So both of these cards get to do double duty. How many Viziers do you want to play in your deck? Time will tell. There have been some lists already that play 4 Viziers. My current list that I'm testing out, and I'll show off later, is a 4 Vizier list, but you might only want to play 1. In a similar way to Melira, Vizier is... So Vizier plus Anafenza plus Viscera Seer plus Kitchen Finks is a 4-card combo that will make your entire team infinitely large in the same way that Melira was a Melira, Vizier is a Melira, in the kind of like same way, not letting Kitchen Finks come into play with a counter, so you get to bolster your entire team infinite times. So all of that is pretty good. And potentially quite powerful. How powerful is it? Well, I'm not super sure. I do actually have to rewind for a second, because I realized that on Melira and Anafenza, there was one thing that I didn't talk about, and that was metagames, matchups, different things like that. Melira is falling a little bit out of favor because there's no Infect, and Vizier just got printed. We'll see how all of this stuff kind of stacks up. But one thing that's important is to realize that against combo decks, you're not really a combo deck. So a lot of times when you're playing, against grindy decks, you are not really a combo deck. Against something like Grixis or Jund, Melira and Anafenza, those want to be... Now, Anafenza's got other uses as well, but Melira's probably the first card out in a lot of those grindy matchups. The ability to gain infinite life when your opponent isn't paying attention is sweet. So a lot of times you'll keep in one Melira effect, but by that, I don't typically mean Melira. And a lot of times just having Anafenza in your deck is good enough. You don't really want Melira, nor do you really need it. Anafenza just being slightly strong means that you are less likely to cut your Anafenzas, but you do really... I mean, this card's just asking to get Culligan's Commanded. Culligan's Command is 2 damage to a creature or player, and then do something else, and these cards are just so fragile. If you just play it, then it's not going to get you much value, though they're still fine. Just because of the ability to potentially infinite combo your opponent out when their gates are totally down. Vizier of Remedies is tricky, and the deck lists with that are a lot trickier because you're typically playing higher numbers of combo cards. So it's a little bit harder to cut, but generally you can still find the ways to do it. So those are the 3 main Meliras. However, I want to touch on another card in the deck that is pretty much a Melira and interchangeable. If you've got a Kitchen Finks and you've got a Viscera Seer, you could also have Archangel of Thune in play. Now, I mentioned a card having to be pretty good if you can't Collected Company for it. And this card is nowhere close to being able to Collected Company for. However, you can Court of Calling for it, because you can Court of Calling for anything, and a lot of times you do. The reason Archangel of Thune is good, though, is not because it's a combo piece. It's great because it's a combo piece, but it's good because this is already just a Baneslayer Angel of sorts. This is a 5-mana 3/4 with flying and lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So there's a lot of things that means. But basically, in a very simple point, let's just pretend this is the only card you're playing in your deck. This would be a great card. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Now, there's lots of ways to gain life, but one of the easiest ways is written right on the card. Whenever Archangel of Thune deals damage, your entire team gets a +1/+1 counter. That includes herself. So she's going to be a 3/4, then she's going to be a 4/5, and then she's going to be a 5/6, and then the game's probably over because you've got a 5/6 lifelinker in play that your opponent hasn't killed for a short number of times here. How else can you gain life, and what else can Archangel of Thune do? It is important to realize that Kitchen Finks not only combos with Archangel of Thune, because a Viscera Seer will let you sacrifice Kitchen Finks. Kitchen Finks will persist with a -1/-1 counter. It'll come back into play. You'll gain 2 life. You will, after gaining 2 life, put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures. Then the +1/+1 and the negative counter will cancel each other out, and your Kitchen Finks will be able to persist again. So that's how that combo works. It's pretty sweet. And it's also pretty sweet because all 3 of those cards, mainly Kitchen Finks and Archangel of Thune, are great cards by itself. More so than Anafenza and Melira and Vizier. Archangel of Thune is just a fantastic card by itself. But also, you can just have an Archangel of Thune in play, and then just play a Kitchen Finks. And then you gain a life, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, or you gain 2 life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and you're doing it. It is important to realize potentially that whenever you gain life, just doesn't care about how much life you gain. If you gain 10 life, or if you gain 1 life, you're only going to be putting 1+1/+1 counter. The only difference is gaining 4 life is not the same as gaining 2 life and gaining 2 life. And that's very important. Gaining 2 life and then gaining 2 life will trigger Archangel of Thune twice, whereas something like Feed the Clan, which just says gain 5 life, will only trigger Archangel of Thune once. Archangel of Thune is a beast of a card. I'm going to talk about some more synergies here with it in a second, but one synergy that is kind of overlooked, and this is just the reason that Archangel of Thune is good, I'm just going to throw up, like, Birds of Paradise. Now, what's the synergy with Archangel of Thune and Birds of Paradise? Well, Birds of Paradise helps to cast your Archangel of Thune, and that's really important. There's a lot of mana dudes in the deck which help to cast your Archangel of Thune and some of your other big late-game mana sinks, but Archangel of Thune not only helps cast, or is helped cast by Birds of Paradise, but then it also pumps up your Birds of Paradise, and this is a very heavily creature-based deck. You want to be playing a lot of creatures in this deck. Typically, you play about half of the deck is creatures. And that's give or take, you play about 30 to, or I'd say you play about 27 to 32 cards in the deck being creatures. And with all that, your Archangel of Thune, every time it triggers, is going to be giving all of those random creatures that you get off your collected company and things like that. It's going to be giving them all +1/+1. And all of those counters add up very quickly. A bird with 1+1/+1 counter on it can eat a Lingering Souls token. It can trade with a Snapcaster Mage. It can double block with a second bird to, eat a Goblin Guide or something like that. So there's a lot of interesting combat math that you get when you just start putting +1/+1 counters on all of your small creatures. And that's part of the strength of this deck, is just having strong cards and just having a bunch of creatures and pumping them all up. But Archangel of Thune is just strong by itself. Now, those that are familiar with Archangel of Thune are probably also familiar with this 2-card combo. Now, not every deck that plays Archangel of Thune has to play Spike Feeder, but the card is pretty good and can win you games that other combos just don't. Spike Feeder is a 3-mana 0/0 that enters with 2 positive counters on it. You can pay 2 mana and remove a +1/+1 counter from Spike Feeder to put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature. And it's not even target creature you control. There are some times where that comes up. We're just going to be talking about a lot of different interesting things with Spike Feeder here. Sometimes you put it on creatures they control. I mean, I can come up with random examples with, like, Intrepid Hero or something like that. It doesn't come up too often. The main one that you would want to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that your opponent controls for is because you'd want to kill, like, a Phantasmal Image or something like that. That's pretty much it. But the other ability is the important one with Archangel of Thune. So whenever you remove not whenever you remove, this is a separate ability, so it doesn't count for this ability, but you can remove a +1/+1 counter from Spike Feeder to gain 2 life. When you gain 2 life, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures from Archangel of Thune, and then you get to do it again, because Spike Feeder will get another +1/+1 counter, which you can remove just the same as you did with the first one. The reason that this combo is so good, one, it's the first 2-card combo we've looked at. And in fact, it's really going to be the only 2-card infinite combo that we actually look at with these 2 decks, or with this deck. Being a 2-card combo already makes it great. Archangel of Thune being good by itself already makes it great. But another thing that this Spike Feeder combo does, which is really important, is it doesn't use the graveyard. All of the other combos that we've talked about so far require Kitchen Finks to persist. And like I talked about, when it persists, your opponent gets a chance to respond while that ability's on the stack, and they can respond by exiling it from your graveyard, or exiling your entire graveyard, or exiling just all the Kitchen Finks from your deck and hand and graveyard with something like Surgical Extraction. So, Spike Feeder Archangel of Thune combo, not using the graveyard, is actually one of the best things about this combo, because it just doesn't use the graveyard and is then going to dodge that type of hate. So that's pretty good. In terms of numbers, how many Archangel of Thunes are you going to see? Typically, you're going to see between 1 and 0 Archangel of Thunes. I have seen a case in some metagames where you'd potentially play 2. Most of the time, people are either going to have it or they're not. And that is really the long and short of it. Spike Feeder, how many of those are you going to see? Same thing, between 1 and 0. It's less about deck composition, or it's less about the metagame and more about the deck composition. If you feel like you can afford to put Spike Feeder in your deck, if you need to put an infinite combo in your deck, because just gaining infinite life, like I said, your opponent doesn't have to concede to that. They can keep playing. Spike Feeder can facilitate infinite damage because all of your creatures are going to get +1/+1 counters. What's interesting is you actually don't need the Spike Feeder. Because Archangel of Thune is just a combo by itself with Kitchen Finks and Viscera Seer, and also it's just a combo by itself and nothing else, then you sometimes are just going to be playing Archangel of Thune and not be playing Spike Feeder. The saving grace that Spike Feeder does have, and that's going to be, I guess, the next card that we talk about here because it transitions so well, is Spike Feeder is also a resetter. So I talked about Meliras and I talked about resetters. Spike Feeder, you can use its second ability, just by itself, to put a +1/+1 counter on Kitchen Finks. When you do that, Kitchen Finks is going to remove its -1/-1 counter from it, and then it is going to be a creature that is able to persist again. That's all pretty good, fine and dandy. There are some really weird synergies that you can do with that that I guess I'll talk about when I talk about Viscera Seer, which is going to be the next card up that I talk about. But Spike Feeder does a lot just because it can reset your Kitchen Finks. You can also put both of those counters on like a Birds of Paradise or a large creature that you'd like to get in there with. You just sacrifice both of the counters or remove both of the counters, which effectively sacrifice the Spike Feeder to give something +2/+2. Now, 7 mana to give something +2/+2, that's not great, and you probably don't want to be doing that too often, but it is something to know about, something that you can do. Also, if you remove a +1/+1 counter from Spike Feeder, it is going to be a 1/1. You do calculate its toughness, and you calculate +1/+1 counters into it for purpose of bolstering. This is kind of a weird combo. It doesn't come up that much, but it is still worth noticing. In response to your bolster triggers, or just before you even play creatures that are worth bolstering, you can remove counters from your Spike Feeder so that Spike Feeder is your lowest toughness creature. In this way, you can actually turn all of your bolster triggers into +1/+1 counters wherever you want them. And you can do this for the cost of just 2 mana. So say you have a Birds of Paradise that you've been working on for a while, and I use Bird because it is the most common card that you get chip damage through in a board stall, because flyers aren't that common in Modern. Let's say you made your Birds of Paradise a 4/5. You then play another... let's say you play another Birds of Paradise as a 0/1. you get to bolster your Spike Feeder if it only has 1+1/+1 counter on it, and then you can pay 2 mana to remove that +1/+1 counter, put it on that Birds of Paradise. Now you've got a 5/6, and now when you play another creature, you're ready to put your bolster trigger on Spike Feeder again. So in that way, you can turn Spike Feeder and Anafenza into kind of an engine for just pumping up whatever your biggest creature is. And this can be done without having to sacrifice all of your creatures with Viscera Seer. Like I said, this doesn't come up that often. I don't know if it has really ever come up for me, I'll be honest. But it is a sweet interaction that is worth keeping in mind. Speaking of sweet interactions, Viscera Seer. Why is this card good? It's cheap. It allows you to sacrifice a creature for free, and you can get it off of Collected Company and Court of Calling for... Well, Court of Calling, you can get it off for almost no mana. Collected Company, you can just get it off there in general. Also, you would be surprised how often just having a sacrifice outlet is good in the modern format. Here's a very basic example. And I told you I was going to talk about fizzling earlier and exactly what that means. Well, whenever a spell goes to resolve, if that spell or ability has a target, and that target is no longer around when the ability resolves, then the spell fizzles. And this only happens if a spell has a target and none of those targets are around when the ability resolves. So here's a card called Lightning Helix. Deals 3 damage to target creature or player, and you gain 3 life. If I try to Lightning Helix a Viscera Seer, my opponent can sacrifice Viscera Seer, they'll get to scry 1, and then I won't gain 3 life. Now that's the most basic example, but a lot of examples like that actually do come up. One of the biggest potentially being something like Cryptic Command or something like that. If your opponent goes Cryptic Command, which is a very confusing card, and I think they're going to let me look at like a weird version of it too. No, okay, here's Cryptic Command. So you choose 2, you counter target spell, return target permanent to its hand, tap all creatures your opponents control, and draw a card. So of these, only these first 2 modes target. So say you try to combo off, and your opponent goes, all right, well, in response, I'm going to bounce Anafenza to your hand, and I'm going to draw a card. Or bounce Anafenza to your hand, and tap all creatures you control. You can respond to this by sacrificing your Anafenza or whatever creature they're targeting, and then, because neither of these 2 modes target, the entire spell will get countered. Now, that's just a very weird thing that is worth to keep in mind for Viscera Seer. It's a little bit of a tricky rules interaction, and it's potentially more tricky than it's worth. But a lot of times, like in the example that I just said, well, do you really want Cryptic Command to, like, sure, your opponent won't draw a card, but you just sacrificed your creature rather than letting it get returned to your hand. Maybe a better example is... No, Kolaghan's Command isn't a good example, right? Because I think every mode on Kolaghan's Command targets. I think so. I'll have to look at the card. But regardless, let's see. Kolaghan's Command, target, 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 target. Okay, yeah, so all 4 modes on Kolaghan's Command target. Doesn't matter then. We're not going to be sacrificing our cards to Viscera Seer in response to Kolaghan's Command. Except we are. If your opponent even just lightning bolts your creature, you can fizzle that lightning bolt, which isn't the important part because your creature's dead, so it's fizzled, so it doesn't matter. But what is important is whenever your opponent, sometimes putting Viscera Seer out on the board early in the game is good, because anytime your opponent uses a removal spell, and people aren't going to want to kill Viscera Seer, it's a pretty innocuous creature, and it's not that powerful, but that means whenever they kill anything else, like your Melira or your Anafenza, what have you, anytime they do something like that, you get a free scry 1. So it kind of can sit there as like an enchantment sometimes that just lets you scry one whenever your creatures would normally die. And that's pretty cool. The fact that it lets you turn what would be dead creatures into potential value. Scry one lets you look at the top card, put it on the top or the bottom, so you're either like putting lands on the bottom late game, or sometimes you're just putting cards that aren't as good because you've progressed past that point in the game, like Birds of Paradise. Sometimes you need more lands, or you need like a second white source or something weird like that, and you need to scry to try to find it. Now, proactively sacrificing to scry. A lot of times you don't want to do this, but sometimes your back's against the wall, or you're like, all right, well, if I hit this turn, that would be really good. You can also just sacrifice your creatures whenever you want to start scrying. Sometimes you'll sack Viscera Seer, sometimes you'll sack your Birds of Paradise and Noble Hierarchs, and sometimes you'll just sack like your irrelevant creatures, like maybe you have 2 Kitchen Finks out on the board. 2 Kitchen Finks without a Melira means that you can scry twice. You can scry, then it'll persist, and then you can sacrifice it to scry again. So all of those things are pretty good with Viscera Seer. And like I kind of said, you want all of the cards to be good in the deck by themselves. And Viscera Seer, it might not seem like it. It's a 1-mana 1/1 with a really weird ability where you have to sacrifice your own creatures to like kind of draw maybe a fourth of a card or 40% of a card, because scrying is almost like drawing a card if you put a card on the bottom. But if you keep that card on the top, it's like you did nothing. But because you put it on the bottom, maybe like 40% or something like that, then it winds up being like 40% of a draw card. Now, in addition to that, Viscera Seer has other abilities that are good with it. I'm going to check out one thing real quick to see if I have... Okay, I don't. So, what are some other good uses for Viscera Seer? Well, we already talked about all the combo potential. But what about just the value? So this is Revelark. When Revelark leaves the battlefield, return up to 2 target creatures with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Well, what can Revelark return? Everything that we've looked at so far, except for Archangel of Thune and Kitchen Finks. It can't return either of those 2 cards, but it can return both of those and much more. And it can return your combo pieces late game. It can do a bunch of stuff. It's also just a 5-mana 4/3 flyer. It's almost an Air Elemental, which is a 5-mana 4/4 flyer. It doesn't quite fit that bill, but it is still much, much better than Air Elemental. Even though it dies to Lightning Bolt, it is still pretty good in that fashion. I don't want to talk too much about Revelark because we are on the topic of Viscera Seer at the moment, but I will just say that sometimes you do sacrifice your Revelark and are able to combo through that way, and there is a nifty little trick. Say you can't return Kitchen Finks with this, obviously, but say you have a Murderous Redcap that has already persisted, a Revelark, a Melira, and a Viscera Seer in play. What you can do is you can sacrifice the Redcap to Viscera Seer, then sacrifice Revelark to Viscera Seer. Revelark will be able to return the Redcap, and then that will let you to reset the Redcap in a way. So in that way, Revelark can be a resetter. What's another way that Revelark can be a resetter? Well, if you have Anafenza and any other creature in your graveyard, let's just say Noble Hierarch, then you can sacrifice Revelark or just have Revelark die in some way. Then you will return both of those creatures from your graveyard to play. Anafenza will trigger, because when it comes into play with another creature, it does indeed trigger. And it will bolster, and you can bolster onto your Kitchen Finks or Murderous Redcap to reset it in that way. So in that way, Revelark is also a resetter. And I'm going to circle back around to Revelark again in a little bit because there's just many more things that the card can do. But that's pretty much it for Viscera Seer. I guess I will say, and I'm not sure really how often this is to come up, but you know what actually is really important with Viscera Seer? There's two things, actually, now that I think about it, because this is a compound point. So you can always block. I mentioned sacrificing your creatures in response to removal spells. You can also sacrifice your creatures after you have blocked with them. So after blocking with a creature, you sacrifice it to Viscera Seer, and your opponent's creature isn't going to trample over or anything like that unless it has the ability trample, but their creature is still considered blocked, and then you get to scry one. So that's already good enough because you get to scry one, but there is some additional value in that. Say your opponent attacks you with Archangel of Thune. You can block with a Birds of Paradise, and then before combat damage, sacrifice your Birds of Paradise. That means your opponent's Archangel won't gain them any life from lifelink, and its other ability won't trigger. This probably comes up the most often with the card Wormcoil Engine, which is just a 6/6 with lifelink, but the basic premise of it is still there. If you block with Viscera Seer or block with a creature while you have Viscera Seer, then sacrifice the blocker. Your opponent won't gain any life in that combat damage step. So all of that is pretty important to keep in mind with Viscera Seer. There's a lot of weird tricks that can come up, but mainly you're going to be sacrificing your creatures for value on blocks and into removal spells. Sometimes you just want to sacrifice them whenever, and sometimes you want to sacrifice them because you're comboing. I do want to touch on, while we are talking about Viscera Seer, two other potential sacrifice outlets that you can play. The first being Cartel Aristocrat. Sacrifice another creature. Cartel gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. Now, this is a pretty complicated card. Protection is a little bit more complicated than Scry 1, though I guess I should just go back for people that missed it. People ask sometimes what you should be scrying to the top of your deck when you are infinitely scrying with a Viscera Seer and a Melira and a Persister. It's one of three things, or sorry, one of four things, and they're one of the four R's, I guess. As I wrote them down, I realized that a lot of them started with R. You're either grabbing a Murderous Redcap, you're grabbing Recursion, something like Revelark is pretty good recursion, you are grabbing Removal, or you are grabbing Redundancy. And Redundancy can just be another combo piece. Most of the time, you split the difference, and you just go ahead and get a... where is it at? A Chord of Calling. Oh, right. Chord of Calling is an X spell. So most of the time you just go and get a Chord of Calling, which would allow you to get a Red Cap or Recursion or Redundancy. It's just like the most catch-all answer. But sometimes you also just go and get Removal too. And sometimes you get Walking Ballista, but I'll talk about that later. So what else do we have? Sacrifice outlets. Now that we've covered Viscera Seer. You can sacrifice another creature. Cartel gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. So what makes this different? Two things make this different. First off, I mean, I guess it's a white permanent, so it doesn't die to, like, Sunlands, but that's pretty irrelevant. You're not going to see too many Sunlances in Modern. Pretty much the main difference with this card is that it costs 2 as opposed to 1, which was mostly important when Birthing Pod was legal. Now there's not really any reason to play a 2-drop over a 1-drop because Mental Misstep is not legal in the format, and there's no cards that just kill 1 toughness things. I guess it gets around Chalice of the Void or something like that, but still really not a huge deal that the mana cost is different. It's just worth noting. Mostly it makes this card more difficult to cast, but whatever. It is also a 2-2, and being a 2-2 can be slightly better because it's not going to die to -1/-1 effects, of which there are some. So the other important thing to note is that it sacrificed another creature. And basically that means that you can't sacrifice itself to itself, but you also don't really have to. The only reason that you sacrifice Viscera Seer to itself is like on a block, but the ability that this card has actually makes that not worthwhile. I should say typically you're going to see anywhere from 1 to 4 Viscera Seers in your deck. Typically that number floats at around 2 or 3, but I have seen anywhere from 1 to 4. Obviously, if you're playing 0 Viscera Seer, that's kind of just a different deck at this point, because Viscera Seer is the most tried and true sacrifice outlet. You could just play a Cartel Aristocrat and not play any Viscera Seer. For a lot of reasons that I've mentioned, Viscera Seer is much stronger, though. Mainly because Viscera Seer can turn the infinite life combo into an infinite damage combo with all those scries. Cartel Aristocrat is still pretty cool. If you remember this card from back in Standard, sacrificing another creature gives it protection. If you're not familiar with protection, there's a lot of things that it does. You can remember it with the acronym DET, D-E, silent B, T. DET prevents any damage that would be dealt to it, any equipment or enchantments that would be attached to it, so any auras or any enchantments. If it gets turned into a land, it can't be fortified, whatever. But yeah, anything that would be attached to it can't be attached to it, but we remember it with equipment or enchantment. Then the B is for blocking. If Cartel has pro-blue, no blue creatures can block it. And no blue cards can damage it, but they also can't even block it to begin with. And then targeting, no blue cards can target it. It's probably a better example if I say red. Let's say I sacrifice a Kitchen Finks, give it pro-red. It can't take any damage, it can't be targeted, it can't be blocked by anything red, and it also can't be equipped or enchanted by any red effects. So that does come up, and those abilities are worth mentioning. This card is sometimes better on defense than Viscera Seer. Actually, it's typically almost always better on defense because the protection can let you block and then not take damage from whatever it is that they're doing. But also sometimes you can sacrifice a creature, give Cartel protection, and then attack your opponent for 2 points of damage, and they're unable to block. That's pretty much all that there is to say about Cartel. I'm sure I'm missing some other interesting things with protection. I guess in terms of the equip enchanting with protection, you can't name colorless, so equipment isn't really going to come up as much, but there are some multicolored equipment from like Alara block and stuff. But oh yeah, if it already has an enchantment on it, like say it has, I don't know, a pacifism on it, your opponent's allowed to do that, but the second you give this pro-white, the pacifism will fall off. So that is sometimes worth noting, and there's, you know, I can imagine a scenario where something like that could come up. Auras don't really get played that much in Modern. They're not that great, but it is still worth noting that that is how Cartel Aristocrat works. One last sacrifice outlet that I want to look at here is Blasting Station. Blasting Station is a 3-mana artifact that allows you to sacrifice a creature or player, sacrifice a creature to deal 1 damage to target creature or player. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you can untap Blasting Station. So obviously this is a little bit of a weird sacrifice outlet. It is important to note that it's whenever any creature enters the battlefield, not just a creature entering the battlefield under your control. Speaking of control, I want to circle back. I realized I forgot something kind of important on Kitchen Finks and Persist. Maybe we'll get back to them later. Yeah, you know what? We will talk about Persist later, so never mind. But Blasting Station will trigger when Kitchen Finks persists, and it will untap itself. So Melira plus Kitchen Finks plus Blasting Station is an infinite life and infinite damage combo. So why is that good? Well, I'll be honest, it's not really. You can't tutor up a blasting station off of a Court of Calling or a Collected Company, but why some people like it is because then you can keep your deck mono green. Now, is mono green good? Not really, but if you wanted to play a budget deck, don't want to spend a bunch of money on having a solid mana base that can support all of these weird 3-color cards, well, having Blasting Station as a sacrifice outlet isn't that bad. So sometimes people do play it. Typically, you're going to see 0 cards, 0 Blasting Stations in any given list, unless it is a more budgetary list. And that's pretty much all of the sacrifice outlets. At the very least, it's all the sacrifice outlets that I wanted to look at. But there's others, they just aren't as good. And really, none of them are as good as Viscera Seer. This is the granddaddy of all of them. And it's good just because it is so cheap. And that's really all that there is to say about it. One thing that's interesting about Viscera Seer, sometimes you want to play it before playing your other cards so that your cards are protected in a way. There's only one card, or really only one card, that is going to get Kitchen Finks and not allow it to persist, and that's Path to Exile. So I'll flash Path to Exile up on the screen. If you're familiar with Modern, you better be familiar with Path to Exile. You exile target creature. Its controller may search his or her library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle his or her library. So Viscera Seer can actually save a Kitchen Finks, and some of your other creatures also have dice triggers as well. It can save them and put them into the graveyard. And that means that, so like I was talking about with fizzling, you're not going to be able to go and get the basic land off Path to Exile, because the rule for fizzling is if something has the word target and then you remove all targets that spell has, then the entire spell is countered. So sometimes the entire spell is countered in that way, and you don't get the basic land, but in the instance of Kitchen Finks, you can still have the second half of a persisted Kitchen Finks, and sometimes that is better for you going forward than a basic land into play tapped. Sometimes you just want the basic land, but sometimes you want to hang on to your Kitchen Finks. Now, why else would you want to sacrifice a creature? Let's say it's not a Kitchen Finks. Let's say your opponent Path to Exiles your Melira. It's going to sound crazy, but sometimes that scry 1 that you can get off of Viscera Seer, especially late game when you've got a bunch of lands, sometimes that scry 1 is just worth a lot more than that basic land into play tapped. The deck typically is going to play 5 basic lands, 2 forests, a plains, and a swamp. You can mix around those numbers, give or take a little bit in some lists, but sometimes it is just better off. Sometimes you have all your basics in play, and sometimes it's just better off getting that scry. Now, what if you don't care about that scry, even? What if I told you there was still times where you want to sacrifice your creatures to Viscera Seer to not get a land off Path to Exile? Basically, the reason for that is twofold. I already showed off Revelark. Sometimes you just want cards in your graveyard. Revelark is one of those reasons. You guys saw me use an Eternal Witness earlier. Eternal Witness returns a card from your graveyard to your hand. And there's just other reasons. Sometimes you just want your creatures in your graveyard. You have more access to them in your graveyard than you have in your exile zone. There's other really weird scenarios that I could come up with, but they're not worth mentioning here. But it is worth noting that I oftentimes will sacrifice my creatures to Viscera Seer because, well, one thing, I play a lot more. I play 3 or 4 Eternal Witness, but a lot of times you just want your creatures in your graveyard. They're just much easier to access than if they were in play. Now that, I will say, is pretty much it for Viscera Seer, and that's pretty much it for all of our combo pieces here. There are going to be some cards that combo as we look through the rest of these cards here. Like I said, I've got 103 cards that I want to get through and 50 sideboard cards that I at least want to show. So there's a lot of them. But that's pretty much all the combo cards. What I'm going to get into next, I'm going to touch on 2 different categories of cards here, and I guess just good cards and bad cards. That's not really categories, but within those good cards and bad cards, which I'm going to refer to the good cards as the staples. Staple is a word that in Magic just means the cards that you're going to see most often. And that means that they're like typically pretty good cards in the list. Eternal Witness is a collected company staple. You're going to see a lot of Eternal Witnesses in your lists. But there are essentially 4 different types of cards that we're going to talk about. And some of these cards might also be combo pieces. They might also be resetters, or I don't think there's any more Meliras, but there could be resetters. And that is pretty much it. But there's 4 different categories, just looking at my notes here. 4 different categories of cards that we're going to look at. The first is mana, cards that just add more mana to your mana pool. Those are pretty helpful. And I'm also going to take a look at the land base before we get too far into the deck here, but there are some interesting things that I want to talk about in the land base. Then there's also grindy cards. Those are cards like Eternal Witness and Revelark that aren't necessarily combo pieces, but help you grind out. Then there's Flag Bearers, which is an old mechanic that doesn't really exist anymore, but Spellskite is like the biggest example of that. And then there are also Hate Bears, and I mentioned Hate Bears when I brought up Melira. Now, the best cards in the deck and the ones that are staples are either really, really, really good Hate Bears. Melira is actually a fantastic Hate Bear if Infect is in the format. So Melira could be an example of a really, really good Hate Bear, but also these cards are combo pieces, or they're a combination of both. So a card has to either be really good at what they do, like Birds of Paradise. It's not a Hate Bear, it's not a grindy card, it's not a Flag Bear, but it is a really, really, really good mana creature. So some of these cards are just going to be really good at what they do. Other cards that we're going to see, like Spike Feeder, Revelark, are just going to be Archangel of Thune is like arguably up there. Archangel of Thune is a good grindy card. It's a good Hate Bear against like Burn, even though it's not even close to being a bear. It's an angel, a hate angel. But different things like that, and you'll kind of see a lot of the cards will fit multiple categories here, at least the best ones. Let's go ahead and talk about the mana base in the deck. I'm going to give you an example, and I'm going to show on screen just a traditional collected company deck list and mana base. But basically, this is what we're looking at here. We're looking at a fetch land mana base. Oh, you know what? I do want this up on the board. I can actually cut this off too. So we want a fetch land mana base, which does a lot for us because fetch land's effectively the reason that they're good. So I'm going to pretend like you haven't seen any fetch lands before ever. Pay 1 life, sacrifice it, search for a forest or a plains, put it on the battlefield. So you pay a life, that might not seem that great. All you can get is a forest or a plains. But the reason that that is really good is because it can also get Godless Shrine, which is both a plains and a swamp. It can get Temple Garden, which is a forest and a plains. And it can get Overgrown Tomb, which is a swamp and a forest. So it allows it to be like a 3-color land, and it just really, really helps and fixes your mana base. It's important to note it can't get something like Razor Verge Thicket, because on the type line for Razor Verge Thicket, it doesn't say that it's a forest and a swamp. It just has an ability, or sorry, a forest and a plains, just has an ability that allows it to add a forest or a green or a white mana to your mana pool. But Razor Verge Thicket is still pretty good, but that is why we play fetch lands. There's other neat synergies with fetch lands. You'll pick them up. I don't really think I need to get too much into fetch lands, but just here's an example of a mana base 22 lands. Sometimes you play more Horizon Canopies, less Thickets, or more Gavany Townships. Those are the cool lands that I'll talk about actually in the deck. Razor Verge Thicket is what we refer to as a fast land. If it's one of your first 3 lands, it comes into play untapped. If it's one of your 4th, 5th, or more lands, it comes into play tapped. It allows you to play a mana dude turn 1 and then fixes you for white mana later. Horizon Canopy causes you to lose a life whenever you use it, but late game, if you decide you don't need mana anymore, you can sacrifice it and pay 1 and tap it to draw a card. So this is just a pretty solid land, something that you will typically see. A lot of times you see 2 of these in the deck. I only own 1 on Magic Online, but I play 2 of this typically when I'm playing Paper Magic. And then Gavany Township. This card is fantastic. This card is almost one of the reasons to play the deck. I mentioned Kitchen Finks is one of the reasons to play the deck. Collected Company is one of the reasons to play the deck. This might be the 3rd best card in the deck, which is kind of crazy to think about because it's just a colorless land. It's very innocuous, but you can tap it for a colorless mana, or you can pay 4 mana and tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Like I said, half of the deck is cheap creatures. Even if you have a draw that is just Birds of Paradise and Noble Hierarchs and a Gavany Township, obviously you need a few more lands in there too. But that draw can sometimes win you the game just because you start giving your entire team +1/+1. It is the entirety of an Archangel of Thune trigger just by activating Gavany Township. Now, that's still a little bit expensive, but the fact that it exists on your lands, so like turn 1 Forest Birds of Paradise, or more likely Windswept Heath into Forest Birds of Paradise. Turn 2 Gavany Township, cast your Kitchen Finks. Your Gavany Township has already paid for itself. It is a land that has been able to tap for mana. It only taps for colorless mana, and the mana can be tricky, which is part of the reason why these fetch lands are so important in the deck, because you really want to run Gavany Townships, and that's the biggest difference between the budgetary versions of the deck and the non-budgetary versions. Gavany Township, you can really only run, even though Gavany Township is a $1.50 card probably. Might be more, I'm not super sure. But card is super cheap, but the reason that you would only really want to play this in the non-budget versions of the deck is because if you have mana that has 3 colorless lands in it, you can't be afford to not be running these fetch lands and then just like hope that you draw the correct type of mana while you're also playing colorless lands. So it becomes really tricky, but the card is super important. It resets your Kitchen Finks. It allows you to gain more life or distribute more +1/+1 counters with your Spike Feeder. I didn't really mention that with Spike Feeder, but sometimes you just play the card and just gain 4 life. Like, it's an actual mode of it. And I have had games against like Burn where I played a Spike Feeder, tried not to gain all the life immediately, and then like every activation of Gavany Township is just 2 more life points. So you just get to gain 2 life for free every turn. Not quite for free, you pretty much tap out. But while you're doing that, you are also increasing the power of your Noble Hierarchs and Birds of Paradise, and your Viscera Seers and the like. So all of that is pretty good. Gavany Township, one of the best cards in the deck, one of the reasons to play the deck, and a Kitchen Finks resetter, as well as just, being quite fantastic. So that is pretty much all of the lands that you will play. I do also want to give a quick mention to Woodland Cemetery. If you already have a basic land or what we call a shock land in play, one of those like Temple Gardens, which counts as a forest and a plains. Woodland Cemetery comes into play untapped. I can show you guys the mana base. Well, I'll show you guys later the mana base of the deck that I'm currently playing. But in that deck, I'm also running Blooming Marsh, which is the green-black fast land. And also, we're not quite there yet, but I think Scattered Groves has potential to see play in this deck. It comes into play tapped, but it counts as both a forest and a plains, which is pretty cool for like fetch land purposes, things like that. You can just search it up tapped if you really want to. It gives your fetch land something to get later on. But it also just has the cycling ability, which lets you loot through it late game the same way you would a Horizon Canopy. It might not be good as a Horizon Canopy, but I think we are going to see more cycle lands as just Modern grows as a format. People are just going to have 2 or 3 cycle lands here and there in their decks, and it's pretty good. Stirring Wildwood, the biggest difference between Scattered Groves and Horizon Canopy is Horizon Canopy you can use early game and then cycle, whereas Scattered Groves you have to decide, okay, do I want to use this as a land or do I just want to cycle it? So that's tricky. And then Stirring Wildwood is the best man land for the deck. It doesn't really come up that often. A lot of lists don't play Stirring Wildwood. In some metagames it could be good. I think I've played it before. I'm honestly not too sure, but I don't think I have. I think it's just a little bit expensive with the fact that it comes into play tapped, and you typically just don't want that. So what else do we have as far as mana? I've thrown this card up on the screen like 10 times already. Birds of Paradise from Alpha, one of the best mana creatures ever printed, other than Deathrite Shaman, but that card's banned and busted, so we won't talk about it. But Birds of Paradise, a great mana creature, allows you to tap to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, which is pretty good for providing you with that black mana that you need. And what else is good about Birds of Paradise? It's the fact that it has flying, and I've talked on that before, but the fact that it just has a creature with flying in the deck, there are ways to pump up your creatures. So far, we've seen Archangel of Thune, Gavany Township, and Spike Feeder. I'm about to show you the most common. Oh, there's also Anafenza to pump up your creatures. But those things do add up. And a lot of times it's important to be attacking your opponent while you are... while you're doing your weird combo stuff and your hate bears. You want to make sure you're still getting those damage in. And Birds of Paradise lets you do that while also clocking your opponent. There is, in the air, and like controlling the ground, there is a kind of famous saying that people say in Magic the Gathering, and that's Bolt the Bird. Lightning Bolt, also a card from Alpha that is a modern staple, is a 1 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature or player. And this bird doesn't seem like it is that powerful of a card. However, it really is. And it's essentially, it's just a land that can give you reach and do all this crazy stuff late game. For that reason, people adapted the phrase bolt the bird. And the idea behind that is sometimes you just might get a free win. Sometimes your opponent keeps a hand with just Birds of Paradise and you lightning bolt it and then they lose the game. But sometimes they just have a Birds of Paradise that's going to let them, like, one of the reasons that you play Birds of Paradise in this deck is because of all the 3-drops that you run. And Kitchen Finks is one of the best 3-drops in Modern. So with Birds of Paradise, you get to go turn 1 Bird, turn 2 Kitchen Finks, turn 3 Collected Company. Then off your Collected Company, you flip a Melira and a Viscera Seer and you just win. But you can see, like, how crazy that is. Bird just enables some really dumb stuff, and it can be really powerful. Sometimes you bait out your opponent's kill spells just by having a Birds of Paradise. I will give some advice to people playing against the deck, and it is something to keep in mind while playing the deck too. A lot of times you will crack a fetch land like Windswept Heath, and you'll have the choice between getting either a basic forest or a Temple Garden. And you want to do whatever's going to mitigate the damage for you, but also let you actually cast all your cards. And sometimes you'll keep a land light hand that doesn't have that much going on in it, where it's got like Temple Garden, Gavany Township is the only lands. Or sorry, Windswept Heath, Gavany Township is the only lands. You're pretty much, if you see your opponent fetching out shock lands, you're more inclined to try to kill off their Birds of Paradise. Because if they just get their forest, that means they've got more lands in their hand at the ready. But that's not really advice for playing this deck. That's more advice for playing around this deck. Birds of Paradise, very strong card. And yeah, it's just great. It can also chump block things. And like I said, it can start... once you make it just a little bit bigger, it can start trading and eating some common attackers in the format. Noble Hierarch is the other mana dude. You are typically going to want to play most lists have 4 Birds of Paradise and 3 Noble Hierarchs. That is most lists. Now, you can change those numbers around. There's a lot of play. You can play 4 Noble Hierarch, 3 Birds of Paradise. You can play a total of 6 of these creatures. In general, that's what you want to do. You want to play at least 6. You want to play 4 birds and 2 nobles. Right now, I'm playing a version of the deck that is slightly less heavy on the black mana requirements. So I am running... I'm running 3 Birds of Paradise and 3 Noble Hierarchs, but I think I actually might take that back because Birds of Paradise also lets you... Well, I'll just show it off. It lets you splash Magus of the Moon, which you might want to do depending on certain metagames. But that's just another cool thing about Birds of Paradise, is that it taps for black and red mana, which when you look at Noble Hierarch, it doesn't really look like that's in a bit like... Sure, Birds of Paradise tap for add any 1 mana of any one color. But it's actually worth pointing out, specifically because Noble Hierarch only taps for banned color mana, green, white, and blue, that Birds of Paradise can also produce black and red mana. Red doesn't come up as much. Blue actually does come up, but both of them can produce blue, so it's a wash. But either way, that is a sweet... it's an integral part of the deck. You want to have at least 6 mana dudes. Some lists play just 4 and like just play 4 Noble Hierarchs. Normally those are Bant lists. They're not Abzan lists. But yeah, that's pretty much all I need to say about mana dudes. I guess somebody brought up Ensnaring Bridge earlier, and I'll show that off here. I was planning on getting to that when I talk about sideboard cards and how to play around them. But this is Ensnaring Bridge. This is the Masterpiece version. So this is a card your opponents will play. Creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. So if I only have 4 cards in my hand, 5 5s can't attack. If I only have 2 cards in my hand, 3 3s can't attack. If I have 0 cards in my hand, no creatures with power can attack. Why is that important? This Exalted ability on Noble Hierarch. I guess I didn't mention anything about Exalted at all. There's one other card that sometimes see play in the deck. Maybe there's one other that I'm forgetting, but Exalted says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And this is actually the most common way that your Birds of Paradise will deal damage. You'll be like, all right, well, I don't need this extra mana. I've got this Noble Hierarch lying around. I've got this Birds of Paradise lying around. I'll attack you in the air for 1. Your opponent takes 1, and yeah, they just take a damage they wouldn't have otherwise been able to take. There is no defensive capabilities of Exalted, but one of the cool things with it, comes up every once in a while. People honestly bring this up more often than it comes up, but it is cute. It is kind of neat that it gets under an ensnaring bridge. And that's kind of cool. Yeah, it just comes up every once in a while. What I actually think comes up more often in this deck is the just the combat, just attacking. And it is important to note that Exalted gives the creature +1/+1 until end of turn. That is not the same as a +1/+1 counter. It will not cancel out your persist counter with Kitchen Finks. So that's very important to know. That said, there is synergy between Spike Feeder and Noble Hierarch. Basically, I have played games where I've had to use Spike Feeder as a resetter. And when you get into that position where Spike Feeder is a resetter, to reset your Kitchen Finks to block so that you don't die. Typically, these are pretty grindy games, but it's just something you got to do. When this happens, let's say you use Spike Feeder as a resetter once. It is now a 1/1, and then you top deck an Archangel of Thune. Well, Archangel of Thune triggers whenever you gain life, but if you try to activate Spike Feeder again, it'll be a 0/0 with that life gain ability on the stack, and it'll immediately be placed in the graveyard. So then you'll gain the life, and the Archangel of Thune will still give your team +1/+1 counters, but the Spike Feeder won't be there to see that. And you'll have sacrificed your Spike Feeder just to give your team +1/+1. And that's not great. But what you can do if you have a Noble Hierarch or the other Exalted creature in the deck is you attack with Spike Feeder, you give it the Exalted +1/+1, and then it becomes a 1/1 with a +1/+1 counter on it, which means you can activate it to get your thing going. So sometimes, in a very weird version of the combo, Noble Hierarch can actually act as a pseudo resetter. And that's a very weird thing to note. You don't always have to do this. If you're willing to just wait one more turn, all you have to do is play or deal combat damage with Archangel of Thune, and that will reset your Spike Feeder. It doesn't come up too often, but it is worth noting when it does come up. It's pretty much all I have to say about Noble Hierarch. You get under an ensnaring bridge, you attack your Spike Feeder, you make your creatures bigger, you deal combat damage to your opponent, and you win the game. That's pretty much all I want to say. Yeah. So I am going to... You know what? I just had an idea. Cool. Okay. So I didn't mean to show that off. We're talking about Noble Hierarch here, but what I'm going to start doing is start on the list that I'm looking at, just cutting cards as I feel like I've exhausted everything that I can say about them. What do we want to get to next? Well, I want to continue to talk about staples, and we are on the subject of mana. The next one up is Wall of Roots. Typically, you will see between 3 to 0 Wall of Roots in the deck. Card is not typically played as a 4-of, and some versions of the deck eschew playing Wall of Roots altogether. There are 3 different cards that you can replace Wall of Roots with in the deck, and I'll talk about all of them shortly here. But basically why Wall of Roots is so good is because it's a 0/5, so it can block. But also, and I think I did mention this when I brought up Project X, Wall of Roots is just fantastic with Chord of Calling. Most creatures, including like Birds of Paradise, you can either tap for mana to cast Chord of Calling, or you can tap them to convoke for Chord of Calling. Wall of Roots has an interesting mana ability that is put a -0/-1 counter on itself to add a green mana to your mana pool. You can only use it once per turn. It's not a ritual. If it didn't have that use once per turn ability, then you would just be able to play it and immediately get 5 mana. That would be a little bit absurd. It's not that great, but a lot of times you can get a lot of value out of Wall of Roots. Specifically with Chord of Calling, you can tap it and also activate its ability to effectively have it count for Chord of Calling twice. That's pretty strong. And if you want to play 4 Chord of Callings, you probably want to play a Wall of Roots heavy list. You can just go down to like 2 Chord of Callings and completely cut the Wall of Roots at all. I will just caution you, it is very hard to play 4 Chord of Callings and 0 Wall of Roots. You are probably going to get Chord of Calling flooded more often than not, and yeah, you just want to be careful of that fact. What are some other interesting things with Wall of Roots? Well, there's just Wall of Roots efficiency, which is always worth considering. Say you have 4 lands and a Wall of Roots. Your hand contains Collected Company and Abrupt Decay. You can cast both of these cards. Both of them are instants. You're going to have to choose to cast one of them on your main phase and the other one on your opponent's turn. So it's probably going to be the Abrupt Decay main. I mean, there's times where it could be either, but it's important to note that you can cast both of those cards. You just have to, don't tap 4 mana to cast the Collected Company, and don't tap 2 mana to cast the Abrupt Decay. If you want to cast both of those cards on the same turn cycle, you're going to have to use Wall of Roots both times. And that's just important to realize. Activate this ability only once each turn doesn't mean each turn cycle. It resets every untap. So every time you untap or your opponent untaps, even if you untap nothing, you get to reactivate Wall of Roots again, and that can be once during your turn and once during your opponent's turn. That's pretty much all that there is to say about Wall of Roots. One thing that does also come up and is worth noting is that they are -0, -1 counters. So stuff like Gavany Township, Anafenza, and Archangel of Thune bolstering up your creatures will actually make this a creature that can block. Even if you activate it twice and it's got 2+1/+1 counters on it, that's a 2/3 that can block a few of the creatures that exist in the format and actually does come up. One other kind of tricky thing with Wall of Roots is that once you make the 5th mana out of it, it dies. This might be bad sometimes because you've run out of mana, you've completely exhausted your wall. However, there's times where that's really good. And a lot of times that comes up with Scavenging Ooze, which almost everything in the deck synergizes with this. We're going to have to talk about it pretty soon. It's going to be the first staple that I talk about that isn't a mana creature. But Scavenging Ooze, you need creature cards in the graveyard if you want to gain life and grow your Scavenging Ooze. Sometimes late game, you're out of creature cards and you're just like, all right, I'll activate Wall of Roots, pass turn. All right, end of your turn, I'll activate Wall of Roots, and then on my turn, I'll activate it again, just to try to kill your own Wall of Roots, because sometimes getting in the graveyard's a little bit better. That's pretty much it. There could also be times where, in a similar fashion to wanting to sacrifice your creature to Viscera Seer, you want to put yourself in a position where you want to effectively sacrifice your Wall of Roots by keeping it at 0 toughness. There's some weird things that happen like that. Keep in mind that once it gets too low, you will have to start bolstering the Wall of Roots, and yeah, you can make a really weird creature with that. But yeah, the bolsters do come into play. I guess, wait, did I say?
Oh yeah, if it's got 2 minus O minus 1, I did that math wrong, I'm sorry about that. If it's got 2 minus O minus 1 and 2 +1/+1 counters, it's a 2/5. So, yeah, the minus toughness cancels out. So it'll be a 2/5 and it'll still be pretty big and be able to take on a lot of monsters and block a lot of things. Lastly, I want to talk about one other mana creature here. And that is Devoted Druid. I touched on this briefly with Vizier of Remedies. Like I said, this combo is kind of new, so nobody is too sure about how good this combo is going to be in Modern, if it's going to see a lot of play, or if it's just going to be bad. But at the very least, it's cool. It gives you another infinite combo in your deck. Devoted Druid isn't as good as attacking as Wall of Roots is. But what it makes up for in attacking, it gains with a lot of other weird synergies. So obviously, Vizier of Remedies, you gain infinite mana. And I'll talk about mana sinks and what we can do with infinite mana in a second. But it's pretty easy to, once you have infinite mana, do some stuff that's going to pretty much win you the game. But what else can Devoted Druid do? Well, it's got 0 attack, so it can attack under an Ensnaring Bridge if you need another creature that can do that. But that's kind of silly. That we don't really need as much. What is kind of crazy is its weird synergy with Anafenza. So if you untap Devoted Druid, and putting -1/-1 counter on it, it will then be a 1 toughness creature. And in the same way with the Spike Feeder and the Kitchen Finks things that we were talking about earlier, you can put bolster counters onto it. So here's a weird scenario. Say you just need a bunch of mana. You tap Devoted Druid for 2 mana because you're able to tap it twice. You tap it for a mana, untap it for a -1/-1 counter. It's a -1/1. You tap it again. Then you tap 2 of your lands. You cast Collected Company. You then have a bolster trigger, or you've got 2 bolster triggers at least. You could get as many as 1, 2, 3. You could get as many as 4 bolster triggers from that if you have an Anafenza in play and company into 2 more Anafenzas, which is silly, but let's say you did that. Let's say you do that and get 4 more bolster triggers. Well, all of those Anafenzas are going to die to the Legend Rule, or 2 of them are. You're going to untap Devoted Druid, or you're going to bolster onto Devoted Druid and have the other 3 bolster triggers on the stack. Then untap it again, bolster again, untap it again, bolster again, each time making a mana in between. So if you just resolve your bolster triggers independently, every bolster can actually just let you empty your hand. And this actually does get relevant in some weird late game scenarios where you're like, all right, I've got a lot of mana, I just need to find the combo pieces. I'm going to go Collected Company, get 2 creatures. Collected Company then only costs 2, because both of those creatures discount a mana off of the bolster trigger. Then I'm going to play Eternal Witness. I'm going to bolster onto Devoted Druid again, so Eternal Witness only costs 2. And then I'm going to cast Collected Company again. And then that Collected Company only costs effectively 2. So for 6 mana, you have Collected Companied 3 times, or twice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And opens up a lot more possibilities to be able to do things. Devoted Druid just has a lot of weird synergies like that. Another thing that you can do is you can attack with Devoted Druid. You can get your Exalted triggers from a Noble Hierarch. And then you can, while you're still in combat, before your opponent has even blocked, go ahead and cast a Collected Company off just the Devoted Druid. You can do it after they block too, but If you do it after they block, you will probably want to do it before combat damage, which is a little bit weird, but combat damage and +1/+1 counters interact in a very weird way with Devoted Druid. So let's say Devoted Druid is a... Let's say you have 2 Noble Hierarchs in play. Devoted Druid is a 2/4. Now let's say your opponent blocks with a Grizzly Bears. It's a 2/2. You can tap Devoted Druid, or it's already in combat and tapped. So you can untap it for a mana, or a -1/-1 counter. Then it is a 1/3 with 2 damage on it. Then you tap it for a mana. Then you can untap it, or try to untap it, for a second mana. But at that point, it will again be a 0/2 with 2 damage marked on it. And before you get to untap it, it actually dies. So in that scenario where your opponent has a 2/4 and they block with a Grizzly, or you've got a 2/4 and your opponent blocks with a Grizzly Bear, you're only going to be able to get 1 mana out of it. Whereas if you just do it before combat damage, you can get 3 mana out of it, because you can just grind it down until it is a -1 or -3, 1, and at that point, you've made 3 mana out of it. You've probably cast a Collected Company, and you've done it. So I'll talk about mana sinks for a second, because if you have Vizier of Remedies, then you'll have infinite mana with Devoted Druid. It is also worth noting that with Melira, Sylvok Outcast on the battlefield, creatures you control can't have -1/-1 counters even put on them. So Devoted Druid just cannot be activated. It's very different to how it works with Vizier. It's a combo with Vizier. It is a nombo with Devoted Druid. I guess before I look at infinite mana sinks, I will look at one more card that is an actual combo with Devoted Druid. There's a card that was standard legal at the same time as Devoted Druid, and also both of these cards were standard legal with Kitchen Finks. Quillspike is the original resetter. So it's a hybrid mana, same block as Kitchen Finks, like I said, and Devoted Druid. But for 2 of any color, and then a black or a green mana, you get to play a 1/1 creature. Pretty unimpressive. Then for a black or a green mana, and removing a -1/-1 counter from a creature you control, Quillspike gets +3/+3. Now I'm going to be honest, this is a little bit of just a pet favorite card of mine. This was a deck that, I've been playing all these cards back when they were standard legal, and this is a decently sweet combo on its own. It's probably not good enough for the deck. You can check out my YouTube channel. I've got some videos where I play Quillspike, CoCo, Abzan, and it's fun. There is some matchups where Quillspike is good in, namely some of your bad matchups, things like Tron, where you just need to kill your opponent quickly and they're not going to have that many cards to block you. Stuff like Affinity, where they're not really interacting with your creatures, so putting out an infinite creature effectively turns it into a Royal Assassin or Abyss, where you just your opponent has to sacrifice one of their creatures each turn. But I guess I should explain the combo, because this is a resetter with Kitchen Finks. You pay a green mana, remove a -1/-1 counter. It's a 4/4, but it also is a infinite combo with Devoted Druid. You tap Devoted Druid for a mana, untap it for a -1/-1 counter, use that mana and that -1/-1 counter to give Quillspike +3/+3. Then you're at the exact same point that you started with at the beginning of the combo, and you are up +3/+3 on your Quillspike here. So is that combo good? No, not really. Typically, you'll see between 0 and 0 Quillspikes in your Abzan Collected Company lists, unless you're watching twitch.tv/NoLexGiven. But outside of that, nobody really plays this card. I think it's sweet. It's mostly just nostalgia from back when I was in high school and smacking people with Quillspikes back in Standard. I have a friend who always references the glowing red eyes that haunt his nightmares from my foil Quillspikes back in the day. But mostly this is just a pet card of mine. It is worth considering, and I potentially urge you to consider it.
What's weird about the combo with Devoted Druid, like I said, Melira shuts it off, Devoted Druid completely. Vizier obviously doesn't shut it off, but it does shut off your ability to generate an infinite with Quillspike in play. So Vizier plus Devoted Druid plus Quillspike is not a combo, and will stop you from comboing off. That said, sweet card, pet favorite of mine, had to mention it. Speaking of Devoted Druid, I want to talk for a second about mana sinks and potential mana sinks that you can play. There's really one main good one, but I also want to, just because we're talking about Devoted Druid, you don't need mana sinks. A lot of times they're very good, but you can also just get by. Like, you don't need to play a bunch of them, at least I should say. A lot of times you can get by on just casting, like, at that point, any Collected Company and any Court of Calling that you want to cast are all free. And you can do this combo as early as potentially turn 2, but realistically as early as turn 3. Turn 2, you play a Devoted Druid. Turn 3, you either chord 4 or play a Vizier of Remedies, and it's that simple. You already have infinite mana. Now, you can just start casting your Collected Companies and try to find a Kitchen Finks and a Viscera Seer, because again, this is a Melira, and you can kind of go all out from there. If you're able to hit like a Viscera Seer, an Anafenza, and a Kitchen Finks, which we already all know what Kitchen Finks is at this point. If you're able to hit a Anafenza, a Viscera Seer, and a Kitchen Finks to go along with your Vizier, then you get to do that combo I was showing off earlier where you make all of your creatures infinitely large, and while none of your creatures have haste that you just played that turn, Devoted Druid can untap and get in the red zone and do some magic that way. And that also gives you a kind of neat interaction. You can also see then in that way there's other infinite mana combos in the deck, because let's say you don't have Vizier. Let's say you have Archangel of Thune. If you have Archangel, Kitchen Finks, Viscera Seer, Devoted Druid, you can give all of your creatures infinite +1/+1 counters, which should be enough, but it also gives you infinite mana to make use of with Devoted Druid. And you know what? This card wants to show itself off. I'm going to just showcase it now. This is one of the best mana sinks for infinite mana. It doesn't win you the game, but it does a pretty good job at it. And the reason that you want this one potentially, and there's one other good mana sink that does kind of just win you the game, but this card can be courted for and it can be Collected Companied for. Basically, alright, so it's a double face card, costs 2 mana for a 2/2, so it's a bear, but it's not a hate bear, just a grindy bear. 3 mana, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put a creature card from among them into your hand. So you can take any creature, but it's kind of like half a Collected Company. It's look at 3, choose 1, instead of look at 6, choose 2. And then if no spells were cast, it transforms into Kralin Horde Howler. I've never actually even read the name on the back of Dustwatch Recruiter before, but it's a 3/3, makes your creatures cheaper, and then if no 2 or more spells are cast, it becomes daytime again and flips over to that side. So what are you digging with what are you digging with for Duskwatch Recruiter? No, what are you digging for with Duskwatch Recruiter? Typically just Walking Ballista, and Duskwatch Recruiter I've pretty much said everything about, but you know what? No, I'll go back and touch on some other things that Duskwatch Recruiter does while we're here. So it's got the werewolf mechanic, which this is the double-sided thing that all kind of werewolves deal with. But at the beginning of each upkeep, if no spells were cast, so if nothing's cast, that means it's nighttime, and you switch it over at the beginning of the next turn. And then if 2 spells are cast, you flip it over back to this side. Mostly you want it to be on this side, and what's cool about this card, you can activate it as soon as you play it or tutor it up,
which means it's a great mana sink. It's pretty much the only reason you'll want to play Duskwatch Recruiter, but I have seen some deck lists that play the card with no infinite mana combos just as a value card, because it is kind of a mini collected company of sorts here. It does cost a lot of mana to use. A lot of times if you activate the ability, like you'll spend your whole turn activating the ability and then it'll flip over, which can be awkward. It is also worth noting that it's both players. So both players have to cast no spells. So sometimes what will happen is you'll play Duskwatch Recruiter, that might tap you out or something, and then you'll pass turn to your opponent. Your opponent might just say, all right, well, I don't want you to have a Duskwatch Recruiter, I'm going to play no spells, and then you're going to have to flip it. On your upkeep, in response to Duskwatch transforming into the Howler, you are free to activate Duskwatch Recruiter as many times as you want. So that is something that comes up. What's tricky with that, if you are activating it as many times as you want, it's going to flip over after that, and then you won't have an infinite mana sink. Your creatures will be a little bit cheaper, but you won't have anything to sink your mana into. At the same time, if you've drawn some cards, that's decent enough value. But yeah, that's really the only weird rules interaction to know about with Duskwatch Recruiter, is that you want to that you can respond to the werewolf flip, but that's pretty straightforward. Let's look at our other mana sink here. There's one other mana sink that I guess I will show off, and it is... oh yeah, it's Ronus the Indomitable. So Ronus is a 3-cost and cost green creature. You can cord for it, you can collected company for it. It's got Death Touch, indestructible. Can't attack or block unless you control another creature with 4 power or greater. That part isn't really relevant. You're mostly playing it for this mana sink ability. Another target creature gets +2/+0 and gains trample. I don't think that this card is as good as Duskwatch Recruiter, even though it can be pretty powerful in some interesting situations. I just don't like it personally enough myself. I think you'd rather have Duskwatch for the grind ability. I could be wrong, and only time will tell, but that's how I see it. So another mana sink is Walking Ballista. And Walking Ballista is the best mana sink. It gets shut off by Stony Silence, but that really shouldn't be an issue. Mainly, it's an XX creature, where X is half of what you spend to cast the card. So if you spend 2 mana, it's a 1/1. You spend 4 mana, it's a 2/2. And then you can remove those counters to deal 1 damage to anything you'd like. If you spend 1,000 mana, well, then it's got 500 attack and 500 defense. So all that's pretty good. Mainly, the reason Walking Ballista is sweet is because you can use it for just 2 mana to destroy a 1-drop creature, like on the draw or the play, really, I guess. You can use it to kill Vizier, you can use it to kill Birds of Paradise, like these are all cards in the mirror. I'm trying to think of some other cards you might want to kill. You can kill a Grim Lavamancer on the cheap. So all of those things are pretty good. It also has an ability, pay 4 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on Walking Ballista. You could also have some pretty insane +1/+1 counter synergies with Archangel of Thune, Gavany Township, and Spike Feeder, and Anafenza. So all of the previously mentioned +1/+1 counter synergies work very well with it, and it's the best mana sink available. The drawback, of course, is that you can't cord for it, and you can't company for it. However, you kind of can. And the reason that I say that is because, say your hand is just a collected company, and you've got infinite mana. So you go collected company, you flip over Walking Ballista, Eternal Witness, and some other cards. You take Walking Ballista, Eternal Witness, and Walking Ballista immediately goes to the graveyard, which means that you can bring it back to your hand with the Eternal Witness that also just came into play, and then you can use it as a mana sink and hit your opponent for 1 billion. So sometimes tutoring up Walking Ballista and Eternal Witness is the best, Though, if you just search up Duskwatch Recruiter, that is also a pretty good out for you. Though sometimes, sometimes you've just already used Walking Ballista earlier in the game. At that point, all you need is an Eternal Witness, and you can combo off from there. So that is all pretty straightforward. That's what Duskwatch Recruiter does, and that's what Walking Ballista does. They're only really used in the Devoted Druid versions of the deck, though sometimes Walking Ballista is just used. I'm going to start cutting some cards here. Let's look at some more staples. So that concludes the mana portion of the deck. Those 4 creatures, Wall, Devoted Druid, Noble, and Birds of Paradise, are the main mana creatures that you want to play. Well, what else are there? There are some pretty sick, grindy cards, and I'm going to show off Eternal Witness next, just because I've said its name so often, and it is in so many different versions of the deck. So this is a great card. It is not a hate bear, but it is a value bear of sorts. It is Grizzly Bear, and then for 1 more mana, Reclaim stapled onto it. You get to take any card and put it from your graveyard to your hand. One of the best things about Eternal Witness is that if you cast a Collected Company and hit an Eternal Witness, you can return that Collected Company to your hand. That is often pretty good. You can do the same trick with Court of Calling, and it actually does come up. Sometimes you just cast Court of Calling for X equals 3, go and get Eternal Witness, you got a free 2-1. There's a lot of ways where that can be relevant. Either you just need another Eternal Witness in play to start grinding your opponent because you've got a Revel Arc or something like that. You might just want another free creature on board that you can Gavany Township with. It might just be your opponent's end step and you're not sure. Say you have Kitchen Finks and a bunch of lands in play and that's it. Well, end of turn, you might be able to go and get Archangel of Thune, but maybe you only have 3 lands. So you go and get Eternal Witness, and that just puts Eternal Witness onto the battlefield for free. Now, if you top deck a Viscera Seer or an Anafenza or a Melira, you can still find the other half of your combo and continue to combo off. But more importantly, you haven't cost yourself anything to do that. And you've added a creature to the battlefield. It's a free 2-1. And that is going to help. Now you have another creature, and because of the convocability on Court of Calling, now it can cost effectively, you've made Court of Calling for Archangel of Thune or something dumb like that, cost 1 less mana. So all of that is pretty sweet. You can use Eternal Witness to return Eternal Witness, which is always good. You can use it to return anything. It's a pretty simple card, but there's some cool things that you can do with it. A lot of times in my lists, I play 3 Eternal Witness, and because of that, I also wind up playing some spot removal main deck, typically some Abrupt Decays or Path to Exiles. The reason for that is that turns Eternal Witness into a Snapcaster Mage of sorts. It already is kind of a Snapcaster Mage that is arguably better and worse at different times. Obviously, it doesn't have Flash. Snapcaster Mage is definitely a better card than Eternal Witness, but Eternal Witness can definitely put in work. And if you just return Path to Exile, sometimes against something like Jund, that's all you need, just a little bit more value across the course of the game. And that is why the deck is so cool. Pretty much because of Eternal Witness, but also because of Kitchen Finks. What's crazy about the deck is it's got these infinite combos in it, but it is also just an insanely grindy deck. And if your opponent doesn't have any type of graveyard hate, you can really outgrind almost anybody that is going to try to mess with you here. So Eternal Witness is a piece of that puzzle, and yeah, just quite fantastic. I'm going to start cutting cards here as I've talked about that, like I said. What else do I have? Well, after talking about Eternal Witness, it does make sense to talk about Renegade Rallier. This is a new card in the deck out of Aether Revolt that is potentially looking to replace Eternal Witness and also I mentioned that some of the cards replace Wall of Roots. This is one of the cards that looks to replace Wall of Roots, and I'll get to the third card that sometimes replaces Wall of Roots next. But Renegade Rallier is a pretty strong one. Partially it's strong. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/2, so you're already looking at Kitchen Finks stats, which isn't great by any means, but it's also got another ability. When it enters the battlefield this turn, if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, return target permanent card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So it immediately puts it on the battlefield, but the card has to cost 2 or less. So what are we typically looking at here? Well, what we're actually typically looking at is fetch lands. And we talked about these a lot before, but you can go turn 1, Forest, Birds of Paradise, turn 2, crack your Windswept Heath, play a Renegade Rallier, and then you can immediately return that Windswept Heath from your graveyard to play. There's also a lot more opportunities that you can do with things like that. Mainly, Viscera Seer makes a lot of them happen. But, yeah, it's just good. The timing can be a little bit tricky on Renegade Rallier. Renegade Rallier has what's called an intervening if clause on it. And so this is called a triggered ability because it starts with the word when. But this part, we have 2 commas and there's an if statement. So this is called an intervening if clause. And what this means is it's checking something. If a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, that's what it's checking. When is that checking? Well, it's checking that when you place this on the stack, and it's also checking that when it resolves. Normally, it's more important that it's checking it when it resolves. But it also checks for Revolt when this ability gets placed on the stack. And there's a weird difference here between this, and some of the other Revolt cards like Fatal Push. Fatal Push, you can sacrifice your fetch land after you've already cast it. But basically where this comes up is say you CoCo and you hit a Renegade Rallier. Well, if Renegade Rallier comes into play and you haven't already sacrificed something, then you don't get to return anything. And this is kind of a tricky interaction because it means that in response to your own collected company, you have to preemptively either sacrifice a fetch land or sacrifice something to Viscera Seer. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get anything back. So that does create a little bit of a weird ask for the card with that, with the fact that you have to sacrifice something before you even know that you're going to hit it off of collected company. But at the same time, it still is a pretty strong card. It can return a lot of your Hate Bears, a lot of your sideboard cards, and there's a lot of other sweet cards that we might show off later that you'll be able to see. At the very least, it returns your Anafenza or something while you're comboing off, So, something like, say you sacrifice your Kitchen Finks to Viscera Seer, in response to your opponent lightning bolts your Anafenza, you can cord up Renegade Rallier in response, and then you'll be able to return your Anafenza to the battlefield before your Kitchen Finks even noticed that it was missing. So, all of that is pretty good. However, there is also a combo with Renegade Rallier and Viscera Seer. And that just makes this deck even a little bit more complicated, but we're going to look at a card now called Saffi Eriksdotter. It's a 2-mana 2/2. You can sacrifice it, and it says when target creature dies this turn, return that card to the battlefield. Now, this card was originally used in Project X, and I'm going to show the card that it was used with right here. Crypt Champion was the card originally used in that Project X deck that I talked about earlier. And so Crypt Champion, when it comes into play, let's look at the last ability on it, when it comes into play, if you didn't spend red mana to cast it, you have to sacrifice it. And also when it comes into play, each player reanimates a collected company viable creature, a creature that costs 3 or less. So basically, with Crypt Champion and Saffi Eriksdotter, you sacrifice Saffi with the Crypt Champion sacrifice on the stack, and then Crypt Champion kills itself because you didn't spend red mana for it, and then Crypt Champion comes back because of Saffi. When Crypt Champion comes back, it brings back Saffi, and it tries to sacrifice itself again. So you sacrifice Saffi before you sacrifice Crypt Champion, and you keep going. All of that doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at all, but basically you need... I'll show you what the card was in Standard, I guess. It was Essence Warden. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. So you can use that, and every time you go through that iteration, you will gain a life. There is another card that we're more likely to use in Modern here, and that's Blood Artist. But we're also not going to be using the Crypt Champion combo. Crypt Champion just is not good enough for Modern, unfortunately. But there is the Renegade Rallier is a good card on its own, and the fact that basically you play it because it's a good card on its own. But once you get to that point and you're like, all right, I'm willing to play Renegade Rallier, then all you have to ask yourself is, are you willing to play Saffi Eriksdotter? And if you are, you can sacrifice Saffi to save the Renegade Rallier. And then whenever Renegade Rallier dies, it comes back onto the battlefield. And then you sacrifice Rallier to Viscera Seer. Then it'll come right back and it'll return the Saffi back with it. Then you sack Saffi, and then you sack Rallier, and then you sack, and then they both come back again. So all of this allows you to scry infinite times. While you're scrying infinite times, you could find a better kill like Blasting Station. You can find Blood Artist to turn all of those sacrifices into infinite damage and infinite life in the same way that the other combo does. I think that's pretty much everything that there is with Renegade Rallier. I'll be honest, I have not yet played with this card, and there might be some more tricky interactions that work with it. I can't really think of too many, but I did actually want to mention this, and I kind of forgot to earlier. So, though a lot of times you cut Wall of Roots for Renegade Rallier, it is worth noting that with both Wall of Roots and Devoted Druid can kill itself at any time. So triggering a Devoted Druid killing itself can trigger your Morbid and your Revolt things. So that is all worth noting. Also on Revolt, it just says if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn. That could mean it died to Path to Exile. It died to, or not died to Path to Exile, but left to Path to Exile. If your opponent like blinked one of your creatures or something like that. I guess if it got angry to the gods, didn't mean to show that off there. But any way that it left the battlefield, regardless, will trigger the Revolt there. Some random cards pop up on the screen every once in a while too. So Saffi Eriksdotter. What else can this card do? Well, this is a combo piece, like I said, but it is also what I put in the category of a flag bearer. So basically, in some matchups, I'm going to go ahead and single out Scavenging Ooze again, and we're almost about to talk about Scavenging Ooze, I swear. But a lot of times Scavenging Ooze is actually just the best card in your matchup. And you can tell it's the best card by how many times I have brought this thing up without meaning to. It just comes up so often because it's such a good card. It's good against graveyard decks. It's good against burn decks. so many different things. So sometimes Scavenging Ooze is just the best card. Well, if you need to protect your Scavenging Ooze, one of the reasons that Saffi is so great is it can protect your Scavenging Ooze. It can also, if you have Viscera Seer, Saffi, Melira, and a Kitchen Finks in play, well, your opponent can't stop your combo. If they try to stop your combo with a removal spell, you just say, no, you're not killing my Melira. You're going to kill my Saffi Eriksdotter instead. You sacrifice Saffi, say next time Melira would die, return it to the battlefield, and then it dies and returns to the battlefield again. So, in that way, Saffi is another class of creatures that we call a flag bearer, and can kind of help you combo, but can also just be good in your grindy matchups. I'll give you another example of where flag bearers are really good. Scavenging Ooze is like a priority protect, but so is Eidolon of Rhetoric. I mean, all four of these cards are. Aven Mindcensor, Aethersworn Canonist, not Lone Missionary, Kataki, War's Wage, and Eidolon of Rhetoric. But there are some decks that Eidolon of Rhetoric just beats. Each player can't cast more than one spell each turn. I'll get into a little bit later what decks this is good against, but just know that against some decks, this is the best thing that you can do. Well, if it's the best thing that you can do, then the best thing that you can do against that opponent is put out an Eidolon, put out a Spellskite, put out a Saffi Eriksdotter, and just say, hey man, this Eidolon ain't going nowhere. I'm not losing this Eidolon, and I'm not going to lose this game. And you can set up what are pretty strong soft locks against your opponent. A hard lock is something that your opponent could have no possible means to win the game against. Notably, like gaining infinite life against a burn deck while you have more cards in your library than they do. There's just no conceivable way that they can win that game. And then a soft lock is something that your opponent is just very, very unlikely to get out of. They would have to kill your creatures like 5 different times to try to get out of that hard lock or soft lock. But Saffi Eriksdotter is good at protecting you from a bunch of different locks and is just pretty good in that regard. So what else do we have here? I think I want to move on to Voice of Resurgence, because this is the last card of those that I mentioned that can replace Wall of Roots. And that's just because this card is good against everybody. A lot of times you're going to see... I mean, not everybody plays Voice of Resurgence, but you're going to see 1 or 2 Voice of Resurgence in almost every list, with some lists containing 3, some lists containing 0, and some lists also have the full 4 split between the main deck and the sideboard. This card's pretty powerful. Triggers on 2 different things. It's kind of a unique triggered ability that throws players off at first, but it's almost 2 separate triggered abilities that kind of exist on one because they have the same outcome. Whenever an opponent casts a spell during your turn, and then skip over this part, make a green and white creature token with this creature's power, toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. Also, when Voice of Resurgence dies, create that same token. Few things I want to talk about here. Where Voice of Resurgence is good, what matchups it's bad in, and some other potential synergies that are sweet with it. So, it's good against everybody. It's pretty good against grindy decks, and it's also good against fast, aggressive decks like red deck wins, and then it's good against anything blue. Anybody that would want to cast spells during your turn, it's going to be good against because you're going to get a free trigger. The things that it's bad against are things that don't really care about just your mediocre creatures, stuff like Affinity, Tron, Boggles. It's not great against Infect, something like that. But for the most part, it's pretty solid against Jund. I do sometimes board out some against Jund, and especially some against junk, but even then, it winds up being pretty good. It's kind of like a flag bearer of sorts, because it means that if your opponent wants to kill any of your cards, they have to do it during their own turn, or you're going to get a huge monster. So, by putting this on the battlefield, it puts your opponent in an awkward position, and sometimes you flip into, like, say you have Viscera Seer Kitchen Finks out on the battlefield, and then you cast a Court of Calling, flip into Anafenza plus Voice of Resurgence. Well, your opponent's in a pretty awkward spot there, because you get to combo off, and then if your opponent decides that they want to stop your combo, you get a free, at least a 4/4. It's important to note that the creature's power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures you control. That is an ability that the creature has. So something that makes it lose abilities makes it lose that, and makes it become, well, typically cards that make creatures lose abilities also turn them into 1/1s, like Snake Form and Humility. But that you don't have to worry about as much in this format. Basically, what's important is that ability is a static ability on the creature. Say you play Voice of Resurgence turn 2, your opponent lightning bolts it. You have a 1/1. Next turn you play another creature, it becomes a 2/2. You play a Collected Company, get 2 more creatures, it's a 4/4. So Voice of Resurgence can always be growing. It also does interact favorably with +1/+1 counters, so you can have the +1/+1 counters on top of the power and toughness that Voice of Resurgence is, and that'll stack up. And all of that is pretty good game. Voice of Resurgence is great against red deck wins because you can block one of their creatures, not feel bad that your guy died, and still get another creature to show for it. It's also pretty good at representing some really weird combat tricks. The card has like a pseudo-vigilance ability on it if you have it alongside a Viscera Seer, and basically just means you can sacrifice Voice of Resurgence anytime that you'd like, and you'll get to scry one, and you'll get that token. You don't typically want to be too aggressive in doing that, because this isn't an aggressive deck, it's more of a mid-range deck. However, you have a bunch of Birds of Paradise, you want to start activating Gavany Township, you can just go for it. You sacrifice Voice, get a 5/5, activate Gavany Township. A 6/6 is pretty big, even if it does die to anything. This is the first card we've seen make tokens in the deck. I'll mention that tokens have a converted mana cost of 0. That doesn't really come up that much because there's no more Birthing Pod in the format, but if you did want to Eldritch Evolution away a Voice token, you would it would count as a 0 drop for the purpose of looking at its converted mana cost. That's mostly it with Voice of Resurgence. You are going to see this card in decent numbers in a lot of Melira lists. There's a lot of cool interactions you can do with the Viscera Seer, just in terms of clocking your opponent, but also keep in mind that it does kind of act as a flag bearer of sorts, because your opponent won't really want to interact with you. And if they do, you're like, all right, that's fine. You interacted with me. I get a huge monster. A lot of people forget that it's when it dies and when you cast a spell during your turn. People just forget that ability. Some people respect it, and it kind of acts like a Grand Abolisher. Grand Abolisher doesn't really see play in the deck, but I'll talk about it for a second here. During your turn, your opponent can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. They can only activate abilities of lands, which means they can activate stuff like Gavany Township or Nephalia Drownyard. Weird stuff like that. Just can't activate artifact, creatures, or enchantments. They can activate like wasteland effects too. But sometimes Voice of Resurgence just acts as a Grand Abolisher, shuts down what your opponent is doing. Grand Abolisher doesn't really see play in the deck because Voice of Resurgence, it's weird. A lot of times you look at cards, and this card effectively gives your opponent a choice. The choice is, you can't cast a spell during my turn, or if you really want to, I get a monster. But the fact that you also get that monster when it dies, and it's just such a cheap creature, and so good in a variety of different matchups, really helps to allow this card to be grindy in different matchups. It is important the Beast token, or is it a Beast token?
No, it's an elemental. The elemental token does count itself. Sometimes I call it a beast token because there's a card called Beast of Burden that has that text printed on it that Voice of Resurgence makes the token of. But it does count itself. It does count your token creatures, so if you have multiple voice tokens, they will start to count each other, and all that's pretty good. It really does add up. Before I talk about one more staple in the deck, aka Scavenging Ooze, I do want to talk just about Lotus Cobra. I did miss this when I was talking about mana creatures, but I thought about it because this is another creature that is potentially a replacement for Wall of Roots. Now, Lotus Cobra doesn't see that much play in the deck, but I think it might start seeing a little bit more play once people start adding more Duskwatch recruiters to the deck. And also it's pretty good with Tireless Tracker. It just provides you with a lot of mana, and it's potentially good with like Renegade Rallier as well. So landfall, make a mana of any color. Why this is really good is with the fetch lands, you get double landfall triggers, and you can play Lotus Cobra on turn 2, and then on turn 3 immediately have access to 5 mana. You can also play turn 1 Birds of Paradise, turn 2 Lotus Cobra, then play a fetch land, then crack the fetch land, and you immediately have 3 mana. If that 3 mana is used to cast a Renegade Rallier, then you get 3 mana again. So you can dump your hand pretty quickly, and I think Lotus Cobra might start picking up a little bit more in some lists, but altogether it's not all that powerful. It is just another option, though, that you can consider for your Collected Company, Abzan, Project Melira decks. Did I cut it? I think I did. Okay. So, when it comes to staples, no card is as ubiquitous in Abzan Collected Company list that isn't a combo piece than is Scavenging Ooze. Scavenging Ooze is just a great, great card, and I almost feel like I could talk about it for probably 40 minutes, so I'm going to try to run through why it's so good, what it's good against. It's good against burn decks. It is good against Tarmogoyf because you get to start exiling cards from their graveyard and taking them off of types that Tarmogoyf is countering for. In the same way, you can take them off of Delirium. It is good against Snapcaster Mage. You wait to see what your opponent is targeted with their Snapcaster Mage, and then you eat whatever they have targeted. It is good against Flashback and Aftermath. However, with those two in particular, your opponent always has the opportunity to cast the first half of, let's say, Lingering Souls, and then receive priority and cast the second half before you have a chance to respond to Scavenging Ooze. That said, it is still good and can eat up some flashback cards that your opponent has lying around. Can also eat up retrace cards. It's good against graveyard-based interaction. It's good against anything with the word graveyard interaction on it. I've already mentioned that you can eat a Kitchen Finks as it's persisting. You can eat whatever they target with Revelark or Sun Titan or Eternal Witness. I don't think you can target whatever they get with Sheoldred. No, you can use it to counter Sheoldred's ability as well. So, basically, this deck wants to do all of these super sweet, super grindy things. And what I've always said is, Scavenging Ooze out of Jund and Junk decks is always so funny, because it's this innocuous little 2-mana 2/2, it's a hate bear, that somehow manages to outgrind anything else you could hope to do in this format. Now, it's not going to beat Archangel of Thune Spike Feeder because that combo doesn't use the graveyard, which is part of the reason that you do play it, because Scavenging Ooze is just such a powerful card, but it really does stop so many other things. Some things that it doesn't stop Delve, because your opponent pays the cost for Delve, but you can proactively eat their graveyards to stop Delve, and in the same way proactively eat their graveyards to stop something like Snapcaster targets or whatever. Like, you're allowed to eat whatever you want. If you start eating creatures, you start gaining life, which is great. Eating creatures is great against a few different decks. Like I said, it shrinks Tarmogoyf. It's great in the mirror where there's so many creatures
you want to return. And it is also good against Living End, which is a combo deck that cycles creatures and then tries to reanimate every creature in their graveyard and put it on the battlefield. So you start eating out those creatures. Also, eating creatures is really good against red deck wins, just because gaining 1 life here and there really comes in handy, and all of that is really fantastic. So what are some other silly things that you can do with Scavenging Ooze? I already mentioned you can use your Wall of Roots and Devoted Druids to kill themselves and start eating them and gaining a bigger life creature. You can also use Viscera Seer to gain life in the same way. But more so than that, I want to talk about some tricky things with Scavenging Ooze. It's only a 2/2. And it's maybe the best card against red deck wins. Maybe Kitchen Finks is. But it's a really good card against red deck wins, even though it dies to Lightning Bolt. There's always a very difficult balance with Scavenging Ooze where... So, if your opponent's tapped out, just make it a 4/4. Because making it a 4/4 will allow you to make it play around Culligan's Command. It allows you to play against Lightning Bolt. So it just gets you out of burn range. However, that's not a hard and fast rule. Where you don't want to make it a 4/4 is if your opponent could actually have something like Culligan's Command. Like, imagine that your opponent has Culligan's Command and 7 mana. And you could immediately just play Scavenging Ooze and tap out, and they're tapped out right now, but they have 7 mana tapped. You could play Scavenging Ooze, make it a 4/4. Well, then your opponent on their turn could play Scavenging Ooze, play Culligan's Command, hit Scavenging Ooze for 2, return Snapcaster Mage, and then Snapcaster Mage the Culligan's Command. I guess that's 8 mana, but either way, they can still kill your Scavenging Ooze. Whereas if you just keep your green mana open, you can completely counter Culligan's Command, you can completely counter Snapcaster Mage, and it just winds up being a much safer play to try to counter those cards with the Exile ability than trying to counter those cards by growing out of burn range. Flag Bearers are really good with Spellskite to try to protect it. That's, I think, actually most of what I wanted to say on the card. The last thing that I will mention, which is pretty crazy, as if either of these cards needed to be any better, Archangel of Thune, whenever you activate Scavenging Ooze, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on Scavenging Ooze if you gained a life, but you also get to put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures because you gained a life point from exiling a creature. So Scavenging Ooze gets +2/+2, and your whole team gets +1/+1. So that's a pretty fantastic synergy, and just let Scavenging Ooze continue to be super powerful. Scavenging Ooze is potentially the best card in the mirror match, and it is one of the reasons that I have trouble playing this deck without some Path to Exiles in the deck. Scavenging Ooze also comes out of Jund and Junk decks here and there, so I just like to be prepared. I typically play 2 Scavenging Oozes, and people also play Fiend Hunter, and Scavenging Ooze winds up being the best Fiend Hunter target. I also should have given or said the nickname for Scooze when I started this. A lot of people just call it Scooze. It's a lot easier. You've heard me say Scavenging Ooze about 80 times so far, and now I'm going to stop because I'm done talking about the card, but also because I can just refer to it as Scooze from here on out. But that's pretty much it with Scooze. Trying to think of some other weird examples. I ran through all of them real quick, but I think they were all there. Feel free to point out to me if I missed a Scavenging Ooze example. I really do think I got all of them or most of them. But it's a really, really crazy card. Super powerful. Oh, I guess I was saying in the mirror matchup, having this card is almost more important than having the combo. Because if you have a Scavenging Ooze out, your opponent can't combo. And the combo doesn't really matter. You can deal infinite damage, so gaining infinite life really doesn't matter. The mirror matchup is a matchup where I would board out Kitchen Finks. You don't want to board them all out because it's a good blocker if they go on the beatdown plan. But infinite life doesn't get you anywhere in the mirror matchup, and there's just a lot better cards that we'll discuss. But Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is a staple. It's pretty much a one of in every deck list. If it's not in the main deck, it should be in the sideboard. If it is in the main deck, it should probably also still be in the sideboard. I play 2 Scavenging Ooze in every list that I play because it is just so good against everything. It's good against Grixis, it's good against Jund, it's good against Living End, it's good against Burn, and it's great in the mirror. So a lot of uses for Scavenging Ooze, and yeah, just a really powerful card. What else is a staple? Well, you know what? I mentioned Fiend Hunter, so I'm going to go ahead and discuss Fiend Hunter next. It is not quite a staple, but you will see Fiend Hunter in a lot of lists because it's a removal spell that you can CoCo or Chord for, and both of those things make it a pretty reasonable card. Now, some people may be tempted to play instead of Fiend Hunter. What's it called? It's called Border. Let me see if I can find it here. No, it's not Border. It's Way. I apologize. I don't know the name of the card that is similar to Fiend Hunter. Somebody might know in the comments. Basically, I have it right here. Fairgrounds Warden, because I knew I'd want to talk about it. Now, Fairgrounds Warden looks pretty similar to Fiend Hunter. 1/3, 3 mana. It's got an ability that Oblivion Rings a creature. It exiles it until Fairground Warden leaves the battlefield. It's a Dwarf Soldier. Is that what I'm concerned about? Dwarf Soldier compared to Human Cleric? Like I said, there's a lot of humans in the deck. You could potentially play Cavern of Souls, but that's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm actually concerned about is the fact that Fiend Hunter, even though it costs an additional white mana, and if you play Fairgrounds Warden, you're not wrong. You can play Fairgrounds Warden, but just hear me out on what you're missing out on. For 1 more white mana, what you can do is you can play Fiend Hunter, you'll exile another target creature, but then with that ability on the stack, you sacrifice the creature to Viscera Seer, or whatever other sacrifice outlet you have. Let's be honest, it's Viscera Seer. Then, the way that the rules work is you have the first Fiend Hunter ability on the stack. Oops. So you've got this first Fiend Hunter ability on the stack right here. Then you sacrifice it. This ability goes on the stack on top of this ability. Well, what does that mean? That means that because it left the battlefield second, that's going to happen first. So what you're going to do is you're going to return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Well, that's really weird. What the hell does that mean? What it means is this ability is going to resolve and do nothing because you haven't exiled the creature yet. Then when this ability resolves, you're going to exile you're going to exile the creature that you talked about, and the creature that you exiled is going to stay exiled forever. So in that way, with a sacrifice outlet, you can use Viscera Seer to turn a Fiend Hunter into an actual removal spell. And if we look at Fairgrounds Warden, because they're all one ability, all that'll happen is the creature will never exile itself at all. So for that reason, I would consider urging you to play Fiend Hunter over Fairgrounds Warden, but you can make your own choice there. A lot of lists will run with 1 Fiend Hunter in the main deck. I don't always use it because I like Path to Exile, but it is good to have access to it. Having access to one way to shut down a problem creature that your opponent have can always get you out of some weird, sticky situations. And I like it, but there's other ways to do it too. That, but I just like playing Path to Exile so that I can max out on my Eternal Witnesses. Here's another creature, Tidehollow Sculler. Similar thing to whatever creature I was just talking about.
and I can't think of right now. But Tide Hollow Sculler is similar to that, except you look at your opponent's hand, choose a non-land card, and exile it, and then when Sculler leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to the owner's hand. So I drank a little too fast there. Now I have to drink water to make up for the water that I drank too fast. Okay, so same way with Viscera Seer. This creature kind of Oblivion Rings a card, and then you can use Viscera Seer to just turn Tide Hollow Sculler into a permanent exile effect. I do want to look here with... Okay, yeah, Fiend Hunter, that's the name of it. Okay, yeah. One thing that is important to note on Fiend Hunter, you return the card to the battlefield under the owner's control. So this will... Sorry, guys. Fiend Hunter will return the card to the battlefield under the owner's control. That doesn't really come up too often, but every once in a while it will, and I just wanted to point that out. Owner is not the same as controller. So whoever actually started the game with that card in the deck will get it back. Also, Fiend Hunter, worth noting, that when you exile a token, if you ever exile a token or kill a token or something, that token can't come back. So you can exile an opposing Voice of Resurgence token or something else like that. And even if Fiend Hunter dies, that token is not going to come back. Fiend Hunter is also interesting in that it is a resetter. And there's some weird things that you can do with Fiend Hunter where you actually want to Oblivion Ring your card. It could come up with Tide Hollow Sculler too, but with Tide Hollow Sculler, it's just like infinitely less relevant. But with Fiend Hunter, sometimes what you want to do is just exile your Kitchen Finks if it had already persisted, and then sacrifice Fiend Hunter to Viscera Seer, and then Kitchen Finks will return to the battlefield unpersisted. This can be a good way to gain 2 life if you need to against burn, or it could just be a good way to reset your Kitchen Finks. It can also be a way to protect your creature. Like, say you have a... This is like kind of a weird example, but say your opponent has like an Anger of the Gods, and you are playing Scavenging Ooze against them, and Scavenging Ooze is just killing them, and you just want to keep Scavenging Oozing them. What you would do is you would collect, or Court of Calling up a Fiend Hunter and exile your Scavenging Ooze, and then when Fiend Hunter dies to the Anger of the Gods, then they would get their Scavenging Ooze, or you'd get your Scavenging Ooze back. So you can kind of use it as a flag bearer. You can use it preemptively as a flag bearer. Like, there's sometimes where your opponent just doesn't have anything going on, and you're like, all right, well, the only way that I lose this game is if my opponent wraths. I guess I will... I guess I'll Fiend Hunter like my Archangel of Thune, and then I just can't lose. But you can also do that in response to a Wrath of God. Just Fiend Hunter your creature off of a collected company to kind of save it. So that's some potentially weird interaction with Fiend Hunter that might come up. And that's part of the purpose of this guide, to explain some of the weird interactions that happen once in every 200 games, so that if they do come up for you guys, then you'll be like, wait a minute, okay, I can actually do something kind of nifty here. Thanks, No Lux Given. Alrighty, so that's Fiend Hunter, and that's Tide Hollow Sculler, and that's pretty much all that I have to say about that. Fiend Hunter is, typically a one-of in the main deck, and Tide Hollow Sculler is typically a one-of or two-of in the sideboard. And doesn't really see too much main deck play, but you'll see, I'll show off some lists after this, and you'll see that it does have some main deck play. What? Let me see. Are there any other staples? Yes, there are. Okay. So some other staples that I want to show off are Tireless Tracker, which is not a hate bear. It is just a grindy card. In a way, it is kind of a flag bearer just because it is so good that your opponent will use a removal spell on it if they have one. But that doesn't really count considering that this is really only a flag bearer for Archangel of Thune, because anything else you'd rather have Tireless Tracker if you could only have one creature in play. So Tireless Tracker is pretty interesting. When a land enters the battlefield under your control, investigate, which means create a colorless clue artifact token that allows you to pay 2 and sacrifice it to draw a card. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, Tireless Tracker gains a +1/+1 counter. These are not clues, but they're interesting. I was just looking. I mean, this is kind of like a clue, but this doesn't count for Tireless Tracker. That's worth noticing. Clue only really counts for the tokens that it or other Tireless Trackers create. And Fetch Lands, same thing. Let you hit double landfall and thus allow you to double investigate. The only thing that I think is really worth noticing about this card, if you're playing it in your deck, it means that you have to hold on to your Fetch Lands a little bit longer. There's kind of an anti-synergy between this and Renegade Rallier. Rallier wants you to randomly crack your Fetch Lands when you CoCo, and Tireless Tracker wants you to hang on to them. So consider that when building your deck. Also, the clue tokens, once they're in the graveyard, they don't come back, so you can't Renegade Rallier or Eternal Witness them back. That's also worth noting. Speaking of Eternal Witness, I'll just say there's like a weird amount of time where just like I'm flooded and I will Eternal Witness back a Horizon Canopy. Just figured I'd mention that because it does come up from time to time. So what else does Tireless Tracker do? Not too much, but I did want to note it. Note that sometimes you'll bring in Stony Silence against like Tron, Affinity, stuff like that. You want to board out Tireless Tracker in any of those matchups anyways because he's not good against fast decks. You really only want him in Grindfests against Grixis, the Mirror, Jund, things like that. But especially anything, and it's kind of a good way to remember it. If Stony Silence would be good against your opponent's deck, board out Tireless Tracker because you don't really want Tireless Tracker against them, and Stony Silence will shut off your Tireless Tracker as well. So that's kind of a funny thing there. Then we have another card that is kind of a grindy creature, but also plays double work as a Hate Bear. Hate Bear is kind of loose on Courser of Kruphix. The only reason that is really a Hate Bear at all is because it gains you life. It is mostly a grindy card, but the ability to gain life against a burn deck is good. So 3 mana, play with the top card of your deck revealed. You can play the top card of your deck if it is a land. This doesn't allow you to hit extra land drops, it just lets you hit your 1 land drop for turn. Another cool thing that you can do with Courser of Kruphix, you always know what card is coming, so with fetch lands you can sacrifice them and reshuffle your deck. You can also reshuffle your deck with a Court of Calling, and you can also see what you'd potentially hit off a Collected Company. That might mean that you don't want to do it, but it might mean that you do. There's not really many ways to draw cards in this deck. In fact, I don't think that there are any. But with something like Tireless Tracker or Horizon Canopy, it is just important to note that anytime you draw cards in multiples, every single card is revealed to your opponent. So your opponent will have perfect information of what you've drawn since casting Courser of Kruphix. That's more of just a failure to reveal thing more than it is an actual detriment to the card. The card is quite fantastic and effectively lets you draw cards because it lets you shuffle away cards that you don't want and play lands for free off the top of the deck, which is effectively like drawing them. You also break even on fetch lands that you crack because you gain 1 life point back. So that is another good grindy card, Tireless Tracker. Mostly going to go into Hate Bears now and cards that see play from time to time. Yeah, let's just do that. I am now going to start going through my list of all of the random cards that you've seen pop up throughout the stream, and these will all mostly be pretty quick. There's not too much that I have to say about any of these other cards in particular, and I will try to pay extra special attention to cards that you are more likely to see compared to cards that you are not as likely to see. So, where to start? I guess I'll start with... Yeah, that is a tricky question. Alright, I'm just going to go just by converted mana cost and just go through the list here. Burrington Forge Tender, great sideboard card. This card does a lot of things and is actually one of the more complicated cards that I'm about to show off. Protection, like I said, the acronym DET, D-E-B, silent. T prevents damage, equipping, enchanting, auras, blocking, and targeting, as well as fortification. But protection from red means can't be damaged by any of those things. Makes it a great card against red deck wins. It means that you can block a Goblin Guide as many times as you want, or a Monastery Swiftspear as many times as you want. One thing to keep in mind is Atarka's Command and Skullcrack both get around Burrington Forge Tender. It gets around both abilities. If you block a Goblin Guide with a Burrington Forge Tender and your opponent casts an Atarka's Command and says damage can't be prevented this turn and players can't gain life as one of the modes, well, protection no longer protects you from that damage, and Burrington Forge Tender will die. A lot of Burn players don't realize this, so you're potentially safe, but it is worth playing around and making sure. A lot of times you can bait that out. It's pretty obvious when your opponent has an Atarka's Command, typically, but a lot of times you can bait that ability out by casting a Kitchen Finks. Your opponent will Atarka's Command and say that you can't gain the life from it, and then you know that your Burrington Forge Tender is just that much safer. Anger of the Gods is the real reason to play Burrington Forge Tender. This card wrecks the deck. Anger of Gods deals 3 damage to each creature. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. So that's the main reason that I'm playing Burrington Forge Tender in most of my lists. There's other cards you can play instead of Burrington Forge Tender that I'll talk about in a second here, but Burrington Forge Tender does extra work against red deck wins, which is kind of why I like it, but it's not just necessarily the best. And honestly, Selfless Spirit may just be the best. I like having a little bit more red deck wins. It's kind of a functioning hate bear as well as a flag bear, so I like that, but I'm willing to recognize it might not be the best one. Now, Anger of Gods, why this card is so good, it kills your Kitchen Finks, and it kills your Voice of Resurgence, and they don't come back. It also kills your Revelark, and your Revelark will come back, but if everything gets exiled, you won't be able to return everything. A lot of times, in response to Anger of the Gods, you want to sacrifice a bunch of your creatures to Viscera Seer, but you won't always have that option. It's always better to have your creatures be exiled, always better to have your creatures be in the graveyard than exiled, and Burrington Forge Tender helps against that. Just for 1 mana, either preemptively in play or off of a Court of Calling on the cheap, you can grab it, and it's pretty solid. There are some other things that Burrington Forge Tender can do, mainly if you were playing against the Ad Nauseam deck and they did not board into the Lab Maniac plan. You actually get them pretty good. They try to throw a big burn spell at your face, and you can just sack Burrington Forge Tender to prevent all damage that would do. One other interesting thing about Burrington Forge Tender against Eidolon of the Great Revel. Whenever a player casts a spell with converted mana cost 3 or less, Eidolon of the Great Revel deals 2 damage to that player, and it's also a 2/2. Burrington Forge Tender uses a pretty weird word on it, and that is the phrase, source of your choice. This isn't a target. This isn't, it's a source of your choice. So you can either pick a spell on the stack, or you can pick a permanent on the battlefield. I'm sorry, you can also pick an ability on the stack if you'd like, but you probably don't want to pick an ability. What you'd rather pick is whatever that ability is coming from. And it's one of the few things where you can interact with the source of an ability to stop the ability that is creating it. But basically, if you sacrifice your Burnt and Forge Tender and target Eidolon of the Great Revel, that frees you up to cast as many spells on the cheap that you want that turn without taking any damage from the Eidolon triggers. And you'll also prevent any combat damage Eidolon would potentially deal that turn. Now, where this doesn't work is if your opponent has multiple Eidolons in play. Each of those Eidolons is a separate source. So don't go considering all of those Eidolons to just be the same source, but Burnt and Forge Tender can still do a lot of work against Eidolon and other cards from red deck wins. Pretty strong card. Like I said, I almost always play one. You can cut it for... You know what? Let's just move on to the next card that you could cut it for. Is Selfless Spirit. It's a flying 2/1 for 2. Sack it. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. There was another card printed before this called Dauntless Escort, which is the exact same ability, and also a pretty solid card. These cards are a little bit more versatile in some ways, but also a little bit less versatile in others. So Selfless Spirit is probably better than Dauntless Escort at this point. I don't really think you should be playing Dauntless Escort. Just being the cheaper creature makes Selfless Spirit better. But I did still want to mention Dauntless Escort. It does see play from time to time, but it's not necessarily as good. So Selfless Spirit protects you from any wrath effects or anything like that. The only thing that it won't protect you from is having your entire team get like languished, which is a minus effect until the end of turn. But other than that, it is pretty good. The reason to play Burnt and Forge Tender is obviously for those other random times where it is good against Burn and good against Lightning Bolt and things like that, though. This is always good against Lightning Bolt. You really just play it because it blocks Goblin Guide, really, and nothing more to it than that. But they both protect against Anger of the Gods, which is the most common sweeper in the format, and that's really all that you're looking for out of your flag bearer creature here. The fact that Burnt and Forge Tender is also a hate bearer of sorts is sweet, but it is not super necessary. That's pretty much all I want to say about these. Obviously, you can tutor it up in response to your opponent using a kill spell. You can also just preemptively have it in play. But for the most part, because it's such a cheap one, you're just going to tutor it up for off of a Court of Calling. And that is pretty good stuff. Kataki War's Wage is a sideboard card. You're going to see one of these in a decent amount of sideboards. I have actually cut it, and I'll tell you why I've cut it. Stony Silence is just a better sideboard card, even though you can't tutor for it. Just having a card that's better against Tron, I think, is just better. Also, the deck is reasonable against Affinity. If you look at some of our sample sideboards later, you'll just see how many cards can come in against the Affinity matchups. You can bring in all your removal spells. You can board in anything that looks like like an Abrupt Decay, any type of Qasali Pridemage, or otherwise Artifact Destruction. Land Destruction is actually okay as well. Stony Silence is good. And also just gaining Infinite Life is pretty good against Affinity. Like we said, they can try to kill you through poison with Inkmoth Nexus, but for the most part, I found you just don't really need Kataki. Kataki does also work well against the deck whose name I always forget. Oh gosh. It's like a Codex Shredder deck. I forget the main card that people go by. But it's a mill deck that plays a bunch of artifacts and tries to mill you and doesn't let you draw the cards that you want. But Stony Silence is also great against that deck. Not being able to tutor for Kataki might be a little bit unfortunate, but if you just play more Stony Silences, if that's a popular deck in your meta,
you're probably just better off with that, to be honest. I don't really think Kataki deserves a spot in the deck anymore, but it is a pretty solid hate bear, and there are people that are going to play it. Lone Missionary really doesn't see any play in the deck. If you really need to beat Burn, there's probably other cards that are better than it, but having a mix of cards that gain you a bunch of life and gain you life over time are decent. The deck is also just fine against Burn with Kitchen Finks and Scavenging Ooze and all of these incidental life gain creatures. I've seen Lone Missionary see play in the deck before. The card is definitely a little bit better if you are playing some Restoration Angels in your deck, but I wouldn't suggest playing Restoration Angels in your deck, so I'm not going to suggest playing Lone Missionary. Okay. Thalia is a good card against Storm. It's a good card against Grixis. It also has a first strike, and it's a legendary creature. You pretty much want this against some of the crazier combo decks in the format, but why Thalia is good is because it's also good against control decks. It makes things like Bolt, Snapcaster, Bolt really awkward, and pretty much if you're playing it against Grixis, it's just going to die, and your opponent's going to spend at least as much mana that you spent to cast Thalia to kill Thalia. The reason that you play it, though, is because it can shut down things like Storm and Ad Nauseam. But unlike something like Eidolon of Rhetoric, which I'm going to talk about next, Eidolon of Rhetoric is just a hard counter to Storm. Each player can't cast more than one spell each turn. But there's actually times where Thalia is better. And it's not just because Thalia is a 2/1 first strike. Non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast is actually a decent cost to the deck too, because it means that your opponent can't just be cycling through their cards as quickly as possible. If they keep a cheap hand with like a 1 land or something like that, maybe you get them. At the same time, Eidolon of Rhetoric only lets them play 1 dig spell per turn anyways, so you're probably best off just playing Eidolon. Eidolon does also have the drawback of being an enchantment. Aethersworn Canoness has the drawback of being an artifact. Both of those are kind of weird things. Thalia dodges both of them, so it needs to die to creature hate, which is kind of cool. But your opponent should have answers for regardless what kind of creature you put out there. You can also play Spirit of the Labyrinth, which is another hate card of sorts, good against Grixis, stopping Ancestral Recall, good against Living End, stopping their ability to cycle multiple cards a turn, and good against Storm, in stopping them from cycling cards or cantripping cards before they go into combo mode. Spirit of the Labyrinth does not see that much play. Thalia doesn't see that much play either, and Spirit of the Labyrinth sees even less, but it is still a good card for certain metagames. That said, over all of these, I just like the hard answer of Eidolon of Rhetoric. I typically have an Eidolon of Rhetoric in my deck. It might not seem as good at first as some of those other options, but it does actually still do some stuff. First off, each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. What's really interesting about that is the fact that it just stops Living End. Your opponent will cascade with a Living End in their deck and then hit the Living End. I'm not going to explain the whole Living End deck, but I've brought it up a few times now. But they cascade, they have to play a card to cascade, and then that means that they can't cast the actual Living End. So that winds up being pretty sweet. It's also better against Affinity than Aethersworn Canoness, which says players can only play 1 non-artifact spell each turn. Aethersworn Canoness is also just worse because artifacts are slightly easier to disrupt, and Eidolon also just has more toughness, which makes it slightly bigger. Now, I don't typically board in Eidolon against something like Grixis, but you can. It means if they Ancestral, they're done their turn. If they Culligan's Command, they're done their turn. And if they Snapcaster, they actually can't get anything back. So both of those things are kind of sweet. I don't really love it. It's not worth playing just to disrupt Snapcaster Mage, because you're already going to be searching for Scavenging Ooze regardless. But each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. It's also pretty decent against Ad Nauseam Angel's Grace, because that is a 2-card combo, and they need to cast both of those cards in the same turn. That, I think, is it on Eidolon of the Rhetoric. Trying to think of some other things. It is a symmetrical effect. All three of these cards that I just showed off, Spirit of the Labyrinth, Eidolon of the Great Revel, and Thalia, are all symmetrical effects. So it is worth noting, if you Eidolon into or if you collected company into an Eidolon, you're done your turn. So be careful with that. Sometimes you can break your opponent up mid-combo, which is also cool. Your opponent casts a Cascade spell or casts a Ad Nauseam, and you just say, all right, in response, I am going to cast my Eidolon. It is important, or I'm going to chord out my Eidolon. It is important with, while playing against Ad Nauseam Tendrils, to put the Eidolon into play before the Ad Nauseam resolves. If your plan is to let Ad Nauseam resolve and then, Eidolon out afterwards, they're just going to pact it, and you're not going to be able to get that into play. But that is mostly everything you can do with Eidolon, at least that I can think of right now. And yeah, just be careful not trying to cast additional spells yourself after putting an Eidolon into play. Grand Abolisher is kind of an Eidolon, kind of a voice of resurgence of sorts. This card does not see any play at all, but I think it might start to potentially see a little bit more play. I think it's going to continue to see zero play, though. But it is just a cool card that is worth knowing and having access to. One of the coolest things about it is that when your opponent doesn't know it's coming and you search it up with a Collected Company or a Court of Calling, then it's already on the battlefield. Your opponent immediately cannot interact, and they're boned, and they didn't know, what they could do. They also can't really interact with, Vizier of Remedies, because that card just gets to gain infinite life regardless. If they try to respond with a removal spell, you can respond by gaining infinite life again, or infinite mana again. So it's all pretty good, and you don't really need Grand Abolisher. Core Firewalker is a reasonable one. Sometimes I play one if burn is really heavily in the meta, and I've also tweaked parts of the deck to be bad against burn. If you're playing a version that for whatever reason would cut some Kitchen Finks or cut some other life gain, it's fine. For the most part, you're not going to see Core Firewalker in many lists because it's very specifically just an anti-red card and doesn't really do much that your deck couldn't otherwise do. Blood Artist, I brought up as being a way to get infinite triggers while you are looping Saffi Eriksdotter and Renegade Rallier. That means you have infinite life and your opponent loses infinite life. That's all fine and dandy. You can also use it in conjunction with the Kitchen Finks Melira Seer combo, meaning that you get to just gain infinite life and then also get infinite Blood Artist triggers. So this is a card that you could scry to the top. Sometimes, like I said, you probably just want to scry the Court of Calling to the top and be done with that. But that is all pretty good and fine and dandy there. What else can you do with Blood Artist? Well, every once in a while, it provides some late game reach for you. Sometimes you are attacking with a bird, you get your opponent down to 7 or something, and then you're like, wait a minute, 7, okay. Sack my Voice of Resurgence, sack the token, sack my Kitchen Finks twice, sack that bird, sack my other bird, and sack my Blood Artist, and then that's 7 triggers. And you're just able to kill your opponent that way. So it can help, and it can be versatile at other points in the combo. It also is important to notice that unlike some other cards like this, it does keep track of when your opponent's cards die as well. So if your opponent is chump blocking, you are still getting in some damage and gaining some life. And if you're chump blocking, you're still getting in some damage and gaining some life. So some neat things that you can do there with Blood Artist. It's fine. You'll never see more than one of this card in the deck, and you're much more likely to see it in the Renegade Rallier list, in which case I actually do like it in the Rallier list. I think it's better than Murderous Redcap, and you do need something to turn the Rallier combo into an infinite combo, and Blood Artist is a good way to go. Vampire Hexmage is not a card that has seen much play in the deck, but there are uses for it. Basically, it kills a Planeswalker. You can sacrifice it to remove all counters from target permanent. It can also do some weird interactions with, Aether Vials or, as foretold, some weird cards that your opponent might be playing. Most importantly, though, it can reset your own Kitchen Finks if that's what you need, but you're not playing it just to reset your Kitchen Finks. You're playing it because it kills Planeswalkers and every once in a while can reset a Kitchen Finks if you need to. That's pretty much all there is to say on Vampire Hexmage. The card that it is a combo with is banned from the format. It's a combo with Dark Depths. I was banned in the very first ban list. Not much to see. Tajuru Preserver, not really good. It is seen play every once in a while. Spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you to sacrifice permanents. Now, part of the reason this card hasn't seen play in a while is because there's a better card with hexproof that exists now, and I'll go ahead and show that off as I talk about Sigarda, Host of Herons. This is a 5-mana 5/5 flyer with hexproof and the same ability that is on Tajuru Preserver. So that ability protects against two things. It protects against Emrakul, which isn't really that relevant, but it does come up. Believe me, it does come up. And it also protects against Liliana and sacrifice effects out of a Jund deck. Now, this card has hexproof, and your opponent can't make you sacrifice your cards anyways. Your opponent should be boarding out Lilianas against you, which is why I don't love it. Some players will keep in some Lilianas because players will be playing cards like Thrun, which is a regenerating, hexproof, can't-be-countered creature. I don't really like any of these cards, Sigarda or Thrun. I'd rather just hope my opponent doesn't have a removal spell and make them exhaust their removal spells on my other creatures leading up to this, and then play something like Revelark, Sun Titan, Shieldred. That said, there is a space for Sigarda. Like I said, I think Liliana of the Veil is a bad card against the deck. We've got at least 6 mana dudes and a bunch of flyers, so Planeswalker's not really going to live that long against us. If it's like Abzan, maybe they've got Lingering Souls and they just need to play Liliana because of that. But Sigarda is much better than Tajuru Preserver, which I think is a pretty terrible card, but maybe you could want it. Mostly people were playing this back in the day to protect against some weird Emrakul combos. Even then, you still have a 15-15 coming at you. Maybe Sigarda can block it or something, and then you can swing back and kill Emrakul, at which point you've only lost 1 permanent for an Emrakul attack. And if it's like a Through the Breach attack, then maybe you've survived. But otherwise, I wouldn't really count on it. Vexing Shusher, I guess it is, I should say, it is also just good against Jund, because Hexproof is good against Jund, and just having a big flyer is somewhat decent. But I don't typically play it. It doesn't typically see that much play, but you do see it in some sideboards as a one-of from time to time. And it's much more prevalent than some of the other cards on this list. It comes up. It definitely comes up. It comes up more than Cartel Aristocrat and Vexing Shusher and Gadok Teague, but I just want to show off all these cards anyways. Vexing Shusher allows your spells to not be countered. Counter magic is at an all-time low in Modern right now anyways. It can't be countered, and your spells can't be countered. The tricky thing with this, you want to tutor this guy up, and they can counter the Court of Calling, or the Collected Company, or the, in other formats, Green Sun Zenith. And a lot of time that is what people counter. They keep in Spell Pierce or Solemngar Scorn, I believe is the name of the card. So this card's pretty shit. It's not great. I would not recommend playing it, but you do see it from time to time. Gadok Teague you see in some lists. The card is really just okay if there's some things that you really need to beat. What is it good against? It's good against Storm. Blue-white control stops Wrath and Gideon. Against Storm it stops Past in Flames. Gifts Ungiven. Against Gifts Ungiven it stops Gifts Ungiven on Burial Rites. Wrath of God. Against Living End it doesn't stop anything. Against Ad Nauseam, it stops the namesake Ad Nauseam card. So there are some things in the format that it stops.
It also is like somewhat reasonable in mirror matches if you are ahead on board. But if you're not ahead on board, well, then you just hurt yourself tremendously. The reason is this card is symmetrical, and it stops you from casting Chord of Calling or Collected Company. It's really not great if you really, like if Wrath of God really becomes relevant in the meta, you probably just want to play Selfless Spirit, but you see it from time to time, so I wanted to include it here. Then we have Qasali Pridemage, which is actually a staple, and as I'm going down through the rest of these 2-drops, I see one more staple that I didn't really talk about. Qasali Pridemage sometimes sees play in the main deck. Usually it is a sideboard card. It's got Exalted, and you can sacrifice it and pay 1 to destroy target artifact or enchantment. A lot of times you want to board this in because your opponent's just going to have some cards that beat you. We'll talk about sideboarding after we talk about all of the main deck cards that we want to go through, but Qasali Pridemage is good. The Exalted comes up a lot, and a lot of times, like, it's just like turn 3, play Qasali Pridemage, attack with your Anafenza. So you go turn 1 nothing, turn 2 Anafenza, turn 2 Qasali Pridemage, bolster the Anafenza, and attack with Anafenza for 4 with the Exalted trigger, and then sacrifice Qasali Pridemage post-combat. So it kind of gives you a +1/+1 counter and then a temporary +1/+1 counter, but I've done that play a number of times. There's other cards that you can play instead of Qasali Pridemage. One of the reasons that Pridemage is so good is because of Eternal Witness and Renegade Rallier, and being able to loop your Qasali Pridemage post-board is quite fantastic. Phyrexian Revoker is a good card. This stops any activated ability. So what's an activated ability? It's symmetrical, which is important to notice. And an activated ability is anything that is worded cost, effect. So here we have cost, effect. So there's a lot of weird things that are activated abilities. And it says that word again, sources. It doesn't say card, it says sources. So you can name something like Monstrous Carabid and your opponent won't be able to cycle it, or Fairy Macabre and your opponent won't be able to exile it from your graveyard. You can also name Planeswalkers and they won't be able to activate those. You can't activate, or you can't name lands because it specifically says no naming lands. So you can't name something like Gavany Township, which you can with Pithing Needle, but Phyrexian Revoker is still a little bit better, typically, because you can tutor for it. It's also worse because it dies to removal spells more often. But it's pretty good. You can also, like, I guess you can't really name Viscera Seer, because if you name Viscera Seer, you'll never be able to destroy it yourself. But it's a sweet card. I have not typically been playing one in my sideboard, but I think I might start. It's cool to just, like, your opponent plays a Karn, and then while Karn's on the stack, you court up a Phyrexian Revoker and throw it out there. And that way, like, you're playing around both Karn and Ugin at the same time, or Oblivion Stone if you just don't know what your opponent's going to get. So against something like Tron, it does seem like it could be a cool sideboard card. And as well, it's just good against everybody else too. Everybody's going to be running Planeswalkers. Everybody's going to be having activated abilities. Even something as simple as Burn, you can name Grim Lavamancer. Not that you might want to do that, but just the fact that you have the option is pretty cool, because almost every deck in the format is going to have an activated ability or two. I can think of some that don't, namely like Boggles, but that might even be it. Anything else from Dredge to Affinity is going to have a lot of activated abilities. Obviously, the Mirror Match is going to have a ton, but yeah, solid card. Then we're going to get to Spellskite. Spellskite is one of my favorite cards in the format. It is less good now that Twin is no longer legal, Splinter Twin, because it existed as a pretty insane counter to Splinter Twin. But one thing that is cool with this is a flag bearer,
and it is a hate bear. So Spellskite is a 2-mana 0/4 artifact creature horror that you can pay a blue mana or 2 life to change the target of target spell or ability to Spellskite. There's a weird thing here. You can activate Spellskite on any ability, but it's only going to change. So, like, sure, you can activate Spellskite on Viscera Seer's ability. It's not going to do anything because this doesn't target, but you can activate it. So that's important to know. It means that if your opponent mind controls you or Emrakul, the Promised, ends you, that they can kill you if you have an even life total with your Spellskite and an odd life total if you have Spellskite plus Fetchland. But all that aside, that's kind of just like a silly thing that people bring up with Spellskite. There's a lot more relevant things, and to be honest, I'm not sure I can cover absolutely everything that a Spellskite can do in a timely fashion. It's one of those cards like Scavenging Ooze. I typically play at least one in my 75. The main reason that I like to play one is just because it blanks Lightning Bolt. It's a 0/4 creature that you can redirect any Lightning Bolts to. Now, you don't want to redirect any Lightning Bolts to it if you're playing against, like, say, Burn, potentially. Sometimes you just want to let those Lightning Bolts go to your face, but the fact that it is a hate bear against Burn and being able to redirect Lightning Bolts to your face is quite fantastic. A lot of times against that deck, you just block, and the threat of Spellskite is enough while you use Flag Bear to protect your... or while you use Spellskite to protect your Scavenging Ooze as a Flag Bearer of sorts. So, some other interesting things with Spellskite. It's important to remember Noble Hierarch and Birds of Paradise both produce blue mana. Also, Lotus Cobra can produce blue mana if you are playing that in your deck. So, there are ways to make blue mana so that you don't need to pay 2 life. That can come in a lot of handy against Burn and is pretty sweet. What are some things that Spellskite is a hate bear against? Well, you can make a Karn target it, which is kind of cool. Exile target Spellskite instead of exiling one of your lands, one of your combo pieces, or something that you need to kill them. So Spellskite's fine in that regard. Protects your Birthing Pod, not really relevant. It protects your combo pieces, which is much more relevant. It is great against Boggles if your opponent tries to put enchantments on their creatures. You say, no, you're going to put enchantments on my Spellskite instead. They try to put pump spells on their creatures out of Infect. You say, no, you're going to put my Spellskite instead, I think. You can't redirect enchantments. You cannot redirect enchantments, so... Or, I'm sorry, equipment. That's what they're called. You cannot redirect equipments to Spellskite, so... Don't try to do that. You can't redirect like a cranial plating to Spellskite. However, you can redirect Arcbound Ravager. And Arcbound Ravager I'm just going to pull up on the screen because this comes up a lot. Alright, yeah, so here's Arcbound Ravager in Masterpiece formation. 2 mana, 1/1 because it comes into play with a +1/+1 counter. So you can sacrifice an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on Arcbound Ravager. Here's the important part. When it dies, you may put its +1/+1 counters on target artifact creature. So there's a very interesting thing that happens here. Because it says may, but it also says target artifact creature, not target artifact creature you control. So if your opponent kills their Arcbound Ravager or you kill their Arcbound Ravager, you can choose to pay 2 life and redirect the ability to Spellskite after they've chosen what they want to do. What's interesting is that how May abilities work. A lot of people think May abilities work by how you put them onto the stack. It's not how May abilities work. May abilities, you choose if you want to use them as they resolve. So, even though you redirect it to Spellskite, your opponent, all they have to say is, all right, well, I don't want to use the ability. You will catch some opponents off that they will like pick up their Ravager and read it, and they'll say, wait a minute, target artifact creature, shoot, and then just give you their Spellskite counters. Doesn't come up that often, but some players will not realize that. Obviously on something like Magic Online, they will, but it is mostly just important to know that Spellskite counters modular, and no pun intended there. But what else can Spellskite do? Well, out of Affinity, it can block a champion all day. So where's that guy? Yeah, Etch Champion. So it's got protection from all colors. Just having an artifact creature makes that pretty good. You could also block it with something like Phyrexian Revoker, which is pretty cool too. So both of these cards are pretty strong against affinity. That's what I'm saying. Like all these cards that you want to play are just like incidental affinity hate. Qasali Pridemage, Revoker, and Spellskite just all wind up being insane against affinity. You really don't need to commit that much of your sideboard to it. What else is there to say about Spellskite? Honestly, there's so much more. What can you target? What's good? How does it interact with Culligan's Command? How does it interact with spells with multiple targets? Weird things like that. There's a lot of things that you could know. I recommend also calling a judge, like I said before. Whenever in doubt, call a judge. But also maybe just Googling, what can Spellskite do? Maybe in the future I can release a video on just everything that Spellskites can do. I think I saw a judge panel on that once, but there's just so many different things that the card can do. It's a house and a force to be reckoned with, as well as just a hate bear for so many different decks. So pretty strong card, and yeah, also just facilitates your combo. I typically play one main deck, but you don't have to. Could play one sideboard, could play one not at all. I recommend having one in your 75 just because of how good it is against so many different decks and how versatile the card is, but you do you. Next up is Aven Mindcensor. This is a card that I typically don't like to leave home without. Basically, there's always a little joke like, whatever deck people are playing, they always think it's the best deck, right? If you're playing a deck, you should probably think that it's the best in at least some capacity. And if you think it's the best, then that means you think people should be playing it. Burn decks will almost always have Lightning Helix because they respect the power of other burn decks. There's also other aggressive decks that burn has to care for, but, same old, same old. Dredge decks will always play Leyline of the Void because Dredge decks think that Dredge is the best deck and they need Leyline of the Void to have a chance in the mirror for a lot of different reasons. But so Aven Mindcensor is my kind of concession to the mirror matchup being a potential thing that I'll face, but I also love it because it's good against Tron, it's good against fetch lands, and it's good against some other random things that you could see. But mostly, I'm actually playing it because it's good against Tron. It stops Expedition Map, and that's really all that I want to stop. So, trying to just slow them down in that way. They play turn 1 Map. I play turn 1 Bird, then turn 2 they crack it. I have to be on the play unless they go for an end step crack map, which normally they don't because they're wise to Aven Mindcensor, but sometimes you can get them. Aven Mindcensor, like I said, just also great in the mirror. It doesn't stop Collected Company, does stop Court of Calling, and does stop other Court of Calling decks for searching. Also, right now in the metagame, the Jund decks are playing Traverse the Ovenwald, as well as a very shaky mana base. So Aven Mindcensor does a lot of work right there. I think it's great in the metagame right now. I think it's potentially worth main decking. I have main decked it in the past. Right now I have mine in the sideboard, which I'll show you when we take a look at some lists as well. Intrepid Hero, this card kind of rose to popularity a little bit while Eldrazi's were kind of roaming the landscape. However, you still think about all of the cards that this kills, it's still pretty good. It kills Tasigur, Death Shadow, Tarmogoyf. It kills a Archangel of Thune that has been buffed up a little bit. That's kind of cool. But what else does it kill? Not that much, but with everything I just said, that's all pretty good. It does kill Emrakul. Any type of Emrakul it kills. Doesn't kill any Ulamogs because they're indestructible. But this is a solid card. I've seen it mostly in sideboard play, only ever as a one-of, not particularly popular, but you can definitely play this card if you think it's sweet, and mostly if you think it's good in the metagame or specifically in your metagame. Destroying target creature with power 4 or greater continues with the theme of Big Game Hunter. This is a pretty similar card. It's got Madness, which doesn't come up in this deck because we're not playing Fauna Shaman or anything like that ever, but just an enters the battlefield trigger, which
there's some more stuff that you can do with it. The creature also can't be regenerated, which is like sometimes also relevant. Not really, but mainly you'd play Big Game Hunter if you were also playing some type of blink effects like Restoration Angel. You're not really going to play Big Game Hunter that much, though with Viscera Seer and Revelark, you can potentially make it happen at a higher frequency than Intrepid Hero would have you believe. So that's pretty much it for Big Game Hunter and Intrepid Hero. There's not really much more I can think about. They're pretty straightforward cards. They see like one of play from time to time. Nothing near as ubiquitous as like... Actually, Aven Mindcensor probably sees about the same amount of play, but I really like it. We're going to get into some cards here that start seeing a lot less play. Thalia, Heretic Cathar. Creatures and non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Thalia is good against any infinite creatures combo, like Felidar Guardian and Restoration Angel Kiki Jiki, any type of things like that, Saheeli combos. It's also just good at slowing your opponent down. It is a Thalia effect, and by that I'm referring to Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. It kind of taxes your opponent, where Thalia is really crazy, and it's not symmetrical, which is also really crazy. So your opponent plays a fetch land, that comes into play tapped. Then they want to go get a shock land, that also has to come into play tapped. So your opponent winds up putting 2 lands into play tapped in a row. Shock lands come into play tapped regardless. So if you have a Thalia out, though, your opponent cannot pay 2 mana to have their shock lands come into play untapped. They can choose to pay 2 mana, but their shock lands will still come into play tapped. It's also a 3/2 first strike legendary creature. Just typically see this as about a 1 of. It's good against the control-y grindy decks. I'll be honest, I have not played with Thalia, Heretic Cathar ever. There might be something that I am missing. Can't really think about it right this second. But yeah, I think it is mostly just in there to slow your opponent down, allow you to get some beats in. And it also stops like haste creatures against burn. That's pretty cool. Your opponent plays a Goblin Guy that comes into play tapped, plays a Swift Spear, comes into play tapped. So all that buys you a little bit more time in creature races and is pretty decent. Mirror Crusader is a cool one. Double strike, pro black, pro green. Nothing too crazy here. If your opponent is playing something like Jund or Junk, you might want it. Even then, it's still a tough sell for me. I've seen this pop up in lists a few times here and there. I don't love it, I'll be honest. It always dies to Lightning Bolt. This one always dies to Path to Exile even. So I don't love it. What it does do, though, is it blocks every creature out of the Traverse decks and does die to Liliana. I will look up another creature here, though. This card also dies to Lightning Bolt, but this has been a favorite card of mine for a little bit. It's got pro black and pro white, same cost as Mirror Crusader. Then you can give it flying, first strike, +1/+0. It's just kind of neat. I've never really seen this see any play, but I think it's a cool card from back when Quillspike was standard legal, so obviously some good memories in my heart. Liliana, Heretic Healer. I gotta be honest, I am a little bit shaky on what Liliana does, so I'm gonna read it out loud with you guys here. It's a legendary creature. You can only have 1 Liliana Heretic Healer, and then when it flips to the other side, you can only have 1 Liliana Planeswalker. Lifelink, 2/3. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, exile it, return it to the battlefield transformed. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. What else do we have? On the other side, we've got Party Discard for a +2. That's not too bad. And then the other ability is the one that you want a little bit more often. Return target non-legendary creature card with converted mana cost X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then -8, you get an emblem with whenever your creatures die, return them at the end step. So this card's kind of cool. It's just a powerful card. It's got lifelink, which means it's going to be good against burn decks. And it's got value attached to it, which means it's going to be good against grindy decks. There's no one spot where it's particularly strong, and it kind of occupies the same 3-mana spot as Eternal Witness, Kitchen Finks, and Renegade Rallier. So it is a little bit tricky to put into your lists. That being said, it is still a really strong card.
Its minus X ability on the Planeswalker side says non-legendary, mostly for development purposes so that you can't loop itself if you've got two of them. You can always just turn like an Eternal Witness in this format. What is awkward is obviously that you can't return most of your Meliras. You can't return Melira or Anafenza. You can return Vizier of Remedies though, so that is pretty cool. That's pretty much all that there is to say about Liliana. I mean, her abilities kind of speak for themselves. She doesn't really see that much play anymore. She saw play when she first came out. I think that there is potential that she will see play again. She's a strong card. She's very pushed. She's got a lot of numbers on her. There's a lot of things you can do with her. It's a good card. I'd keep it in mind. If it goes down in price, I'd consider adding it to your collection. I'm not really sure how much money it costs right now, but it's not something that you need to worry about to play the deck. Magus of the Moon is a 3-mana 2/2, and it's a red card. And I kind of brought this up a little bit earlier. Turns non-basic lands into mountains. This is another one where, like Spellskite, you might just need to look up and see everything that this does. I'll just tell you where it's good. If you like really are having trouble with Tron, which this is this deck's worst matchup, then consider playing a Magus of the Moon. You can Chord into it, you can CoCo into it, you can cast it off Birds of Paradise. So the fact that it costs a red mana and shuts down your entire mana base doesn't really matter. The idea is that you shouldn't be as punished by Magus of the Moon as your opponent, and you should be able to make a good job out of it. But it's tricky. You don't see it in every metagame, but it is seeing a little bit more play, especially in like Nihilus and things like that, which is a slightly different deck. But Magus of the Moon is a solid card. I'm playing it in one of my lists right now, I believe. Loaming Shaman is kind of a silly one. When he enters the battlefield, target player shuffles any number of target cards from his or her graveyard into their deck. So you can do weird things here. You can take your opponent off of Delirium. You can shrink a Tarmogoyf. You can only target cards in one individual graveyard, so you can't like mess with both players there. But because sometimes there's cards that you just want in your deck. It felt like it was like slightly more relevant in a Birthing Pod deck where like late game you might want to reset your deck so that you can continue to pot off. It's not great. It doesn't really see any play. It sees one of sideboard play from time to time. Scavenging Ooze is just better. It's good because it does nuke entire graveyards. So something like Dredge or Life from the Loam or Living End. Scavenging Ooze might be a little bit too slow, whereas Loaming Shaman's just like, nope, all of it. But that said, it doesn't really... The graveyard decks don't occupy that big of a space in the metagame. Who knows? Maybe if they do, you will start to want Loaming Shamaning people. Reclamation Sage is another sideboard card that can destroy artifacts and enchantments. There's always contention over whether it or Qasali Pridemage is better. It or Qasali Pridemage is better, and there are different uses, which I will outline the two uses for the two of them in the future, but it's still courtable, it's still collected companyable, it's arguably cheaper off collected company, arguably more expensive off of Chord. Qasali Pridemage is good because it can blow up a Blood Moon preemptively, something that is kind of cool if you're playing against a heavy Blood Moon deck. Not that I think Blood Moon is great against this deck, but who knows? Rishkar, Pima, Renegade. We will potentially see if this card is any good in the deck. It doesn't look great. It's just a resetter, but the card is pushed enough that it could be good. It's a 3/3 that gets to reset your Kitchen Finks, and then you get to tap your Kitchen Finks for mana. Like, it's pretty good. You can potentially play it out on turn 3, and then like tap 2 of your creatures, and then play. It effectively only costs 1 mana sometimes. So it's a pretty good card, but I don't think it's really going to see that much play in the deck. It's a powerhouse in Standard, so I figured I'd mention it though. Eldritch Evolution costs 3 mana. As an additional cost to cast it, you sacrifice a creature. That means they can't respond to that part. When sacrificing is an additional cost,
That means that your opponent has to respond before you do the sacrificing, and you search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost X or less, where X is 2+ the sacrificed creature's converted mana cost. So it's a double birthing pod. It means that your 3s get to turn into 5s, your 5s get to turn into 7s, and your 1s get to turn into 3s, so on and so forth. Unlike Birthing Pod, you can find a creature that costs less than the creature that you tutor up. Now, you probably don't want to be playing this and Court of Calling and Collected Company. To be honest, you probably aren't going to be playing this and Collected Company, but there are some uses where it's good. Notably, you can turn a Kitchen Finks into a Revelark or a Archangel of Thune, which is just kind of fantastic for a pretty good rate. You can turn a Birds of Paradise into a Kitchen Finks or something like that, which is kind of wonky. You can also turn a 3-drop into a 4-drop, or you can just turn a Kitchen Finks into itself, which isn't that great, but if you really need to, the option is there. Eldritch Evolution is probably going to be a card that people build more around in Modern once Collected Company gets banned. And they did say once it happens. I think the deck's super powerful. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes up. Here's some more just value cards. Atheros, God of Passage. It counts your devotion, which means it counts the total number of white and black mana symbols, including itself, among the permanents you control. So you only need to have 5 other white and black mana symbols, but you don't really need to make it a creature. That's not the point. The point is that whenever another creature you own dies, you return it to your hand unless target opponent pays 3 life. Now, what is interesting about this is you can kind of fireball your opponent with like Viscera Seer and Blood Artist, stuff like that. But mainly what you were trying to do is just have this be an enchantment that says, okay, whenever my cards die, you got to start taking damage and taking responsibility for my cards dying, or you got to let me have them back. And a deck like Grixis is really put in an awkward position against Atheros because they gotta figure out if they want to die right now by losing 3 life, or if they want to die slowly by just letting you get every creature back for free. Either way, it's not good for them, and Atheros is a pretty strong grindy card. I've never played with it yet, but it is something that I would be looking to playing with in the future. I don't think you're ever really going to get the devotion off. In order to do that, you would need an Anafenza plus a Viscera Seer, and then like 2 more cards. Oh, you know what? I lied. Kitchen Finks counts for 2 devotion. So Kitchen Finks counts for double white devotion because of that hybrid mana. You know what? You can actually get Atheros online quite easily then. I take it all back. Something that is interesting, you look at Atheros with Persist. You can actually choose to stack the triggers however you want. So you can say to your opponent, never mind, you don't have to pay 3 life, I'm just going to persist it back to the battlefield. Or you can say, like say Kitchen Finks dies for the first time. It will persist, and you can choose how to stack the Atheros trigger and the Kitchen Finks trigger. If you put the Kitchen Finks trigger onto the stack first, it means it will resolve second. So then it will just be either in your hand or in the graveyard. And if it goes to the graveyard, then it gets to persist. Whereas if you put the Atheros trigger on the stack first, your Kitchen Finks will already have been persisted. But basically, you can make your opponent pay 3 life to have it not return to your hand. And then you can just say, oh, you're not going to let it return to my hand? Well, it's going to persist anyways. Which is like pretty insane and quite a lot of value. I'm going to skip ahead to another god here now. Where's he at? Yeah, Pharika. Or she at. So Pharika is again indestructible, 3 mana counts. Make sure your devotion is 7. I will point out that the snake tokens that Pharika is going to make are not going to add to the devotion. But Pharika is essentially another scavenging ooze. And it's a scavenging ooze that is a little bit more difficult to deal with because your opponent can't really path to exile it or destroy it or something like that. They can path to exile it once it is a creature, but if it's a creature, you're kind of doing okay. Though Pharika Birds of Paradise and Noble Hierarch do add to its devotion, so Pharika does get turned on a little bit quicker there. But yeah, she's got a 2-mana Scavenging Ooze ability. Instead of gaining life points, you get a 1/1 black and green snake enchantment creature token with Death Touch. This is really good in those grindy matchups. Pharika's another card that I could definitely see playing, and same thing as the last god that I showed off. They both get hit with Collected Company, which both of those is pretty insane. Actually, all 3 gods that I've shown off during this video can get off of a Collected Company, which like feels almost intentional at some point, right? But those are all pretty sweet. Let's not do Necrotic Sliver just yet. Let's look at Harmonic Sliver first. So Harmonic Sliver is another stand-in for Reclamation Sage. The reason that you'd potentially want Harmonic Sliver over Reclamation Sage is if you're willing to put 2 Harmonic Slivers in your board, that's better than putting 2 Reclamation Sages. And the reason for that is the first Harmonic Sliver will trigger twice. The first one will trigger once. The second one will trigger twice because it has the same ability written on it 2 times. So in that regard, they're a little bit better against Boggle's Affinity, Lantern Control. That's the name of the deck that I couldn't think of earlier. Lantern Control. If you decide to go the Harmonic Sliver route, that can be reasonable for you. If you do decide to go the Harmonic Sliver route, and only if you decide to go the Harmonic Sliver route, typically, you open up the possibility of playing Necrotic Sliver, which then the order that you do is you play Harmonic Sliver, blow something up, play Necrotic Sliver, blow something up, sacrifice Harmonic, destroy target permanent, sacrifice Necrotic, destroy target permanent. So that lets you, out of 2 cards and a whole bunch of mana, blow up 4 total permanents. It's pretty sweet. It's nothing too crazy. It was better in the Birthing Pod decks. Maybe there is a Sliver Collected Company deck that would rather see that, but you're probably just going to stick to either Reclamation Sage or most likely Qasali Pridemage right now. I'm going to circle back on Orzhov Pontif later because there is a few more things that I want to say on him. Sin Collector is a sideboard staple, and you will see this pretty oftenly. You'll also see Tide Hollow Sculler. Their numbers are interchangeable, but Sin Collector just exiles it permanently for good. It's great against Snapcaster Mage decks, and it's good against decks that can otherwise use things in their graveyard like Storm or Gifts Ungiven or something like that. Exile their life from the loam. That stuff winds up being pretty good. So Sin Collector or Exile on Burial Rites. Sin Collector winds up being a pretty powerful card in that regard. It is also good with Reclamation, or not Reclamation Sage, Restoration Angel, because you get to blink it, you get to use it again, and just a pretty good card. You can play it on turn 2 off of Birds of Paradise, so pretty solid one. You know what, I think I will actually discuss Orzhov Pontif. A lot of people don't understand this card and everything that it can do. This templating makes it a little bit easier to understand than the templating that it looks like in paper, but basically, it's got a brand new mechanic that not only have you probably never seen before, but you'll probably never see again. The Haunt mechanic is really only used on Orzhov Pontif in terms of competitive Magic. There might be some EDH cards that I'm not sure about, but really, you're just looking at Orzhov Pontif here. So, let's pretend it doesn't say Haunt. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or creatures you don't control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Pretty straightforward. Again, those aren't counters. There are a lot of times that you'd want to use Orzhov Pontif, namely against tokens in the mirror matchup to kill their Birds of Paradise and Viziers and Persisted Kitchen Finks and weird stuff like that. And when would you want to pump your team? When it's lethal, and only when it's lethal. And there are some other weird times where it's potentially lethal because you can do some weird things with Haunt and Viscera Seer. Having a sacrifice outlet opens up a lot of just weird synergies with random things in the deck. Revelark, just trying to loop your cards for Eternal Witness. But Orzhov Pontif is one of the trickiest ones. So one of the most basic examples, what you pretty much do with this card every time is give all your opponent's creatures -1. However, if your opponent has a lot of X2s in play, let's say they've got a Qasali Pridemage and a Melira and I got rid of most of them here. A Necrotol. That's a 2/1. Anyways, they've got a bunch of cards like that. A Kitchen Finks. Got a bunch of cards like that in play. What you want to do is you want to sacrifice Orzhov Pontif to your Viscera Seer in response to the first ability. Then what it's going to do is it's going to haunt it. And maybe I should have explained haunt first. But haunt says when the creature dies, you exile it, haunting target creature. Now that in itself doesn't do much. Your opponent can fizzle that ability by sacrificing the creature if they have a Viscera Seer. But other than that, all that's going to do is effectively put like an Orzhov Pontif counter on that creature. That doesn't impact its stats or anything, but it says that when that creature dies, not when Orzhov Pontif dies, but when the creature that Orzhov Pontif is haunting dies, exile it, you trigger its choice thing again. So what comes up a lot of times and is a good interaction to keep in mind, there's so many different things you can do with Orzhov Pontif when it dies. You can put it on one of your birds. You can, well, I'll get to that one in a second. So you can put it on your own birds and then like chump block with your bird, or you can put it on one of your other creatures so that your opponent can't attack, because if they attack, you can chump block and then you can shrink their whole team again. But another one that you can do, which is really cool, you play Orzhov Pontif, you shrink their team, hold priority. In response to giving all of their creatures -1/-1, you sacrifice Orzhov Pontif to Viscera Seer, and then haunt one of their creatures that is about to die to the original enters the battlefield ability of Orzhov Pontif. Orzhov Pontif will then haunt that creature. Then the original ability will resolve, giving all of their creatures -1/-1. Then the creature that Pontif was haunting dies, and all of their creatures get an additional -1/-1. So in that way, you can use Orzhov Pontif as a 3-mana, one-sided infest, aka like a marsh casualties of sorts. But there's just a lot of cool interactions you can do with Orzhov Pontif. You can also use Pontif to save your guys in response to their Pontif, which does come up. You can... Here's another one. You can use Orzhov Pontif. When it dies, you can exile it, haunting nothing. Now, the way that you have to do that is you have to fizzle the Orzhov Pontiff's haunt ability. Orzhov Pontif will go into the graveyard normally, and then its ability will trigger, which means it does get stopped by Scavenging Ooze. Yeah, it does. Scavenging Ooze is that insane. But the Orzhov Pontif ability will trigger, and then it goes to haunt something, and that haunt has to target. So if you can fizzle your own haunt ability, now sometimes your opponent might fizzle your haunt ability for you. Say your opponent has a Viscera Seer and a Melira in play, and you try to do that trick I was talking about earlier, haunting the Viscera Seer. Excuse me. Your opponent is going to fizzle your haunt ability by sacrificing the Viscera Seer, and you're not going to get to haunt anything. Now, sometimes you want that to happen, which is kind of what I'm getting at here. You want that to happen because you want your Pontiff to be in the graveyard rather than in exile zone. And by it being in the graveyard, you could return it with Revelark or something weird like that. You can do a weird Revelark turn where you play Pontiff, sack Pontiff, because once Pontiff haunts, it's exiled forever. It never comes back in from exile. So you play Pontiff, you sack Pontiff, you haunt it, targeting Revelark, and then you sack Revelark, use that Revelark to return Pontiff and something else. Then you sack Pontiff again, targeting something else, and with the Haunt, probably one of their creatures at this point, and then you've given all of their creatures -3/-3. That might be a little bit more complex than you need to know on an average game, but a lot of players look at this card and they say, it doesn't look that great. What am I even getting this for? Well, you're getting it for the ability to tutor it up, but also just some really, really weird, intricate interactions that come up. Get you out of a lot of weird binds, but against something like Merfolk, you don't really have that many cards that are like great against a Merfolk deck, and if you can kill some of their lords, you can Orzhov Pontif their board if they only have one lord left. You can Orzhov Pontif their elemental tokens, some things like that. So the card is really still quite fantastic, and yeah, I definitely encourage you to play at least one in your 75. Typically, people only play one. Sometimes it's seen as a main deck card. Usually it's a sideboard card. Fulminator Mage is next up to bat. This card's really good. You can play anywhere from 0 to 4 of them. Sometimes it is just the route that you want to go against Tron. If you're playing a Renegade Rallier Abzan CoCo list, then playing 4 Fulminator Mages in your 75 is typically pretty good, because Fulminator Mage will trigger Rally, and then you'll be able to just rally it right back and blow something else up again. So for that reason, Fulminator Mage is pretty strong, and Rallier and Eternal Witness are the other reason that like Qasali Pridemage and Fulminator Mage are better than if the creature just stayed in play, like Reclamation Sage has it do. So all of that is pretty much all that I have to say about Fulminator Mage. Where do you want it? You want it against decks like Tron. You also want it against a lot of players that have manlands, because manlands can be tricky to deal with. Also, manlands sometimes resemble a kind of a tricky mana base. So there's two things that you can do, or two main decks that are going to have manlands. You also might just want it against any 3-color deck in general that isn't playing mana dudes. But against something like Abzan, Grixis, or Jund, it's always a solid card. The fact that half of those decks play manlands is also good. You might also want it to blow up Affinity's manlands, because sometimes they just go all in. They sacrifice an Arcbound Ravager to put a bunch of counters on an Inkmoth Nexus. Having a Fulminator protects you from those type of plays. It also, in the mirror, does blow up Gavany Township, which, like I said, is one of the most important cards in the deck for when the game goes grindy. So having some Fulminator Mages for the mirror, just to be able to search up, isn't the worst thing in the world. Kitchen Finks we've talked about ad nauseum. Loxodon Smiter doesn't really see any play in the deck anymore. Can't be countered. If you have to discard it, you get to put it into play for free. For that reason, I typically like Obstinate Baloth a little bit better, which has that same ability, but is also a 4/4 that gains 4 life instead of being unable to be countered. Baloth can't get in there off of a collected company. Like I've said, I also don't think Liliana is that great against the deck in general, so I'm fine without playing any Smiters. You really don't see this card that often in the deck. Abzan Ascendancy is a kind of cool value card. It resets your Kitchen Finks. It's not that great. Sees play every once in a while. Typically is a one-of, even though it's pretty weird to play a one-of enchantment. It does allow you to also gain infinite 1/1 white spirit tokens if you do the combo iteration. Is also just giving you some spirit tokens to have as like chump blockers and stuff like that. Abzan Charm is a reasonably strong one. It is a kill spell. It resets your Kitchen Finks and can also throw another +1/+1 counter somewhere. And you can also use it to Sign in Blood, draw 2 cards and lose 2 life, all at instant speed. The card is not that bad, really does not see any play in the deck, but I think that there is potential for it in the future, especially just because it is so expensive, so versatile. However, The versatility it makes up for in being expensive. You can get a lot of 1 mana and 2 mana removal spells in Modern. Even 2 mana is too much sometimes, and you really just want a 1 mana removal spell. For that reason, you probably want to stick to Path to Exile over Abzan Charm. But still a sweet card. Next is Anafenza, the Foremost. This card does show up in a fair amount of lists. It's a legendary creature, and even though it is also an Anafenza, you are allowed to play it alongside Anafenza Kintree Spirit. So whenever it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on another target tapped creature you control. So this can reset a Kitchen Finks. It means you also have to attack with the Kitchen Finks. So your Kitchen Finks might unreset, but you can combo off like mid-combat, kind of like how I brought up with the Spike Feeder Exalted thing earlier on. It is also an insane hate bear for the Mirror and for Living End, and potentially even for something like keeping your opponent off of Delirium. If a non-token creature an opponent controls owns would die, or a creature card not on the battlefield would be put into an opponent's graveyard. So if they dredge it, if they cycle it, if they discard it in any way, if they mill it, whatever, exile that card instead. So it never even hits the graveyard. So things that are dies triggers never trigger, and those cards go away. So it's a resetter, and it's a hate bear, and it's a 4/4 for 3 mana. It is a pretty solid card. You'll see it pop up time and time again. It's hard to fit in sometimes, but it is definitely a strong card. Let's move on to 4-drops now. So 4-drops are kind of going to be in a league of their own. And when I say 4-drops, I'm also including 5 and a 6 and a 7-drop in there as well. But 4-drops really, really need to stand out because 4-drops can't get collected companied for, and you can't play them turn 2. You can play them turn 3, but you can't play them turn 2. They really have to be a big impact. And some of these cards you'll see are. And some of these cards do see play because of that. Restoration Angel is one of those cards. It's a resetter, it's a flag bearer, and it's a grindy card, and it is just a powerful flyer. Restoration Angel is definitely a consideration for cards to put in your deck, but it doesn't get hit off collected company, so a lot of times people neglect to play it. I still think it's really powerful, and you do see it every once in a while, but typically as a one-of, and that's every once in a while as a one-of. So what are some things that Restoration Angel can do? Well, it's a resetter. It can blink and reset your Kitchen Finks. It can be a flag bearer. It can save a Melira or whatever hate bear you have from some type of spot removal spell. It can also be a grindy card. It can blink the aforementioned Revelark, and it can also blink a Renegade Rallier and a Eternal Witness. What's interesting with Restoration Angel and Rallier is that if you blink a Rallier, that's all it needs to trigger its own revolt, because the Rallier would have left the battlefield itself and triggered its own revolt there. All it cares about is that if any permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, so Rallier leaves, then it comes back into play. It's like, wait a minute, we had a Rallier leave this turn, even though he's right there, and it will trigger. So that way Resto can be kind of a grindy card too, but also just a 3/4 flyer is really big as a flyer. It eats Delver of Secrets, it eats everything except for Revelark and Archangel of Thune and like Sigarda, other random cards that this deck plays, but it doesn't die to Lightning Bolt, doesn't die to Abrupt Decay, doesn't die to Culligan's Command, does die to Fatal Push, but it is still a really powerful card and a card that is potentially worth playing. Here's some cards that are potentially not worth playing. Hikori, Dust Drinker, doesn't really see that much play. To be honest, it's fine. Lands don't untap during their controller's untap step, and then each player gets to untap one land during their upkeep. So this can be pretty good against some stuff like Tron and stuff like Grixis, but it is a lock that they will eventually break out of, and this is only a 2/2 creature. Typically, they can untap a land after they've been baited into tapping out for something.
they lightning bolt it, and then the next turn they are free to move about the cabin once again. So Hokuri Tusk Drinker, not too strong. It used to see some sideboard play, hasn't really seen sideboard play in a while. Another card fits the same bill, Silent Arbiter. No more than one creature can attack each combat, no more than one creature can block each combat. So it favors, it looks like, whoever's got the biggest creature. What it's actually doing is preventing people from attacking with infinite amounts of creatures, and instead forcing everybody to attack with one creature. Since Splinter Twin's been banned, there isn't really a need for this, but there are still Splinter Twin combos with Saheeli Rai and Kiki Jiki that are legal in the format, so it's potentially worth considering, but it costs 4 mana. You're probably not going to play it. Another card that costs 4 mana and unfortunately makes it probably unplayable is Siege Rhino. This card is kind of the card that got Birthing Pod banned, so I'll talk about Birthing Pod deck lists and stuff in a second, but basically the idea is that Birthing Pod had all of these sweet grindy cards and all of these sweet combo cards, and then Siege Rhino was printed, and everybody was like, holy shit, we can just turn the whole deck into Siege Rhinos, Siege Rhino them a whole bunch of times, we have all this mana ramp, pot everything into a Siege Rhino, and our opponent's just dead before they know it, and we just have way too much grindy, way too many 4/5 trampling Rhinos, and it was right. It wound up just being super powerful and getting the deck banned. Could Abzan Collected Company see a similar route? Well, it would be hard when Collected Company cannot get Siege Rhino, but just keep your eye out in the future for potential versions of the deck that maybe just lean on Siege Rhino and Restoration Angel, because those are still powerful cards and they can come back and be a force in the meta in any time. Murderous Redcap is a card I want to talk about next. It is another persist creature. It sees play as a one-of play in the main deck sometimes, but like I said, you don't really need it anymore. Some things that I want to make note of that are interesting about Murderous Redcap is that it doesn't deal a flat 1 or 2 damage. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature or player. So typically that's 2. When it persists, it's going to be 1. However, you can stack the bolster triggers or have Melira in play so that it is going to deal 3, or 2 rather. But you can also power it up with Spike Feeder or Gavany Township or Archangel of Thune and have it be even more than that. And have it persist and then gain infinite life or whatever, and then fireball your opponent. For this reason, there's like so many ways to get around Ensnaring Bridge in this deck, it's not even funny. But that is some neat stuff that can happen with it. Cute thing about Murderous Redcap is that you can always cast it under a Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon. Magus of the Moon is the sweeter one because you get to play it and blow up the Magus of the Moon if that is what you are apt to do. One other thing to keep in mind with Murderous Redcap is that if your opponent like dismembers it, if they give it -5/-5 until end of turn, then if they do that in response to its enters the battlefield ability, it will actually deal 0 damage because the power and toughness is checked when it leaves play and it sees that it was a negative power and toughness creature. So that is something kind of interesting as far as Murderous Redcap goes. It can get owned by that effect. Then there's Thrun. I kind of touched on him a little bit. He's good against Grixis and Jund decks just for being a tough-to-remove troll. I don't think he's that great. I generally don't play him, but he does see some one-off sideboard play. Necrotol doesn't really see any play because you'd rather just play Fiend Hunter, but sometimes you want a Necrotol. It does kill the creature straight up. This card hasn't really seen any play in a while. Mostly you just play Shriekmaw. And Shriekmaw actually I think is pretty playable in the deck because it's got the Evoke ability, which is the same as Revelark has. So I'll talk about Evoke for a second here. You can cast the spell for its Evoke cost. If you do, sacrifice it when it enters the battlefield. So essentially for 2 mana, you are just using it as a terror to destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. However, sometimes you cast it for 5 mana. It's a 3/2 fear. You cannot chord for it
at X equals 2 to get it and cast it evoked. You also cannot company for it to get it as just a fear. But the fact is, it's like a kill spell, and you can tutor it up off of a Chord of Calling if you really need to. So it's not bad for that aspect. It also just has the fear ability, which I talked about earlier, as like sometimes that's a way to get in a few more points of damage. Phyrexian Metamorph isn't really something that is seen in the deck anymore. It was sweet to be able to copy your Birthing Pods. It's just a clone. It costs 4 mana. One's Phyrexian. Can't collect a company for it. And if you Chord of Calling for it, you have to do X equals 4. So not super great. It doesn't really see any play anymore, but figured I would still bring it up. What does see play from time to time is Linvala, Keeper of Silence. This is quite the card. It's great in the mirror. It shuts off Scavenging Ooze. It shuts off Affinity. It doesn't shut off Living End because it stops creatures, not creature cards, but shuts off Tassiger. Shuts off any creature that you would want a Phyrexian Revoker, and I like this card a lot. Doesn't shut off Planeswalkers, obviously, but it does still shut off enough cards, again, activated abilities or anything worded cost:effect. And one thing that is particularly devastating about Linvala, Keeper of Silence, is it doesn't specify, actually Phyrexian Revoker doesn't either, but it doesn't specify mana abilities. So you play Linvala, Keeper of Silence in the mirror, not only can your opponent not combo, not only can they not stop you from comboing with Scavenging Ooze, but they can't even tap their Birds of Paradise for mana. That is pretty backbreaking. It is one of the most powerful cards in the mirror, and lots of... This is a card that is for sure worth playing, even though it costs 4 mana. I'm not playing any in my current list, but if Scavenging Ooze starts ticking up a little bit more in playability, and this deck itself starts ticking up a little bit more in playability, you best believe I'm going to sleeve up a Linvala or 2, because I like having more Linvalas than my opponent, and sometimes I've been known to play one main deck, one sideboard. It's just that important when this deck is all over the place. And part of the reason that I've never lost like a Birthing Pod mirror or something like that is because I just always throw down so many Linvalas and hate cards and Aven Mindcensor's main deck and shit like that. When the deck is good, I come prepared because I don't want to lose it. Archangel of Thune, we've talked about a lot, and I'm pretty sure I've exhausted everything about it. Also talked about Sigarda. Thragtusk is just a sweet value creature. You're probably not likely to see Thragtusk in the deck anymore now that Archangel of Thune has been printed. However, the sweet part about Thragtusk, you always gain value off of it. You always get 5 life, and you always get a 3/3 green beast token, obviously bearing things like Torpor Orb and Humility, which isn't legal in this format, Snake Form. But yeah, you're always going to get 5 life and a 3/3 green beast, so that is pretty sweet. It doesn't really see that much play because Archangel of Thune, just being able to combo, just makes that so much sweeter. Let's now take a look at the grindy engines in the deck now. Revelark, I've talked a lot about this card already. There is just a lot more that you can do with it, namely just like sacrificing your combo pieces. It's a resetter. It can let you scry. You can just like deal some damage. Like say you don't need to combo off, but you just want to like send a Redcap at their face a few times. You can get some weird bolster triggers, but also Revelark has Evoke in a way opposite to Shriekmaw. Shriekmaw costs less if it evokes. Revelark triggers when it leaves play, so you can actually pay an additional mana to have your Revelark die as soon as it comes into play, which is crazy, but sometimes that's actually just what you want to do. Revelark is one of the best grindy creatures in the format. In fact, the Naya Nahiri decks oftentimes would cut Emrakul's because Revelark is just as game-winning. You play a Revelark, you hit your opponent for 4 damage in the air, and you just get back 2 things, and then you return the Revelark to your hand. And all that turned out to be pretty insane, because it does trigger if it gets bounced or something like that. You can also blink it with Restoration Angel and just return 2 cards to your hand. One of the cards that you want to return whenever you can is Eternal Witness, because returning Eternal Witness will allow you to return your Revelark. So you can kind of just loop those two and have a pretty insane grindy engine at the top of the curve. And yeah, that's all pretty good. Another card that kind of wants you to return Eternal Witness with it is Sun Titan. Whenever it attacks or enters the battlefield, return a creature with converted mana cost that you are allowed to collect a company for from your graveyard to the battlefield. So that's Eternal Witness, Kitchen Finks, it's all your combo pieces, it's Spike Feeder, it's all that jazz. It's pretty much everything that you could want. One of the best combos with Sun Titan is to go ahead and get a Spellskite or a Dauntless Escort or a Selfless Spirit and just use that to protect Sun Titan. Then every turn before you attack, you can make your team indestructible, and then attack with Sun Titan and just get that back immediately. So your opponent needs like 2 kill spells at any one time. You probably don't want to aggressively sacrifice it. Sun Titan hasn't seen that much play in a while. Revelark is probably better, but there is still space for Sun Titan. What there probably isn't any space for anymore is Shieldred, the Whispering One. 7 mana, 6/6 Swamp Walk, which is a neat new form of evasion that we haven't seen in the deck yet. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, any target creature card, and then at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature. So this is from the Praetor cycle from New Phyrexia. So it's like a weird kind of like anti-symmetrical effect. You get your creatures back, your opponent has to sacrifice their creatures off. It's good, it's very expensive. People aren't even playing Sun Titan right now. The meta is too fast for Sun Titan. The meta is almost too fast for Revelark. So if people aren't playing Revelark, they're not going to play Sun Titan. If they're not playing Sun Titan, there's no way they're going to play Shieldred, the Whispering One. But it is still a very sweet card. And with that, I have gone through every main deck card that I wanted to discuss. And I've just been kind of cutting most of them through here. But now what I want to do is I want to talk about some of these sideboard cards. One creature, I guess, kind of snuck through. Not all of these are sideboard cards that we will play in the deck, but I just want to run through them as quickly as I possibly can here so that this video is not, I don't know, I think it's already like 4 hours long or something crazy like that. But hopefully this does exist as like an ultimate compendium. So one thing that you can do in your sideboard, I mentioned I play a little bit in my main deck as well. I tend to play about 2 spot removal spells. You don't have to, but you can. I mentioned as I was going through some of the individual cards which ones are sideboard cards and which ones aren't. I should also say that these grindy cards are sometimes sideboard, sometimes main deck. You can play them either way, really. Condemn, Path to Exile, Sunlands, Blessed Alliance. A lot of these are just like, I'm just going to throw them over here. Condemn, Path, Sunlands, Alliance, Stone. All of these Slaughter Pact are just kill spells. They're all interchangeable. You can play whichever ones you want. You can play none of them, but they are all about the same. Abrupt Decay, Natural Slate, Nature's Claim. You're probably going to want to play Abrupt Decays because it handles some of these cards that we'll see over here, but removal spells, you're going to play some number of them. Obstinate Baloth is only a sideboard card. You don't really need to play it. Creeping Corrosion is destroy all artifacts. What else do we have? Beast Within and Seal of Primordium. They're also kill spells. Maelstrom Pulse. I've played any number of these kill spells. You can also play discard spells, and you can also play some slightly more targeted graveyard hate. You're not going to want to play Rest in Peace, but that is a part of a different category over here. A Fracturing Gust, the same. Alrighty. Okay, Liliana. So then there's a third category of cards that you can play. There's removal, there's discard spells. You can also just play big cards. Big cards are Liliana, Painful Truth, Bitter Blossom, Lingering Souls. Oh, this was a removal spell. Solemn, Sorin, Solemn Visitor, Is that the right Sorin? Yes, it is. Sorin, Solemn Visitor, Gideon, Ally of Zendikar. You can play any of those. They're all fine sideboard cards. Gideon is the best from the second group, though you do see Gideon and Lingering Souls in the highest numbers. Out of the first group, you see Path, Abrupt Decay, Maelstrom Pulse in the highest numbers. The rest you don't really see, but they're metagame dependent. Zealous Persecution is kind of a kill spell of sorts. All of your opponent's creatures get -1/-1. Don't really play it too often, but it's in the Abzan color, so I'm just mentioning it. Dromoka's Command's an interesting one, and one I want to touch on in a second. What else do we have here? Well, we've got Choke, Stony Silence, and Worship, as well as Golgari Charm, Wheel of Sun and Moon. All right, these are all cards that you could potentially play in the deck. You could also play something like Sword of War and Peace, and you can play these two. These are sideboard cards that you would expect to see out of your opponents, and I just wanted to highlight them to talk to them here. The Curse of Death's Hold, you could also play yourself. So Stony Silence, when do you want it? How many do you want? I personally think that you want between 1 and 3 Stony Silences in your current modern sideboards, and that it is a card that you want in the deck. It's great against Tron, Lantern, and Affinity. Affinity you don't really care about as much, it's just incidental hate, but the other two matchups can be tricky, and yeah, just getting some ways to shut them off. It's just really good. Activated abilities of artifacts can't be activated, so shuts off all of their cheap stuff, which both of those decks consist a lot of. Choke, islands don't untap during their controller's untap step. This card hasn't seen that much play recently. It's a fine card. It saw some play in Birthing Pod. Blue just isn't that powerful right now, so not too many people are playing Choke, because not too many people are playing blue. If blue gets more popular, Choke will get more popular as well. Worship is sweet against people that don't have that much interaction, like Eldrazi, or even something like Burn, where just your life total really matters. I'll have to be honest, I'm not totally sure how Worship interacts with Atarka's Command and Skullcrack. I think you might die. Yeah, I think if you have Worship in play and they Skullcrack you, you still die. So it's not as great against Burn. I'd have to double check that. You know what? Let me just check it here, because I don't want to yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like too hard of a question to just look up on the spot, and I don't want to add too much more time to this video, but I'm not super sure how it works against Skullcrack and Atarka's Command, so you probably don't want it against Burn. I don't really think you want it at all. And against something like Eldrazi, they have trouble just dealing with infinite life in general, so I say just go for infinite life and mess them up. Golgari Charm is a sweet one. It can destroy enchantments. It can give all creatures -1/-1, which you don't really want, but it can also regenerate each creature you control, which is good against Supreme Verdict, but it's not good against Wrath of God, so I don't know. It does also protect against Anger of the Gods, so it's reasonable, but I don't love Golgari Charm, and I typically don't play them in this format. Wheel of Sun and Moon is an interesting one. It is one-sided graveyard hate. Whenever a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard, instead that card goes onto the bottom of their library. You can also use it to target yourself if, like, your opponent... It doesn't happen in this format, but in Legacy, it protects against Painter Servant Grindstone or any type of mill deck or something like that. Maybe mill is popular in your area. That's the other reason that Loaming Shaman was good. Loaming Shaman protects you against mill. Loaming Shaman's probably better. Just play that. But Wheel of Sun and Moon is kind of sweet too. Sword of War and Peace is just if you want to get grindy. You probably want to bring it in against a deck that doesn't have access to Culligan's Command, but not really even grindy as much. I don't know. It just turns all of your creatures, including your Birds of Paradises, into immediate threats. If you want to get grindy, you're better off playing Sword of Feast and Famine or Sword of Light and Shadow, but Sword of War and Peace is a pretty good one to stop some of the grindy stuff here. Sorry, 1 second here, guys. Alrighty, what else do we have? We have Dromoka's Command, and this is a card that I wanted to touch on specifically. It's a command, so you get to choose 2 of these modes. Sorry, I should probably be doing this with the full screen thing up. So Dromoka's Command, choose 2. Prevent all damage target instant or sorcery spell would deal this turn. Okay, kind of neat against something like Burn. Target player sacrifices an enchantment. It's pretty neat. It kills gods. Is a pretty neat thing that can do. Dromoka's Command can also protect against like Anger of the Gods, which is sweet. It doesn't have to be a single point burn spell. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, which means it's a resetter, so that's good. And target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Now the main thing that I want to point out with Dromoka's Command, say you have a Kitchen Finks that is already persisted. It's a 2/1, it's got a -1/-1 counter on it. You cannot use the last 2 modes to both reset it and have it fight. What will happen is it will fight as a 3/2 with both a -1/-1 and a -1 and a +1/+1 counter on it. The reason for this is the counters aren't removed until state-based actions are checked. The state-based actions aren't checked until a player receives priority. But one of the other state-based actions is any creature with lethal combat or lethal damage on it dies. So you put a +1/+1 counter on your Kitchen Finks. Let's say you fight their Grizzly Bears. Kitchen Finks deals 3 to it. Grizzly Bears deals 2 to your Kitchen Finks. Your Kitchen Finks will die because it has lethal combat damage on it, and the game will see that it did die with both a +1/+1 and a -1/-1 counter on it, and it will not persist. So Dromoka's Command is not as good as you think it is with Kitchen Finks. It is still good. It can still reset your Kitchen Finks. That said, you don't really see that many Dromoka's Commands floating around. They're not that great. Realm Razor, I don't really know how it got into this point in the deck. It costs 6 mana, which is a lot of mana for a card that dies to Lightning Bolt, but it can just win games, specifically if you want some crazy card against Tron. I haven't seen this card see play in a while, but it is an Oblivion Ring for every land. Well, hold on now. If we're sacrificing it to Viscera Seer, that means every land is gone forever. So against something like Tron, you can play this and have it be pretty good, but it does cost a lot of mana, and if you're getting to 6 mana against Tron anyways, you might just be okay. And it might just be worth playing some cards that are more versatile and cheaper, but seems good regardless. Few final cards here. Curse of Death's Hold. This card can be played both in the sideboard of this deck and against you. It's important to notice against, it's going to kill all your Birds of Paradises and things. It's a reason that potentially Qasali Pridemage is better than Reclamation Sage, and that Anafenza is better than Vizier. This card sees a little bit of play from time to time, and it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty awkward one to play around. It kills a persisted creature like a Kitchen Finks or a Murderous Redcap, so those things are kind of awkward. You can also play it yourself because it's not symmetrical. There is a symmetrical one as well, called Knight of Souls Betrayal. All creatures get -1/-1. You'll see some players play this as well. It's tough. It's tough, but just something to keep in mind. Here's some other cards that are worth keeping in mind. Anger of the Gods, talked a lot about it. We're a creature-based deck, and having all of our creatures get exiled is no bueno. I've showed a few ways that you can interact with this. Rest in Peace is not a commonly played card in Modern, and most of the decks that play this card are not that great. The best deck that plays Rest in Peace is Burn. Most of the other decks in Modern use the graveyard in some capacity themselves. I'm trying to think of what decks do not use the graveyard. Maybe the SRAM deck or Affinity. Affinity uses Rest in Peace to a good extent. So, but you're already boarding in cards to destroy artifacts and enchantments against Affinity. It's not really a huge deal. Ensnaring Bridge, we've talked about a number of times here. And there's a lot of ways that this deck can avoid it, either by dealing infinite damage with a Redcap or a Kitchen Finks, or attacking and then getting an exalted creature through. So that's not a huge deal either. What is a huge deal is Relic of Progenitus, and I'm bringing out Relic of Progenitus first. It's the worst card of these remaining 4, but the reason Relic sucks is it's played main deck, and it's played main deck out of what is already our worst matchup. Tron plays main deck Relic of Progenitus so that it can cycle them. Luckily, against Tron, we are bringing in Stony Silences, so we are going to be able to stop Relic. However, that doesn't make this card any less annoying. Typically, however, Relic doesn't stop stuff forever. You can fill your graveyard a decent amount, and you can make your opponent crack the Relic of Progenitus. Sometimes you can make them crack it with an Eternal Witness or a Kitchen Finks Persist, and then do what you actually want to do. So you've got to decide when Relic is happening. You're like, all right, how am I going to trick them into cracking this so that I can, just do what the hell I want to do? And normally you can, because your opponent can't hold on forever. But Relic coming out of the main deck of our worst matchup is pretty unfortunate. Next, let's talk about Dampening Matrix. Activated abilities of creatures and artifacts can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. This one is really unfortunate. It stops almost every card in our deck. You pretty much just have to blow it up. And it also stops Qasali Pridemage, which is super awkward because your main way to deal with sideboard hate is with a card that then they shut off. So if Dampening Matrix starts picking up in popularity, you want access to Reclamation Sage. The one saving grace of Dampening Matrix is that you can still Court of Calling and go get a Reclamation Sage and still be able to blow it up. Torpor Orb is like the opposite of Dampening Matrix, and if there's a lot of Torpor Orbs, that means you need Qasali Pridemage, and you can throw away your Reclamation Sages. I don't know which of these two cards is more popular. Typically, Torpor Orb is out of Affinity, Dampening Matrix is out of Living End, and weird decks like Boggles. Torpor Orb can also be seen in Boggles. They're both colorless artifacts, so you can expect to see them out of any individual deck, and it's one of the reasons that you just board in Abrupt Decay against anybody and stack your sideboard with a bunch of Abrupt Decays. That card is insane. But with Torpor Orb out, you can't gain infinite life. You can still scry infinite times if you have a Melira, but you cannot scry infinite times if you have... you can also scry infinite times with a Vizier, but you cannot scry infinite times with an Archangel of Thune, a Anafenza, which needs to bolster, which needs to trigger off a creature coming into play. So Torpor Orb does stop a lot of stuff, but it doesn't stop Melira, and it doesn't stop Vizier. Lastly is Grafdigger's Cage, and there's a reason that Grafdigger's Cage is just the best card against the deck. It is quite insane. It was printed in Innistrad block shortly after Birthing Pod came to be, but Grafdigger's Cage, the one saving grace of it is not a lot of people can play this card. If your opponent is playing Snapcaster Mage, they're probably not playing Cage. If they are playing... like Living End can't play it, but that's for a different reason. Who else can't play it? I guess it's really just Snapcaster Mage decks, and that's like mostly it. I'm sure that there's some other things. Anybody that wants to flashback stuff like Storm can't do it, but creature cards can't enter the battlefield from graveyards or libraries. Against our deck, that's all we care about, because we're not casting spells from graveyards or libraries. We are just trying to get creatures to enter the battlefield from graveyards or libraries. This stops Persist. This stops Collected Company. We can't even use that card. We can't Court of Calling for something. So this one's really tricky, and this card is actually the reason that Qasali Pridemage is better than Reclamation Sage. So what happens is your opponent Reclamation Sages. In response, you tutor up a Pridemage. Then, once Cage is in play, you blow it up. Obviously, you want to have access to some Abrupt Decays for it all as well, but that's pretty much the idea, that you can preemptively answer a Cage with a Pridemage. That's
that's pretty much it. If they get it in play, you're going to have a tough time because you can't combo off, you can't Revelark. The one thing that you can do is you can Eternal Witness, and you can beat down. So you can just play your creatures and attack your opponent with them, and just ignore the Grafdigger's Cage. It gains virtual card advantage, but it might not gain actual card advantage. A lot of times your opponent might try to do tricky things like wait till a cage is in play and then start killing your Kitchen Finks. So sometimes you can bait them. If you have an Abrupt Decay, you don't have to use it right away. You wait till they Lightning Bolt your Kitchen Finks, and then you say, all right, in response to Lightning Bolt, I'm going to Abrupt Decay your cage. Lightning Bolt resolves, Kitchen Finks persists, and you move on from there because you don't really care. Move on from there because you don't really care. Speaking of moving on, that's it. I've covered every card that you can see in this deck. That said, there's still a few more, I'm not going to lie. As we delve into some of these deck lists here, just want to look at how many do I have here? Like 9 different deck lists or so that are this deck throughout the history. So this is the original Project X as it existed in Standard. Mainly, excuse me. Mainly what's cool to note is that the deck was still a 3-card combo deck. Saffi, Crypt Champion, Essence Warden. It did still play Birds of Paradise. It played Wall of Roots because Wall of Roots is just so good with Court of Calling. Dark Confidant is just kind of a value creature. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention that. Dark Confidant is definitely a card that I have played in this deck before. Dark Confidant's totally acceptable. It's got Harmonic Sliver. So you see all the same roles that this deck fills. Ghost Council as just a big creature. Teneb as just a big creature. These are kind of like your Archangels, just with a little less synergy. This is more of a Revelark, whereas this is more of an Archangel. Then you have 4 Loxodon Hierarchs, which not only are life gain, but they also act as flag bearers. And it's just cool to see where this deck came from. And then also Withered Witch. I don't know if I pointed that out yet or not, but Withered Witch is the original Spellskite. And I think it's really cool. This deck also has 6 mana dudes, just to see, and then 4 Wall of Roots, just to see where this deck originally came from. Castigate is a discard spell, and then it also uses a card called Glittering Wish, which lets you search through your sideboard. That's what it means in tournaments when it says outside the game. It means sideboard. Search your sideboard for a gold card, a multicolored card, and put it into your hand, exile Glittering Wish. So there's some cards here. They're not really important, but it's still cool to see. We see some discard spells. We see some graveyard hate. We see some kill spells, some graveyard hate. The discard spells are main deck. Some spot removal, some more discard, and some more grind. Just a very cool deck altogether, and I think it's really sweet to see just how similar this deck is to the current versions of Abzan Collected Company. Next up, the next iteration of this deck that we have is Pod. And where did I put that? Oh, I might have... deleted it. I guess I did. I just had a joke where I was going to show off a Pod deck and it was just going to be all rest in pieces. But no matter. Here is an example of Pod. Pod at one point was playing the Melira combo with Viscera Seer and Melira. You can still see it's still playing 3 Kitchen Finks. It is playing the Archangel of Thune combo. So Archangel of Thune, Spike Feeder. But a lot of people... So people called this deck Melira Pod for a while. Back from 2011 all the way up to 2015 when this card got banned. Birthing Pod got banned. People were still calling this deck Melira Pod. I've never wanted to call this deck Melira Pod because I've always realized that it's actually just a junk deck. So here you see my latest rendition of what some people were calling Angel Pod. It's just Junk Pod. It still has a combo in it of Archangel of Thune, Spike Feeder. What else does it have going on? It's got 6 mana dudes, 4 birds, 2 nobles. Plays 1 main deck Thoughtseize, 1 sideboard Thoughtseize, 3 Abrupt Decays, only 1 Eternal Witness, but you can blink that Eternal Witness with Resto and with Revelark, so there's a lot of synergies there with it.
2 Wall of Roots, 3 Voice of Resurgence because they're the best creature to pod through, a Spellskite, and a Scavenging Ooze. Main deck Pontiff because the deck was such a represented part of the field. Sin Collector to get their Treasure Cruises. Eternal Witness, though Treasure Cruise hadn't been printed yet when I was running this list. Reclamation Sage to blow up any artifacts that might come up. Obstinate Baloth, Murderous Redcap. It's all other cards that we've seen so far. The only real card that we haven't seen, I guess, is like Entomber Exarch. Anything else? Yeah. Entomber Exarch is a Gravedigger or it's a Sin Collector. You choose one. So, pretty sweet card. There's a Kataki, which I guess I would play. You can't play Stony Silence in a Birthing Pod deck, so you have to find some other way to shut off your opponent's Affinity deck. This is pretty much it, though. It was a pretty sweet deck, and I think it is cool just also, again, to see where the deck comes from. But now we're going to start getting into the real decks. I do think that it also is important to note that eventually when this deck got banned, it was because people just started doing this. And I am going to keep going here, because the deck really was just Rhinos all the way down. And that was what made the deck super powerful, and what eventually did wind up getting it banned. Here's a traditional collected company deck as it stands right now. Let's consolidate this a little bit. So here's the deck. Here's an example mana base. I would probably put in another Horizon Canopy over like a Razor Verge Thicket right now. Just haven't changed it up too much. Also, sometimes people go up to 23 lands, play another Gavany Township, but I'm going to sort these by converted mana cost so we can see them all, right? Cool. All right, so here is everything in a collected company list as they kind of exist right now. I'm a little bit lighter on combo pieces. A lot of times people like to play 2 Melira. I told you I always like to pack 2 main deck spot removals, but you'll see a lot of lists that are pretty similar to this, except they'll cut 2 Path to Exiles for a Fiend Hunter and a second Melira. This version is a little bit combo heavy, potentially. Just you commit a lot of cards to the combo. There's not really too much I have to say about this list. I've talked ad nauseum about all of the cards that are in it. I will just show off one deck that I've been streaming, and you can catch VODs of this deck being streamed on my YouTube channel. It's CoCo Quillspike. Pretty much you just put in Devoted Druids over Wall of Roots, which it's already a comparable card because both tap for 2 on a Court of Calling, and you cut Melira because Melira doesn't work with Devoted Druid. You put in a Quillspike because that's a combo with Devoted Druid. It's kind of just my pet cards that I like to play with, but it does give you some game against decks like Tron, where just being fast is being better. I want to show off some weird Quillspike decks before I look at where want to take a look at some weird Collected Company decks before I take a look at where Collected Company could go from here. So the first one is Aristocrats. Where is that? So this is a Collected Company deck, and it is an Abzan deck. I apologize that I don't own most of these cards, so Magic Online puts these weird caution tape symbols around them. But basically, this is a deck that has a lot of synergy with Viscera Seer, and like you got the Voice of Resurgence, the Tide Hollow Sculler. I guess they're already sorted by converted mana cost. I'm surprised there's no Fiend Hunter in this deck, to be honest. That seems like it might do a little bit of work. But you just play a bunch of Zuluport Cutthroats and Blood Artists. There's a lot of different ways to trick this deck out. And a lot of times it does play a Melira combo in the sideboard as well as some Court of Callings. It's pretty weird and it's pretty different. I don't want to get into all of the cards that are in it, but this is a viable deck that you could take to a Modern tournament. I'll keep it on screen here for another second, so if you're interested in this list, you can screenshot and write it down. It's a decent amount of fun. You just play a bunch of Sacrifice Outlets and play like Abzan Ascendancy to go crazy. These cards return cards from your graveyard to your hand, return and rally, and you pretty much just try to fireball them, but it's in a similar shell, so it's worth at least pointing out. Now here is a deck that is also pretty crazy different. I didn't include a mana base for it, and I didn't include a sideboard for it. A lot of this deck is unexplored, but it is really sweet. So let's talk about some of the synergies. This is called Wasteland CoCo, or Death and CoCo, if you want to call it that. Basically, it's built around the processing ability of Wasteland Strangler. When it comes into play, you can take a card that your opponent owns from exile and put it into their graveyard. If you do, you get to give something -3/-3, which hopefully kills it. So in Magic in general, your opponent is probably going to exile their own cards, and you don't have to do too much to help. Basically, those are going to come in the form of Snapcaster Mage and Delving. But outside of that, you need a little bit of help. So Path to Exile exiles a creature, obviously, and then you can give it -3/-3 by putting that card back in their graveyard. Duskwatch Recruiter is just a value card in this deck. Scavenging Ooze exiles cards, and then you can process them again, then you can eat them again, so a lot of cool synergy there. Tidehollow Sculler, the Oblivion Ring for cards in hand. Well, you can make sure that they never get their card back because you are going to eat it with the Wasteland Strangler. Same thing with Fiend Hunter here. We've already discussed both of those cards. And then the new one for the deck is Flicker Wisp. And Flicker Wisp is part of the reason that the deck is playing Aether Vial as well, because Aether Vial is really strong with Flicker Wisp. Aether Vial puts a counter and then lets you put cards into play for free that have the same converted mana cost. Again, a little bit too much going on with this deck that I don't want to delve into all of the brand new cards, but it is at least Abzan CoCo adjacent. And decks like this, like if I say Abzan CoCo, you're like, all right, well, which Abzan CoCo? The Wasteland Strangler version, or the Aristocrats version, or the Elves version, which I'll show off in a second. So there's a lot of different versions, and for that reason, I kind of feel like we should start calling the version with the Kitchen Finks company, the Kitchen Finks combo in it, Kitchen Counter, or Kitchen CoCo, if that name's too cute, but that's just my suggestion. Then, yeah, so Flicker Wisp can blink a card and put it back. It actually flickers a card, which is the term used to mean exile something until end of turn. So you can flicker something, then you can Wasteland Strangler, process that card, and give something -3/-3. There's a weird thing here with the Wasteland Strangler and the Flicker Wisp. If you hit both of them off a Collected Company, this is the only other thing that I'll talk about with this deck. If you hit both of them off a Collected Company, you cannot flicker a card and eat that same card. You just can't do it. You have to choose your targets when you put both of the spells on the stack. You have to put both of the spells on the stack at the same time. You can choose which order they go in, but you put them on the stack at the same time, which means Wasteland Strangler won't see the card that you targeted with Flicker Wisp, and it won't be able to process it. That's why the deck uses Aether Vial. You have to do some weird Aether Vial tricks where you, kind of like Renegade Rallier, you pre-Flicker Wisp and then hope to hit a Strangler or something like that. You can also just have cards in their graveyard and hope that that is good enough too. Another interesting thing, when you Flicker Wisp at the end step of an opponent's turn, Flicker Wisp happens at the beginning of the next end step, so if you go end of turn, Violin or CoCo in a Flicker Wisp, it won't come back until your end step. So that is all worth noting too, and you can do some cool combos with that. You can also do some weird things where you Flicker Wisp your own Flicker Wisps just to buy yourself some time and make your opponent's cards unable to attack. So what you do, you want to Flicker Wisp their attacker so that they can't attack with it. So instead what you do, you Flicker Wisp your Flicker Wisp. On your end step, Flicker Wisp returns, then you Flicker Wisp their creature, and then it's gone for their combat step, and they're not able to attack with it. That's it for Wasteland CoCo. What did I want to look at next? Right, Project Melira. So Project Melira is a pretty insane deck list here that is just all in on all sorts of combos, a bunch of mana dudes, 4, count them, 4 Viscera Seers. You've got the Saffi plus Rallier combo. You've got Kitchen Finks plus Melira and Anafenza combo. You don't need a Murderous Redcap. You don't need an Archangel of Thune. There's more than enough ways to deal infinite damage here with the Anafenza Melira combination or just Blood Artist Melira Viscera Seer combination. 4 of each of these, pretty heavy all in on the combo. The only card that is not a combo piece is Fiend Hunter. Like I said, though, Fiend Hunter is a resetter if you need it, and it is just a straight-up kill spell if you want to go for that. You can take a look at the sideboard here. I think that decks like this are potentially tier 1. It's a little bit too combo heavy for my tastes, but I'm about to kind of contradict that in a little bit once I show you my next deck. But all of these have a little bit of combo in them just because combo's powerful. So, yeah, pretty straightforward sideboard. Again, I don't think I'd play Kataki. I think I would play some Stony Silences. Main thing here, you notice Scavenging Ooze is in the board. It's not in the main deck, and Spellskite is nowhere to be seen. Deck plays 2 Maelstrom Pulse to deal with problem permanence. It's probably fine. It's about the same as Abrupt Decay. Still have Pontiff, still have Pridemage, and then you've got Tireless Tracker as grindy cards. 3 Horizon Canopy, 2 Gavany Township. Deck is pretty solid. It just doesn't have as many ways to interact. But honestly, Saffi Eriksdotter does a good job at pretending to be a Spellskite that you can kind of get away with some stuff here. Blood Artist I don't think was in the original deck list that I copied, but I don't remember what it was supposed to be, and Blood Artist seems better to me. So, yeah, I forget. Something might have been another, might have been even, I don't think it was Scavenging Ooze. I don't think I would have cut that. But there's also 2 Eternal Witness and 3 Renegade Rallier. No idea if those numbers are correct. Couldn't tell you. Eternal Witness is still good at bouncing your companies to your hand, so seems like it's still a great card. Here's what I am working on for the time being. CoCo Vizier. So let's take a look at the deck. I'm down to 6 mana dudes. I'm running 4 birds and 2 noble. I think my actual current list is 3 birds, 3 noble, but it's about the same thing. Here's my mana base. My mana base is also slightly different from this. I'm cutting 1 Razor Verge Thicket for Horizon Canopy, which I mentioned I don't own online. I don't own a few of these cards, but I'll pick them up. Horizon Canopy is just super expensive online, so... But it does do a lot of work. It is worth picking up, and I would recommend playing Horizon Canopy. So I'm playing 1 Viscera Seer, which is a little bit crazy, but if you also look, I'm running no other black cards in the deck, and I think that allows me to trim on a little bit of the black mana. I'm not sure. Sin Collector, Pontiff, Abrupt Decay, and Tidal Scholar, those are all fine. I'm not sure if I should be playing Magus of the Moon and Fulminator Mage, and actually in my list, so sometimes when I register or write down what an ideal deck list is for this deck, I'll have a 62 card main deck and a 17 or 18 card sideboard, and then just before the tournament I'm like, alright, let's cut Magus of the Moon because we need to cut 1 more card. But I'll talk about some of the other things going on in this deck real quick. I've talked about all of these cards so far, but 4 Devoted Druids, 4 Chords, 4 Viziers, 2 Duskwatch, and 2 Walking Ballista. That's the main combo, but then we also have Kitchen Finks and 1 Viscera Seer. One of the reasons that I'm not running more than 1 Viscera Seer is I don't have any of those other cards that I've talked about. I've got 1 Tidal Scholar in the board, but I don't have... what's this card called? Oops. I don't have a Fiend Hunter. I don't have any Voice of Resurgence. I don't have a Revelark. So a lot of the things that you would combo with a Viscera Seer, I just don't have in the deck. And for that reason, I felt like I only needed 1. I still have 3 Eternal Witness. If my opponent exiles my Viscera Seer, sure, they got me. And I still have ways to deal infinite damage. I also just have ways to deal normal damage. This deck is playing 3 Gavany Townships as a concession to the fact that we are running a lot more mana creatures. Though it's not that many more. It's not any more than the original Project X decks that we saw that didn't have any mana sinks. And we've got some big menacing. So part of the idea for this too is like, you'll turn 2 Devoted Druid, turn 3 Vizier. If you combo off, you don't need to hit this. A lot of times you can just CoCo, Eternal Witness, CoCo, and just see where that gets you. Generally, that gets you pretty far. And Walking Ballista is just a great card by itself. So this is the CoCo Vizier of Remedies list that I'm currently playing. Here's my sideboard. I don't think it needs Core Firewalker. This might even be better as a Voice of Resurgence, and Voice of Resurgence is much easier to cast than Core Firewalker, but I did think I might want to play it. Basically, I cut Wall of Roots and I cut Voice of Resurgence from the main deck for a 2-1 and an 0-2. Both of those cards are pretty shit, so I kind of wanted a little bit more insurance against burn. Second Scavenging Ooze, don't leave home without it. 2 Abrupt Decay and a Path to Exile to round out the 2 path in the main deck. That gives me a lot of answers to different things that my opponent could board in. I have Reclamation Sage. I pretty much change over every day, whether it's a Reclamation Sage or a Qasali Pridemage. There is a player in my local metagame running Dampening Matrix, but there's also a player in my local metagame that's running Grafdigger's Cage. And there's more than one running Grafdigger's Cage. So should probably just go back to Qasali Pridemage, but this is what we got here. Eidolon seems good. All this other stuff, pretty straightforward and pretty good stuff. Last 2 decks that I want to showcase. So Devoted Druid is an elf, and that opens up an interesting thing because Elves is already a deck in Modern, and I'll potentially do an Elves deck tech for Modern or Legacy at some point. But here's a deck list. Basically, the idea is just that Devoted Druid is already decent enough in the deck with Heritage Druid. Devoted Druid plus Devoted Druid is already an infinite combo with Azuri Renegade Leader, which is a little bit funky. It's a little bit clunky, a little bit slow, but it does come up because you're playing both of those cards. And then we're just playing Vizier of Remedies and infinite mana. You've got enough to do with it already because Azuri is a mana sink that you already want to play. So I think this deck is kind of clever. It does some things kind of cool. There's part of me that wants to say, well, okay, just put in 1 Kitchen Finks and just put in one Viscera Seer, or even one Blasting Station, but probably one that you would want to or be able to tutor up here. Just put in 1. Cut some dumbass elves. Cut this and like this, and play this. And this sounds a little bit crazy, but all of these cards, Heritage Druid and Imperious Perfect and Nettle Sentinel and Llanowar Elves, they were all standard legal, Elvish Visionary as well. They were all standard legal at the same time. And what happened was, Burn was just such a good and oppressive deck that people started cutting Imperious Perfects in their Elves deck for Kitchen Finks. And I could see a metagame where something similar happens. Like, what are the anti-burn cards that this deck has? Really just Path to Exile and potentially Reclamation Sage, but not too much. This deck is also a deck that gets to run Rest in Peace, which is pretty cool. And there's no Eternal Witnesses in this version of the deck, which I think is probably wrong too. I think you probably want to run some Eternal Witnesses and Elves, but this deck is pretty close to being good. And I guess you have to make room for the Vizier of Remedies. It's a cool deck. The last deck that I want to showcase for you is just a deck. I don't think it's any good at all based off of a lot of the things that I've said. Oh wait, not this one. This is my deck. Okay. So everything that I've kind of shown about the history of this deck will kind of let you understand why I'm kind of feeling this way here. This is an all-in CoCo counters deck, an all-in Vizier of Remedies deck. So plays 4 Noble Hierarchs, 4 Path to Exile, 4 Duskwatch Recruiters, 4 of each of these combo pieces, an Anafenza with no Kitchen Finks, is that right? I guess so.
Spellskite, a Scavenging Ooze. It does have some stuff. I have no idea why Anafenza is in this list. I feel like this is, like, not wrong as in, like, wrong in the deck list, but wrong as in, like, I copied down the list wrong. Should probably just be, like, another Eternal Witness, to be honest. But then it runs 4 Simian Spirit Guides and also 4 Walking Ballistas. So the point of this deck is just to get infinite mana on turn 1 or potentially even turn 2. Or, I'm sorry, turn 2 or turn 3 or potentially even turn 2. Simian Spirit Guide can power out a Devoted Druid. Turn 2, you play Vizier. You gain infinite mana. You Walking Ballista them. If you need to, you Court of Calling for Duskwatch Recruiter. You Duskwatch Recruiter for Walking Ballista. But same old, same old. I don't know if I fully explained this when explaining the deck previously. Part of the reason that you play Duskwatch Recruiter is because you can't Court of Calling for Walking Ballista. So you actually need to, and you can't company for it. I definitely did explain that part, because you can company, put it in your graveyard, and then Eternal Witness it back. Just part of the reason I like another Eternal Witness. This guy's also running Aronis. This is like this is a first week deck list, so I think that they're going to have to experiment with some more stuff in this. As you can tell, this also is not an Abzan list. It is just a green-white list. That's going to bother me, but whatever. It's just a green-white list. Whatever guild Temple Garden is from. Celestia. It's just a Celestia list. It's just something I wanted to show off, though, before I got out of here. And, of course, there's more decks that run either more or less combo pieces. There's also decks that run completely different colors, and now we're starting to see Bant Collected Company lists and Naya Collected Company lists. The Naya lists are typically chord-based because they want to go for Kiki Jiki Restoration Angel, neither of which you can CoCo for. But that being said, there are just a lot of ways to build this deck. So hopefully you got something out of this. If you'd like to see some more gameplay with some of these decks, feel free to check me out live on twitch.tv/NoLuxGiven, and I will be happy to answer any of your other questions there. I play a variety of different card games, like some Hearthstone, some Eternal, Duelist, Faria, what else? The Elder Scrolls card game, Shadowverse, Gwent, random stuff like that. But mostly, I guess some Soulforge, rip. Mostly Eternal, Magic, Hearthstone, Soulforge. Those are like the main 4. But if you have enjoyed this stream, feel free to follow along. Or if you've enjoyed this video, I'm also live streaming this right now. But if you've enjoyed this video, feel free to follow along. Thank you very much for watching. Signing off for YouTube, but I will be staying on stream to answer any other questions that people might have here. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good one. Peace. Throw this up one last time, too. There you go.